All right, welcome everybody to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Graham and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio as a Special Minister of State, Roads, Arts, Music and the Nighttime Economy, Jobs and Tourism. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome Minister, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you don't need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I also remind Mr Murray, Ms Mares, Ms Drover and Ms Huang that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and do not need to be sworn again. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? Please begin with the first witness to my left, Mr Notes.
Thank you very much. Is that on? Can you hear me?
Are they on?
Is that better?
It's a bit faint, isn't it?
Is that? I'll get closer.
Yeah.
Is that better? Sorry,
yeah.
there you go.
I've just been turned up.
Apologies. Grant Knutzer, Executive Director of Customer Journey Planning and Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to given by me, shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Moran.
Craig Moran, Executive Director, Customer Journey Management with Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Webb.
I, Sally Webb, Deputy Secretary, Safety, Environment and Regulation, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Carlin.
Bernard Carlon, Chief of the Centres for Road Safety and Maritime Safety Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Have we got Mr Hare up here? No. Oh, yes. Because you're up here at this time as well.
You should have a roving mic.
Okay.
So my name's Mark Hare. I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary General Counsel at the Cabinet Office. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Rodriguez.
Michael Rodriguez, 24-Hour Economy Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, so we've got not everybody can fit at the table. I'm getting it now. Ms. We'll go with Ms. Pittman.
Annette Pittman, Chief Executive, Create New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Cox.
Good morning, Steve Cox, the CEO of Destination New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr Brand.
Hi, good morning. I'm Michael Brand, Director of the Art Gallery of New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Ms Havilah.
Good morning, Lisa Havillart, Chief Executive of the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms Darwell?
Hello, I'm Mary Darwell, the CEO of the Museums of History New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Ms Collins.
Good morning, Emily Collins, Head of Sound New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the opposition. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Minister, welcome.
Thank you.
Good to see someone who appreciates the importance of estimates here, an enthusiastic person in opposition. We welcome your attendance today.
I turned up early.
Thank you. Minister, what is New South Wales' unemployment rate?
The unemployment rate at the moment in New South Wales is 4%, a little bit lower than the unemployment rate across the country. That's good news, but of course we are concerned about the fact that it's a difficult economic time at the moment. There's no question that businesses are under pressure in New South Wales.
Certainly. What is the underemployment rate in New South Wales?
There is certainly a question about whether unemployment is underreported. That is one of the issues that does come up where
just the number. It's just a number.
Look, I don't have that number here, but there's certainly an issue with people wanting to work more hours.
I might help you out. New South Wales underemployment rate sits at 6.1%. Is that acceptable to you?
Look, as I was saying before you asked your question, we're certainly concerned that businesses are under pressure, and when businesses are under pressure, then jobs are under pressure, and that is a concern. I will say that unemployment rate and the number you've quoted for underemployment are historically low compared to the long-term averages.
Sure.
But it's still of concern, and it is still rising under pressure.
Thank you. Going to that
given the
then,
economic issues.
As Minister for Jobs, I'm interested in the specific role you play in the government when it comes to jobs growth. Can you list the initiatives that you've personally implemented as Minister for Jobs which have delivered on that jobs growth that we need in New South Wales?
Yeah, well, obviously there's two. You've started off by asking about the macroeconomic figures for the country. And the federal government's
got New South Wales.
Yeah, the federal government's got a key role to play in those macroeconomic settings.
Sure.
When it comes to state levers that can be used to shape jobs, they're very much about investment, very much about working with the companies we've got in the state.
So the initiatives that you personally have implemented as Minister for Jobs, can you speak to those?
Yeah, look, some of those, for example, some of the programs, for example, the Jobs Plus program, which is rolling out. I've certainly met with key companies in the state to talk to them about their investment plans, their employment plans for the state. We're also in the course of setting up sector plans for a range of sectors. I'm happy to go through those in some detail.
All right, so we've got some plans and you've had some conversations, that's helpful. But what of those initiatives are actually delivering jobs growth right now?
Let me take you through some of those. Obviously, the Jobs Plus program is a specific intervention tied to specific jobs numbers. A range of those discussions with key employers have been very much about their plans to bring employment to New South Wales or to grow employment.
Sure. I'm interested in the jobs numbers though. What are the jobs for Jobs Plus? What are those numbers?
Sure, we can get you some of those details. So let me talk to you about how the program works. So there's specific investments, and they're tied to specific employment numbers.
Right, let's get to those numbers though. We don't have a lot of time. Clock's ticking. So can we get to those numbers?
Yeah, we can certainly get you those numbers these are detailed arrangements with each of the firms. The way the program works is to have a specific investment into a firm tied to certain milestones for job payments. So,
but what job numbers are we looking at for each of those initiatives? I mean, is it an advocacy role? Are there set numbers? What are the targets? What are the jobs numbers that you are driving on this?
Yeah, they're very specific numbers. These are tied to specific job numbers. Well, they vary for each firm. These aren't.
Okay, let's start with one.
Yeah, we'll get you that just now. But these are specific. These are tailored for each firm. They're tied to specific jobs growth.
Sure.
They're tied to particular initiatives.
Surely, Minister, as the Minister, you should know these jobs numbers. That would be an important thing. You're clearly concerned about it. You would know how many jobs you've created.
I've been briefed on them in detail, and I'm very happy to run through some of that detail
All right,
here.
So how many jobs have you created?
Well, I think that's a misunderstanding. That's a superficial question and a fundamental misunderstanding about the traditional role in New South Wales that we've seen job creation. And this has been one of the arguments we've had with other states over time, that both my side of politics and your side of politics has advocated for. In New South Wales, our view is get the fundamental settings right, the planning system, the economic conditions, the regulatory system, and then allow that to have jobs grow, tailored with some specific job interventions, such as the Jobs Plus program. That's one example. Or my colleague, Annalak Chanthavong.
Sure, we'll get to that. Now you've got the piece of paper. But we're interested, Minister, in how many jobs you've created. We don't want your role to be superficial. And this is all about other people's jobs, Minister. We want to know the numbers that have been created through these initiatives.
Yeah, and
practical numbers.
What I'm indicating is that's a fundamental misunderstanding of the settings under your government and our government about the way jobs are created in New South Wales. It's not the result of a single minister pulling levers. It's about the planning settings, the economic settings, the regulatory settings, getting those right, and then allowing jobs to grow.
Okay,
we haven't taken that, historically, we haven't taken that detailed intervention, except where there's a real case for intervention, and that is the case with Jobs Plus. It is the case with a range of the programs that Minister
Let's talk about those interventions
raising.
then, thank you. And one of those that you have, the government seems to put in place, but it seems to me that they are all sort of high-level things, but we're interested in very practical initiatives in these. So the recent Jobs First Commission media release issued by Ministers Hussos, Chanthavong and Wan left you out, and we're just wondering why you weren't included in that.
Well, look, there's only so many ministers you can fit on the one release. Is one
You're
way
the
to put
Jobs
it.
Minister.
I'm a supporter of that project. I was certainly involved in the, without going into the cabinet deliberations, and I've certainly been involved in discussions.
A media release has gone out announcing this Jobs First Commission. It's very important. You're the Minister for Jobs. Are you not up to the job, Minister?
Look, I think you might have written that question beforehand, before my answers. Can I give you some, I won't respond to that, but can I give you some specific job figures here? This is a bit of a snapshot of where Jobs Plus is up to. For example, 52 projects approved, 53 agreements in place. The current projects at the moment expected to support 12,278 jobs.
There we go.
4,317 of those will be direct. 7,961 will be indirect.
Are they new jobs?
Yes, these are jobs that these firms are expected to deliver.
New jobs created?
Yes, spot on. They're expected to deliver above their ordinary business.
Great. Which industries are they in?
Look, it's a range of industries.
Small bars?
No, to my knowledge, there's no small bars under the program, but
so
there's quite a wide range of industries here. It was generally
Which
applicable
ones?
to the economy. We can get you some of that detail.
Sure.
The point I want to stress, though, is here's a specific intervention that is part of the toolkit But overall, the New South Wales approach has been very much focused.
Right, but can you name the industries, Minister? You're the Jobs Minister, you've got these industries. What are they?
Yeah, look, so a number of these are in the tech sector, a number of these have been in the screen sector, a number of them have also been, I know some of them have moved then into some of the broader, I think there's some primary industries ones, but we'll get to those specifics during the
My colleagues will
hearing.
be pleased about those. Which part of the tech sector? The tech sector is obviously very broad. Which part of the tech sector?
Look, why don't we get you I'm very happy to get you the specifics during the hearing. We'll come back to you with the some real details about exactly who's getting it. But I do want to stress,
That'd be
don't
very
get distracted
helpful.
by a specific intervention.
But I'd be good if
the
you could answer
overall
the question.
The overall jobs focus here is about getting the settings right. And I think you would have seen the focus that the government's had on changing the planning rules, changing some of the regulatory settings for business. That is a key part of the jobs approach
But
of
Minister,
this
it's
government.
your job as Jobs Minister, and we thought that you would be ready and enthusiastic about telling us the numbers, the industries, what you're doing. It sounds like it's a lot of talk and a lot of consultation, but not a lot of on-the-ground practical delivery of jobs. But
Well, that's not how I
let's
would
get those
describe
specifics.
more than 12,000 jobs. And I think
That'd
given
be
the
good.
current economic pressures that people are under,
Yeah.
I think that's not an appropriate comment that you're making.
Well, I think it's appropriate that we have specifics on where that is, so we can have some hope in New South Wales that this is your new industry, your priority, and your priority as Jobs Minister. But I'll move on. So, what is your definition, Minister, of local content as it relates to the Jobs First Commission?
Well, I think the local content provisions have been spelt out by other ministers who are responsible for those. That issue's already come up in estimates. It's spelt out in the budget, and I'd direct you to the budget papers.
I'm interested in your definition. You're the Minister for Jobs. It's your Jobs First Commission. What's your definition of local content?
Yeah, well, I'd direct you to the budget papers, as I was saying before you...
Yep. Whereabouts? Which page?
As it refers to for example, to the investments in local rolling stock. As I was saying before you, as I was about to say before you interrupted, the definition of that is...
I don't think I've been very well behaved today, I think, actually.
It's all relative.
That's true, Order.
Goodness.
As I was saying, though, before you move to your next question is perhaps a better way to put it. The definition of that is Australia-wide, I think Australia and New Zealand, if I'm correct, although I'm happy to be corrected by the team.
So do you consider a New Zealand-based enterprise to be a local business?
Well, look, that is the definition in the budget. I'm directing you to the definition in the budget.
Wow.
The government's commitments are clear, and I think it'd be fair to say the reason the government's had those commitments are clear because the procurement under the previous government, without going into all the details here, had clearly caused some major issues, and we're still waiting for some of those key projects to deliver. It has been a major challenge for this government to get those projects procured under your government into the country and up and running.
Well, let's talk about that. So let's talk about, are we talking about jobs in Australia or jobs in New South Wales? Because that is unclear. And are you interested as Jobs Minister in jobs in New Zealand?
Look, I think here's my answer to that question. Of course, the reason why the government's got the local procurement approach it does is it is appropriate, given the scale of the government's capital expenditure here, that we look to what the jobs impact is. And it is significant. You can spend that money and actually boost local jobs at the same time.
So you're spending the money in New Zealand?
However, it also matters that we don't act in a way that really stops the very successful export businesses in New South Wales. And there is a balance to be struck there. What we don't want is Victoria stopping New South Wales businesses from exporting to there, and we certainly don't want, under the closer economic relations arrangements with New Zealand, to produce punitive action from the New Zealand government. That would actually set back the very successful exporting businesses in New South Wales.
Sure. So are more jobs in New South Wales?
That's the philosophical reason for the policy,
get to that though.
for the policy
thank you.
questions that you're for the policy settings.
So
that
are
you're
more jobs in New
questioning.
Zealand part of your remit as Jobs Minister?
Well, if you're suggesting that we
It's in the Jobs First Commission on the website.
Yeah, no, if you're suggesting that we stop trading with New Zealand and produce some...
No, I'm interested in your role as Jobs Minister and your Jobs First Commission, which you announced.
Point of order's been taken by Mr Murphy.
Sorry, Chair, I've let a few of these go, but the Minister's attempting to answer and the Honourable Member just keeps firing off another subsequent question, a snipe here and there.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fairness, the Minister should be given sufficient time to answer before the next question comes in.
At this point, I'll uphold the point of order, but also say that I won't uphold every point of order that's called if the member is genuinely trying to get an answer and the minister just keeps talking, which can happen. I've noticed by all ministers to avoid the next question. So we're aware of that tactic, but I will uphold the point of order at this point, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, according to Jobs and Skills Australia statistics, South West Sydney's unemployment rate sat at 5.2%, which is above the 4% New South Wales state average. What funding has been allocated in the 2024-25 budget to specifically address these higher unemployment rates across southwestern Sydney?
I direct your attention to the budget papers where there's
what page?
Excellent... Well, the section specifically on Western Sydney.
Yep. So the specific funding is where in the budget for southwestern
Well, it's
Sydney?
very specifically set out.
Where?
Not in that budget. It's not in that budget paper you're holding. It's in the supplement that follows in the Western Sydney statement.
All right.
I'd direct your attention to, for example, the
How
funding.
much is it?
If you turn to the page, just find the page there.
You're the Jobs Minister. You tell me.
Well,
it's your budget.
I'm directing you to where it is. If you turn, for example, to the Campbelltown page in the budget paper that you've got there.
So tell us what the number is.
Well, you've got it in front of you.
Sure, you tell me. You're the Jobs Minister. You're on the big bucks. You've got thousands of people here. There must be someone can look up the number somewhere. You're the Jobs Minister. How much has been allocated to southwestern Sydney?
Yeah, no, we'll certainly be happy to provide that and run through it for you in some detail. But it's sitting there in the budget. It's your job,
Minister. It's your job. You're the Jobs Minister. It's your job to know. We have this very clear rate of 5.2%. That is high. What funding's been allocated in your budget to address this?
Yeah, well, firstly, I want to recognise that the rate is higher in southwest Sydney.
So where's the funding?
Well, it's sitting in the budget papers.
How much is it?
Spelt out in detail.
Point of
order.
order.
It's been about 4 questions on this point. The Minister's made his position crystal clear, and it's really just badgering at this point.
Look, I won't uphold the point of order. I think there is a fair amount of questioning in this way that is allowed during budget estimates. I think it's been pretty civil. I'll just remind the member to at least try and allow the minister to answer the question.
Minister, specifically what programs has the New South Wales Government initiated since its election to bring southwestern Sydney's unemployment rate back down closer to the state average?
Well, let me run you through some of the examples here. So here's one example, the $550 million we put into Fairfield Hospital. Just the $60 million we put into the Western Sydney Freight Line, into the business case for that. The $110.2 million that's set out in the budget papers for the M7, M12 interchange.
How many jobs will those create, those initiatives?
Well, we can get those for you. It varies instance to instance. In Liverpool, for example.
But you're the Jobs Minister. On those projects, surely you would be asking, how many jobs are we getting? We're investing $550 million. What are we getting for that? How many jobs are we creating?
Yeah, and we have all those figures. We can get them for you. There's no problem with providing those during the estimates process.
But you just referenced them. Surely you've got the
you've
jobs
asked me
numbers
for
there.
specifics. Let me give you some of them. Liverpool, $780 million, for example, in the Liverpool Health and Academic Precinct. On the road side, $65 million for planning for southwest Sydney roads. Of course, there's Heathcote Road, rolling out $183 million project.
But for each of those, how many jobs will result for southwestern Sydney?
Well, we can get you those specifics. Of course, $25 million for the Eastern Ring Road and Badgerys Creek.
Minister, I might ask this. How many jobs does planning create?
Well, we are talking here about thousands of jobs. I've just run through a small number of the initiatives, but let me talk to you about Campbelltown, the page I was directing you to in the budget papers in front of you. Here's just the transport initiatives, but there are others as well. $45 million for St John's Road being upgraded
but how many jobs?
At the intersection. Yeah, we'll get you the jobs numbers specifically for these.
I don't need you to read the budget out. I've got the budget. I can read it. I want to know how many jobs, because it doesn't list in there what has been created for this spend. How many jobs will you create this financial year?
As I was running through, you asked me about the specific projects. I'm running through the specific projects. You're now interrupting. I directed you to the specific budget paper in front of you. You've refused to crack open the budget.
Minister, it's not a laughing matter. These are jobs and a huge expenditure, and no one can seem to tell me. Can anyone say how many jobs are being created out of this spend?
Yeah, well...
That's all we want to know. You're the Jobs Minister. It's your job to create jobs. How many jobs will you create this financial year?
Ms Ward, your first accusation was that I couldn't name any projects. Now you're not letting me run through the projects which the government's running through.
You've run through them, but I've asked specifically a number of times how many jobs come out of those.
And
that's what we'd like to know.
Now I'm saying we will be able to provide those jobs numbers for you for these projects. The scale of the work that's going on is a challenge here. The scale of the work and the number of jobs that are being driven by these projects.
Surely you're asking, Minister. I'm the Jobs Minister. I want to know, for all these initiatives, how many jobs are we creating? South Western Sydney's worse off. We want to know what we're doing for this spend, how many jobs are coming out of it. Surely someone can send you a message or pass a piece of paper saying that.
Well, let me give you some more examples. The $79 million that's going into the Campbelltown Arts Centre project.
Yep, how many jobs?
Will be a significant boost there.
How many jobs?
We can certainly get you projected jobs numbers for something like that. I've been out to talk to the team there, and it will have a very significant boost to the project.
Talk is cheap, with respect, Minister. Jobs matter to these people in South Western Sydney. How many jobs will you create this financial year?
Well, I think that's a very dismissive way to discuss these particular projects.
Order, that actually is the time, which didn't beep. So we're going back to the manual days. Minister, in budget estimates in February this year, you said that the difficulties our music festival scene was facing was a national problem, but you said it was more of a problem in New South Wales. You acknowledge that one of the things that is contributing is that costs are being the costs that are being applied to festivals are out of step with costs elsewhere. So what have you done in the last almost 7 months to fix this?
Yeah, well, firstly, I think I may have said it's an international problem, a national problem, but also we accept it's worse here in New South Wales. And it's worse here in New South Wales because of some of the specific regulatory and cost pressures we've had here in New South Wales. I think that's broadly accepted, and it is something that the government wants to change. There's two focuses. Firstly, landing that Music Festival Act review, and secondly, tackling some of those cost pressures that festivals are under. And on both of those, I do expect the government will be able to say something publicly shortly.
Okay, so this was 7 months ago. Again, in that budget estimates, you said that you were examining the evidence and that the review would be the results would be released shortly. It's now 6th of September. They're still not released. Everybody's planning their festivals. Indeed, the festivals that have managed to survive are very much underway. Police are still charging through the roof. So there's no relief, really, I would suggest, for festivals this summer, because everything is being locked in now.
Yeah, well, I think it's accurate to say that the government hasn't announced its position on either the review or the costs. I don't think it's accurate to say that that means there'll be no relief before summer. On both those, the government is planning to act, planning to release its position. I expect to do that imminently. But I accept there is an issue. I accept that we have to deal with both those issues. The regulatory environment, to make sure it's supportive of the festivals we've got, the festivals who have survived, and also the cost pressures that festival operators are under.
When I asked the Police Minister about user costs policing charges during budget estimates last week, she said that she had been working with you specifically in relation to festivals. What have you been working with the Police Minister over?
Yeah, well, those two things have been the focus, the regulatory environment and the costs.
So can music festivals in this state expect a reduction in police costs anytime soon?
Well, those questions are best directed to the Police Minister.
She said she's been working with you closely. I'm now here. You're the music minister. You would have seen today's Sydney Morning Herald, where yet another festival is saying that they are close to not being able to operate because of the charges that are being laid on them compared to other states. Yet again, we've got Mode. This is Mode Music Festival on Cockatoo Island. It's with an art festival as well. In Victoria, the police don't charge a cent. Here, for exactly the same festival, they charge more than $50,000 for the presence of 30 police officers. Do you think that's fair?
Look, I've seen those individual reports about the Mode Festival, and I've seen evidence from touring festivals who are operating in Queensland, in New South Wales and in Victoria, and some of those costs clearly are higher in New South Wales. I couldn't put a different case to you. Those are the facts that have been presented.
It's a big Groundhog Day for us, isn't it, Minister? Like every budget estimates, you are appearing before this committee and I'm asking you about the costs of festivals, and you're saying that you're working on it and they will be reduced. It's still going on. We've had dozens probably, at least more than 12 festivals have closed, said they won't be running because of costs, obviously cost of living as well, but these costs are adding to the ticket prices. It's a substantial addition. It's one thing that you can do something about.
Yeah, I'd say it's costs and cost of living, and it's both the rising cost of putting on a festival, the falling Australian dollar, the rising costs of freight. Clearly there's a case that's been made by the industry about government charges, including user charges, contributing to that, and also the rising cost of living, dropping audiences. All three of those things are a problem. That's why we need to look both at the regulatory settings, but also at the cost base for those festivals.
So in terms of the regulatory setting, the Australian Festivals Association has got a petition out at the moment to reform this regulatory environment, the whole idea of the subject festival, which isn't the case in any other state or territory. Do we get this basically treating some festivals as though they're more dangerous? Mode Festival, again, on Cockatoo Island, late 20-somethings heading over, curated with art. Surely, that is just ridiculous. You're the minister in charge of this. You've sat on this review for many, many, many months. Can you commit today that festivals are going to see a huge relief and a reduction in costs from you and from your government in the next month?
Look, we will be releasing the review, is my expectation, in the next month. That is required in order to meet the commitments that the government's made to deal with this issue before summer. So absolutely, that's the timeline we're working to. The goals here, just to remind you, are to take that act and really make it supportive of festivals. And it should be health focused. That was the original intent of the Festivals Act. And that's one of the things that the review has focused in on, making sure that it continues to be a health focused regime. But I do want to stress there's not only even if we make the regulatory environment more supportive, festivals are still under major cost pressure.
Sure.
Caught between those two
Minister,
dynamics,
you are
the
aware,
costs and cost of living.
You are aware, though, in terms of festivals, the same festivals that are operating in Queensland and in Victoria, the same festival operates in New South Wales. They're not deemed subject festival. They're just as safe, if not safer, in fact, than here in New South Wales. So it's the very definition of subject festival, the fact that these festivals have to pay then ballooning costs for paramedics, for medical service. Yes, there has to be some, and that exists in the other states, but they don't have to pay probably in the vicinity of another $80,000, sometimes $100,000 more than in other states because of this ridiculous law that deems some festivals subject festivals. Are you going to commit to scrapping that ridiculous law?
Here's one of the contradictions in the law at the moment in New South Wales. We don't ask for a health plan, for a safety plan from every festival. We do from some festivals, and that's certainly a concern to me. Each of these festivals should be planning to make sure there are health arrangements in place.
Does that mean you're going to increase the regulatory environment for all the other festivals as well?
No, we're working closely with the industry to make sure this is a health-focused plan. But that is one of the contradictions in the way the existing program is set up. We will continue to work through those. It is the case that good festivals will be planning to make sure they keep people safe. We'll be working closely with particularly the health agencies. And one of the things that's clear is we have a safer environment as a result today.
I don't think that is clear, Minister. I don't think that is clear that we have a safer environment as a result today. Have you compared New South Wales music festivals compared to the exact same festivals as they operate in Queensland and Victoria? They still have the medical tents, they still have the paramedics, they still have a few police officers and security, but they don't have the heavy-handed, over-the-top police presence with the dogs as much as we do. They avoid the ridiculous user pays policing charges that the police charge themselves. They choose of like $80,000, $100,000, $120,000. But in most cases, they're potentially safer, if not maybe as safe. Have you done that work? Because you're just saying they keep people safe, but that's based on no data whatsoever.
This is certainly an issue that the review addresses. So, we should release that review for you to make a detailed judgment about that work. But certainly, I have found it really useful. In particular, what I was referring to was the fact that previously there was no dialogue between the festival industry and the agencies of government. The fact there is now a festival roundtable, the fact there is a dialogue, has absolutely improved safety in New South Wales.
I think
and
people
that
want
particular
more than
intervention's been
dialogue,
important.
Minister. They want more than dialogue. They want action. My time's up. Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, after 15 long years, Oasis have finally announced they're getting back together with potential rumours of an Australian tour. They've once said that all roads that lead you there are winding. Are you hoping that one of those roads lead them to New South Wales?
Well, they'd certainly be welcome in New South Wales. We've had some... Well, can I give you this small fact? February was the biggest month ever for hotels in New South Wales, even with more capacity, partly off the back of the Pink and Taylor Swift tours coming through, on top of Mardi Gras, on top of...
Yeah, that's right.
So, look, this
you're going to be the one that saves me from missing out on Oasis slot.
Having these big acts through is a real boost to the visitor economy in New South Wales.
That's how you do an interjection, guys.
Oh, look, if you do deliver that, I'm sure you'll be many people's Wonderwall. Minister, on to some serious questions.
I thought those were the serious questions.
They might be. Can I just go to regional or road safety in general, Minister? You made a joint announcement with Minister Atchison outlining a plan to partner up with 10 regional councils over the next 18 months to accelerate safer speed reviews, town villages on high-risk routes. Which regional towns are going to be that focus?
Yes, so we are looking at those. This is consistent with the work of the former government, but we're rolling it out in a range of communities, and we are looking at those speed reviews, working through with councils to make changes where it does have a big impact on local road safety. I will defer to Bernard as to whether we're in a position to detail the programs in regional areas. Obviously, my colleague, Minister Atchison's dealing with those, but if we've got some information here for you today, I'd be happy for us to run through it.
Okay.
Yes, so thanks for the question. So this is a part of the ongoing speed zone review program with councils, and essentially in the regional areas last year we saw a significant increase, unprecedented really increase in the level of urban fatalities in country-urban areas across New South Wales. We've already seen some councils come forward, Cootamundra, Bathurst, range of councils who've come forward suggesting, requesting support in review of their speed zones in their town centres. We have around 1,000 towns and villages around regional New South Wales that don't have any speed zones that are below 50. And so there's a substantial opportunity for reducing the risk, particularly for pedestrian fatalities. We know that 90% chance of a pedestrian will survive a crash at 30 kilometres an hour. The difference between 40 kilometres and 50 is double the chance of actually being killed in a crash as a pedestrian with a vehicle. And we know that over the years, the introduction of the 40-kilometre high pedestrian activity areas, a comprehensive evaluation, showed that, in fact, those high pedestrian activity areas eliminated pedestrian fatalities in those locations. So we're working with those councils who are coming forward. There's a program to accelerate the support for local regional councils, and we'd be happy to provide on notice the details of those councils that have come forward.
Okay, thank you. While I have you there, Mr. Carlon, during the transport estimates the other day, it was alluded that the Centre for Road Safety and the Centre for Maritime Safety share a budget or share funding. I'm just wondering whether you could indicate what your portion of that funding is.
So just to be clear from a budget perspective, the Centre for Road Safety Resources Staff program that implements the New South Wales Road Safety Action Plan is fully funded by the Community Road Safety Fund.
Right.
And that the programs coordinated, managed and delivered by the Centre for Maritime Safety fully funded by the Waterways Fund.
Right. So the information I was given on the other day was perhaps incorrect in that you share a funding allocation.
So those roles, like my own, I work on both. And so there's internally, of course, allocation of resources for particular projects and programs where people would be allocated to delivery of a waterways related fund project or a road safety project. We can clarify that in response, if you'd like.
Thank you. Minister, a few months ago, the multicultural consultant at the State Library retired. Is the State Library going to hire a new person for this position to continue to provide those great multicultural services that they provide, or are you looking at a different structure?
Look, I'm not aware of the operational detail. I think we're happy to get an official to talk to that if they're here. I've certainly seen the work they're doing for myself down in the deep down in the library, as it turns out, and it is incredible. So from a government point of view, I'm highly supportive of the work that's going on, but that detail is probably an operational matter for the library.
Okay. And we don't have anyone from the library here, or perhaps something?
No. They were not, I think, called as a witness, but we can, perhaps I can take that on notice for you and we'll get you an answer.
Thank you. Minister, if we look at the Create New South Wales policy, there seems to be a fairly strong focus on, I guess, the contemporary commercial side of music, and it's been put to me by constituents that there's a distinct lack of focus on more classical music, and particularly a lot of our smaller organisations, and a lot of people come through learning more classical music before they move on onto contemporary. Is there that unbalanced view in your mind in terms of that policy perspective? Are you solely focusing on contemporary music and neglecting classical music?
I'll just give you I'll answer that at two levels. Firstly, at a top level, I don't accept that it's particularly a focus on commercial music. We have unapologetically moved from a focus on just supporting the incredible cultural institutions from the state and the narrow arts sector to the creative industries. and that's much broader than music. It obviously involves literature, screen, as far abroad as tech, creative tech. On music specifically, look, we're absolutely supporting both sorts. There is specific funding for contemporary music, but one of the good things is that's allowed us to move that out of the traditional funding streams, for example, what's called the ACFP funding, and enabled more money to flow back into, for example, classical music, opera, some of those more traditional forms. So it's actually been good news on both fronts.
Okay. One of the concerns that's been raised to me from some of these smaller grassroots organisations is the increasing higher costs for venues for them to rehearse. And I know you mentioned the Campbelltown Arts Centre, and that's one of the ones that's been raised with me, that there's been quite a few organisations that have had to move out of there and find venues elsewhere because the higher costs are just it's not financially viable. So have you turned your mind to how you're going to help those smaller grassroots organisations deal with those high or ever increasing higher costs for venues? Because if they can't rehearse, they can't perform, you know, they don't exist.
Yeah, no, spot on, and it is a real challenge at the moment with rising costs. There's a couple of different focuses. Firstly, sometimes we're creating new spaces and really refurbishing with public support new spaces, and you referred to one of those at Campbelltown. Secondly, we're really looking at some funds and some logistical support for activating the venues that we do have. The small halls network, for example, across regional New South Wales used to be incredibly important, and activating it is crucial. One of the key levers to do that then is a real focus on touring, and we're looking at what we can do to help arts agencies or music groups, whether it's contemporary or classical, really move between those venues some more. So there'll be an increasing focus on that.
Well, you should agree though, some of these organisations, they're not designed for going on tour like a band or such. They're really grassroots. They're teaching kids how to pick up an instrument, play, and probably giving them their first experience in performing in front of a live audience, albeit they're probably parents. But that cost, I've been there. I've suffered through it. Those costs are becoming prohibitive, that they're not able to actually give those kids that opportunity. And it's not a case of them going on tour and travelling between venues. They need a stable venue that's reasonably priced.
Yeah, and that's why I raised that second point. Activating the spaces we've got is really crucial. Also, we need to work with councils to help keep costs down. A range of these are council venues, often for the groups you're talking about.
Okay, great. Questions again from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one procedural issue and then I'll hand to my colleague. Minister, just earlier you indicated in answering some questions, you said very helpfully, we'll get that to you. By that, did you mean you'll get that to us today, or you would be taking that on notice? You'd appreciate, just from the procedural aspect for this committee, that it's important.
Great. I referred to a number. Obviously, we covered some ground. Which specific issue were you referring to?
We just want to clarify procedurally for those where you said we'll get that to you. Do you want to just clarify if you'll get that to us today, or if that's something you'll take on notice?
Yeah, in general, I will take it on notice and will respond through the formal process. I'm certainly aiming to provide some additional information on the jobs side of things during the course of the hearing.
Thank you. I had to my apology.
Okay, great. Ms. Carter.
Minister, I'm tabling a printout of the front page of the Noel Sydney website, which was downloaded yesterday.
It's back.
You will see that Noel Sydney has its sights set on a grander, brighter Christmas festival in 2024. Are you here today to announce the return of Noel Sydney this year?
Thank you for your question. I'd certainly be interested to see the information from Noel Sydney.
I think it's about to be handed to you.
Great.
And you will see that The website announces that it's set on a grander, brighter Christmas festival in 2024. So when can we expect the commencement date of Noel 2024, Minister?
Well, as a big supporter of Christmas, I'm excited to receive this news. This is probably not at the level of detail we need to assess an investment.
It's your
short two
website,
paragraphs
Minister.
that I have in front of me, but I would be excited to receive a submission in return for funding. I will make it clear...
Minister, your website, your decision, has there been a problem with discussions with Mr and Mrs Claus that are flagged on this website? Have the elves in the workshop and the reindeers in logistics, have those discussions gone badly so you can't announce it today?
I'm happy to receive any submissions from Mr and Mrs Claus or any of the elves in relation to this matter.
It's your announcement on your website, or are they another union which has rejected your 10.5% pay rise, so they won't be turning up this year?
Look, I'm certainly open to receiving any more details about a bid.
Thank you. How much money did you have to refund to the commercial sponsor of the second cancelled drone show at Vivid this year?
Sorry, the second cancelled drone show at Vivid
this year. How much money did you have to refund to the commercial sponsor?
Yes, I think you're referring to the third drone show at Vivid.
Apologies. The show that was cancelled, how much did you have to refund?
Yeah. So as people will be aware, the decision was made to cancel the third drone show at Vivid due to the weather conditions at the time. That was a decision I supported on safety grounds. I was informed at the time or just shortly before, particularly having seen the reports about hundreds of drones collapsing into the Yarra River down in Melbourne during another incident.
Thank you, Minister. The question related to how much did you have to refund to the commercial sponsor of the drone show because of the cancellation?
Yeah, on the issue of any question about the refund, I'm not aware if there was or was not a refund. I'll be happy to ask Steve Cox from Destination New South Wales.
You could take that on notice and it could be provided later
or
today.
do you want to ask Steve this afternoon in the session?
I
Is
will
probably the appropriate way to deal with it. But it certainly hasn't come to my attention.
The 2024 drone show was 10 minutes long. The last 3 minutes was occupied by an advertisement for season 3 of Bridgerton. Was this an appropriate sponsor for a family-friendly event?
Look, I think, what I can say is that drone shows have been very, very popular.
Thank you. Was the sponsor appropriate for a family-friendly event?
Look, I don't have a strong view. I'd encourage you to perhaps discuss that with Steve Cox in the afternoon.
But you don't have a view about that at all, Minister?
Look, it's not an issue. Up till now, I respect the fact you're raising it with me now, but it isn't an issue I've had members of the public contact me about or have had raised before.
How much did you charge Netflix for that Bridgerton promotion?
Again, that's really an operational question rather than a government policy question, so best directed to...
So you don't know where the sponsorship money then was spent?
No, I'm aware. I've certainly discussed with Vivid the overall sponsorship levels, and I've been keen to make sure that, for example, they're appropriately supported. Part of that is what they can raise through sponsorships, but that level of detail, I think you're more appropriate to talk to Destination New South Wales.
So it would have gone into subsidising other Vivid events, would it?
Yeah, look, certainly the Vivid is organised by Destination New South Wales, heavily backed by this government, heavily backed by the former government, I might add, but those commercial partnerships, in addition, are of assistance to make sure that it's the best Vivid it can be. And it was very, very popular, biggest opening night ever at this Vivid in 2024.
It may have been the biggest opening night, but as you would be aware, numbers were down, and in fact, Vivid 2024 had the lowest number of free events in the past 7 years. Is this your government's response to a cost of living crisis?
Well, it was the third most popular Vivid ever and the biggest opening night on record.
With the lowest number of free events. So is this your government's response to a cost of living crisis by having more paid events for families at Vivid?
Well, I think Vivid was, as I wandered around, I gained the impression Vivid was bigger than ever. Certainly that balance between free events and paid events is one that I will be keeping a close eye on, and I'd encourage you to talk to Destination New South Wales.
So you didn't keep a close eye on it for 2024?
Yeah, no, it's certainly one of the things I have been discussing with the agency. the point you asked about, which was a really good one, is that any of those arrangements go back into supporting elements of Vivid or the Vivid program overall. So it all helps contribute to what has been a very successful festival for Sydney. It was more important than ever in a cost of living crisis, and that's why it was the most popular ever on night one and the third most popular overall.
Yet there were 30% more free events at last year's Vivid than at this year's event. Why fewer free events when families are finding it so hard to pay simply for bread and milk and school shoes?
Well, they've both been very popular. I'm very clear on how popular the free aspects of Vivid have been. That's why we saw millions of people come out for it. I think the figure was 1.7.
I'm worried by your answers, Minister, because you keep telling me how popular Vivid was, yet you also acknowledge how much more expensive it was this year. Who is Vivid for? Is Vivid for families, or is it for people with lots of cash in their pockets?
Well, let me tell you about one of those ticketed experiences. Since we're here with the transport people, the Techno train,
I'd love to hear about it. I would have loved to have been able to afford to go. What about families and the affordability of Vivid? That's the question I'm asking you, Minister.
You should have headed with the chair on the train, but I really want to thank the transport team who are here. It was very popular. It sold out at
Minister,
at
I'm
times.
happy
But
to
it's
join
an
you in
example.
thanking the team.
Yeah,
but how could families afford to go to Vivid when you've got 30% less free events this year than last year? Is this the trend of your government with making families pay for everything?
I don't accept the premise of the question, and the point I was trying to make was...
The premise being 30% fewer free events this year than last year? It's hardly up for contention, Minister.
I don't accept the premise of your question. The point I was going to make was that it is a mix here. There's significant numbers of free events. One of the reasons why this was the biggest opening night ever was the mix that Destination New South Wales had curated. Some of the most popular bits of that mix were, for example, the transport experience, greatly assisted by the transport
With respect,
teams
Minister,
and officials.
you're not answering the question about the impact of your charges on families being able to attend Vivid, but perhaps we move on if you don't want to answer those questions. In 2024, Vivid engaged only 2 regional suppliers from New South Wales. Why do not they engage more with regional suppliers? Isn't it for the whole of New South Wales?
Look, wherever Vivid can engage with regional suppliers, I think that'll be a good outcome for our regions.
Is it an outcome you're driving as Minister?
Look, I encourage you to talk to Destination New South Wales on that issue this afternoon. There's no question, though, that Vivid is a big boost to the city's economy. That is as a result of people coming in from 1.7 million people coming into the city. It's been restructured to be a lot closer to the businesses of the city. So previously it was a little bit isolated. Now that light walk really runs right through the heart of the city. That's producing a bigger economic boost. And of course we have a lot of visitors come in for it as well.
So you're focusing on what it does for the CBD, but what does Vivid do for the artists and the creatives and the suppliers in the regions?
Yeah, well, look, those people are able to participate, including those creatives, of course, get a significant boost, and they're widespread.
Well, Minister, can I take you to the figures about the participation of regions in Vivid? Vivid engaged 3 suppliers from interstate and 3 suppliers from overseas and 2 suppliers from the regions. That is hardly a great participation of the regions in Vivid, is it? Is your arts policy for Sydney?
No, I'd clearly I reject that question. The arts policy is very much focused on delivering across New South Wales.
But 2 suppliers from the regions, 3 from interstate and 3 from overseas. And if we look at artists, 5 of the artists were from interstate, 12 from overseas, and of the 159 artists who participated in Vivid, one was from regional New South Wales. So what message is that sending to our creatives outside of the CBD?
Look, I think I invite you to put those issues direct to the team who are programming it. You'll be
Minister,
unsurprised to hear.
Are you not responsible as Minister for setting these policy settings?
You'll be unsurprised
You're passing the
to hear.
buck to the bureaucrats.
You'll be unsurprised to hear as Minister, I haven't sought to involve myself in the programming of Vivid. And I think that's a dangerous path that you're encouraging with this line of questioning. I think there is a line there. When it comes to, I'm well on the record of saying while I support government fund, particularly government fund directed by ministers, isn't always what the public want to receive. And that's one of the reasons I'd be hesitant to get involved in the programming of Vivid. However, I do want to acknowledge the validity of the general questions you're raising, and I really encourage you to put them to Destination New South Wales.
And Minister, where in your creative communities policy will I see your commitment to regional arts growth?
I'm very glad you asked about that. When we did the consultation, much of the consultation was really travelling through regional New South Wales. So we started,
and the fruits
for example,
of that consultation, Minister, in terms of...
the very first place we started, for example, was Lismore, given it was flood affected. And it was quite, I have to say, it was quite an emotional meeting.
Did that consultation have fruits in dollars in this budget?
Point of order has been taken.
Reluctantly, I want to take a point of order because I've let this go a few times. So the Minister just gets a few words out in terms of answering, and then it's just cut off with a snipe or another.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I will...
To that point of order, I have been trying to get the Minister to answer the question. The last question was about funding for regional arts, and the Minister was going to take us on I apologise, Chair. And the Minister was going to take us on a tour of every region that he had a chat with about the arts. He was not answering the question.
Yeah, I will uphold the point of order, though. You asked about regional funding, and he did start talking about Lismore. We don't know whether he was just about to say how much he then gave Lismore, but I will remind the Minister that I will accept interruptions as the Chair if he is talking for the sake of talking and not answering the question.
That's spot on. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And so just to, as far afield as Lismore, down to Bega, out to Broken Hill, and let me assure you the people of Broken Hill were very direct about what their needs were. The whole thrust of the policy is to say we're not just supporting the 6 cultural institutions clustered around the harbour, but we're turning to creative industries. And many of those creative industries in these regional towns. That is where the funding will shift to, and we're already seeing that. Some of the touring funding that I've already talked about, for example, is crucial to connecting those towns. So one of the things we heard in Lismore was there's incredible things going on, but they want to be able to tour those to nearby towns, and they want to see the best of arts and culture from those nearby towns as well.
Minister, can you take me to the page in the budget where I will find this funding?
Look, I'm certain we could give you the page in the budget where that funding is
But you can't
captured.
at the moment tell me where in the budget we can see this funding
I
for
will certainly
regional
come.
creative
I will
programs.
certainly come back to you with the page at the moment in this hearing. Yeah.
Thank you. Minister, has your government broken an election promise with respect to Parramatta's Roxy Theatre? Are you walking back from your pledge to secure its future as an arts and culture venue?
We are fulfilling our election commitment in relation to the Roxy Theatre.
So you can guarantee that it will be transformed into an arts and culture venue?
No, I can't guarantee that. Our commitment was to, as you well know, was to complete the business case, and that business case is now completed. Now we're making plans to work with the council, potentially with the federal government, if we're going to attract their attention to this important project. But I've been out there to the metro site to see for myself just how close this is to that transport hub, and there's no question there's big potential here.
We all agree there's potential, but what everybody is interested in is what that is going to happen to the Roxy Theatre.
Yeah, I can understand the interest. It's been a long-standing question, one that was attended to by the former government in the dying minutes, almost the dying seconds of 12 years in government. Now that's fallen to me to deliver, and we're carefully stepping through in order to do that. So,
and what are you delivering?
I understand you're in a hurry, but there were 12 years to deliver this under the former government. We're now working through a serious plan to see what's possible here. I don't want to underestimate the complexity, and some of those complexities, I'll just put them briefly, are one, the private ownership of it and the private owner's intentions. Two, the planning challenges, and obviously there's some cost to doing so.
The MCA. Minister, why was an interstate hospitality group, the big group from Victoria, chosen over a local New South Wales-based company for the MCA's cafe and restaurant operations? Why didn't you prioritise supporting New South Wales businesses?
Well, the MCA, firstly, isn't a state cultural institution. That is a question that would be best directed to the MCA. Again, I'm not working at the level to direct them who the caterer is, and I'm not sure that would be appropriate as a minister. Certainly the MCA has talked to me about the new catering arrangements, and they're upbeat about what it will mean for visitation. Now, if that was the case, that'd be good news, because although there's a very significant number of visitors there, again, I feel the potential for the MCA is higher than they're achieving at the moment.
Funding in this budget for capital upgrades and new facilities, where will I find that?
In budget paper 3.
And can you tell me what dollars have been allocated for capital upgrades and new facilities?
Yes, what's your specific... You're going to have to be slightly more specific.
No, Minister, I'm asking you, what priority is it for you to ensure that our arts projects receive capital upgrades and that we get new facilities?
I don't want to question your questioning, but you're going to have to be more specific, Ms Carter. For example, the fact you've said now you've narrowed down to the arts budget is helpful, and I'm sure we can run through some of the capital priorities. I have them here.
So, how much for capital upgrades for arts facilities outside of Sydney, Newcastle and Wollongong?
Well, they're very significant. There's a big program of delivery through the Creative Capital program that's rolling on right throughout New South Wales. Of course, the other thing I would highlight
what dollars, Minister?
That I'm particularly focused on is the creative capital investments that are rolling out into three key upgrades in Western Sydney. So those are rolling out. One of them was just asked about before, the Campbelltown Arts Centre. Obviously also at Parramatta and Blacktown.
How much money is going into providing new facilities at Broken Hill?
Look, I will take on notice the specifics for Broken Hill, because there's more than 100 projects.
How much at Bega?
There's more than 100 projects, Ms Carter. They're not detailed in the budget papers.
Where would they be detailed?
They're detailed in the information about the Creative Capital program.
And regional arts development organisations, why did you cut their guaranteed funding?
Well, I reject that characterisation. That's
well, what did you do to their funding?
Yeah, so there has been a funding reform. This was was discussed in those consultations. It was one of the things the sector was calling for. So we are simplifying funding and putting it on a more stable basis. So we're moving to funding across the arts sector, which might be, for example, 4x4 funding or 4-year funding or 2-year funding, which overall should see arts organisations on a more stable funding. I'm aware that there have been some concerns raised by the RADOs. Will this mean they're destabilised? My expectation is no. If that was the case, then the government would take a very close interest in it. That's certainly not the intention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, at the last budget estimates, I asked you questions about Appin Road because of the koala strikes and deaths that are happening on Appin Road. I received some questions back that you took on notice about signage and speed limits. I was told that Transport for New South Wales reviewed the speed limit for Appin Road, but that it remains at 80 kilometres per hour. Transport for New South Wales has advised that it is based on its function as a primary movement corridor and is appropriate. I was also told that Transport for New South Wales is committed to reducing koala strikes along Appin Road through installing fauna fencing and its third koala underpass. So are you aware that 79 koalas have been hit and killed across southwest Sydney since July 2022?
Look, I wasn't aware of the specific number. I'm certainly aware of the issue and I'm obviously concerned about it. You're asking in particular about Appin Road.
So
and
37 of those, just to be clear, of those 79, 37
Yeah.
were killed on Appin Road during those 2 years?
Yeah. No, understood. And look, it's certainly something the government's concerned about. Appin Road is a great example of where these pressures really come to bear. You've got both the...
So is there a reason why, for example, Transport for New South Wales can't reduce from 80 kilometres, considering 37 koalas endangered at the federal level? This population is at risk of becoming extinct. If 37 over a 2-year period, that is a pathway to extinction, and Transport for New South Wales can't reduce the speed limit from 80 kilometres per hour for the sake of koalas, to save the koalas. I mean, seriously, who is in charge of setting speed limits in this room? Like, why can't that happen, Minister? I mean, I'm surely in other places where there are koalas, people and wildlife, speed limits are set and people respect those. They recognise that. Surely it's not too hard, is it?
So let me make a couple of points in response to that question. So, and it may well be something I'm happy for the agency officials to answer now or later, depending on what suits you, Chair. Firstly, the government is concerned. Secondly, one of the key things that's happened is a wildlife strike symposium where we gathered key experts to look at how we can deal with this better. There is a real issue across the state. Thirdly, we are supporting specific interventions. When it comes to your specific question, though, about speed limits, that's not something that I will be determining at ministerial level. It is an agency call. We can, obviously request a review, and there has been, I've received significant correspondence in relation to this issue, but I'll be happy to refer you to
Minister,
the officials
as a senior
on your
member,
very specific question about
as a
speed
senior
limit
member in the
at
Minns
Appin Road.
government, just in terms of your government's commitments, stopping the extinction of koalas and saving the koala is a key. Well, I'm not sure it's a key priority, but it is a priority, and the direction coming from you as minister obviously can influence those that speed limit, can it not?
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why we called together a whole range of experts to really look at what we can do here. There's got to be a range of interventions. Some of them will be technological, some of them will be speed limit related, some of them will be about road design.
Thank you. The chief scientist did look into what was needed to save Campbelltown's koalas quite a few years ago. I'm not sure another symposium was needed. What's needed is the fauna fencing that stays up when the wind blows, and I'll table something now in relation to that. But also those underpasses, which have been talked about for a long time and I think are still a long way away. So when can the public in the community that are very concerned about these koalas, and indeed when can the koalas themselves expect to be able to pass under Appin Road safely?
Look, I'll refer you to the agency on the specific date, but it's certainly been one of the things that's been discussed in detail in my short time in the role. I do want to reject the view about the fact that we should just rely on the chief scientist's work. The Wildlife Symposium, I'm really grateful for the experts who came together. It will deliver a range of new approaches over time. I'm confident of that. We are determined to trial new methods of making sure we can balance.
Sorry, or the state?
No, this was statewide.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's important and good to know because yes, wildlife kill and strikes on the road is a very important issue. So I'm not speaking against that, but I will. I've just handed you a picture of the koala proof fence in Appin, which is basically that's what it looks like now.
Of real concern. Yeah.
So it's all knocked over and clearly not doing its job, and there are places obviously where animals can now get stuck under that fence as well as climb through it. So the temporary measure is not really working either.
Yeah, and I'm really grateful for you bringing it to our attention. We'll, I encourage you to ask the officials this afternoon, but I'm committed to seeing what we can do on this issue immediately.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that. I wanted to turn to the Western Harbour Tunnel.
Can I just give you some information
great.
on festivals that might be of interest? Tell me if it is or is not.
Yep.
What I can do is give you just a short sense of what the key themes are that are coming out of the review, a preview of just 6 short dot points. If you'd like it. If not, no problem.
Not at this point. We'll come back. I'll see how I go with my questions. Ringer Free, Western Harbour Tunnel. I do want it at some point. Western Harbour Tunnel and Ringer Freeway upgrade projects. At the last estimates, I raised with you the complaint handling in relation to that project. In April, a response was provided to questions taken on notice, which said that all complaints are acknowledged within 2 hours or attempted to be resolved within 24 hours and failing that within 10 days. However, I've received an update from the residents group Camaray Voices who tell me that their issues remain. They've undertaken a survey of their community once again, that the responses since the March's budget estimates is that only 20% of unresolved issues at that date have received a full response. There's another stat here, 60% have received responses that were either evasive or misleading. And of the remaining unresolved issues from last year, half have received a partial response and half have received no response at all. So it doesn't sound as though the community is satisfied with this complaints handling process at all, Minister.
Yeah, no, thank you for those views. Just a couple of top-level comments. Firstly, this is an incredibly big project in an incredibly constrained environment, so it is very difficult. We're sensitive to the residents' concerns. That's one of the reasons we've been reshaping the programming of work. For instance, over January, while people were out of Sydney, major work going on to try and do that more rapidly so it didn't cause problems. On some of those details, though, I think it would be appropriate to refer to the Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I do recall the questions from the last estimates hearing, and we certainly did investigate because our feedback from our stakeholder teams didn't match the statistics that you had in front of you. We would be keen to investigate those further, given the community group has given you even more data this time around. Ms Mayers, did you have anything further from that?
No, I think we'll need to follow that up. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back with a bit more of the information then at the this afternoon. Thank you.
Just on the koala fencing,
yes.
The strong winds on the 28th of August caused the problem. It certainly is a problem. There have been efforts by Lend-Lease to rectify it since. That has been hampered by continuing strong winds. However, conditions have now enabled that work to restart.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, did you direct your department to find a rescue package for Blues Fest?
Certainly, so in relation to the Blues Fest festival, I've certainly been in discussions with the festival, along with a range of other events across New South Wales about the current pressures. We are supporting Blues Fest. That's a matter of record, as I place on record the fact that the former government is. We are providing the level of support that have previously been provided, and there's still an ongoing discussion with Blues Fest about their next event.
So that's a level of support. There's a grant, basically. When it became clear that they were in trouble, I understand, as a result of COVID and then that cancellation, that very last minute cancellation, which has been very difficult for them to recover from. Did you direct your department to find a rescue package for Blues Fest, knowing that they were in financial pain?
I think the accurate way to put it would be we've been in detailed discussions with Blues Fest about whether the state could help them. I've been public about that. They are in receipt of DNSW support as they have been previously, and we have completed some close work with them about their financial circumstances, but it hasn't extended beyond that at this moment.
Thank you. Questions from Mr Benaziac?
Thank you. I might just continue on with a line of questioning that my colleague, the Honourable Sue Carter, was discussing about the arts grants funding. It seems from the perception of arts organisations that if they want to seek longer term funding from your government, they have to demonstrate how they're going to change their business model. Why have you gone to that approach where you're asking organisations to potentially change their business model if they wanted to receive funding?
Look, I think firstly, we received a lot of feedback during the consultations that arts funding in New South Wales was too complex, was not stable enough, and thirdly involved a ton of paperwork. And they're essentially the way this was put to us. So they're some of the key things I've been concerned.
But do you think asking your business to change their business structure and turn what they're doing on its head potentially aids in that simplifying of the process? Like a lot of these small organisations, can't afford to hire a business consultant to give them advice on how they should change up their business model. So how is the government going to support those organisations to apply for that long-term funding if they don't know how to change their business model?
And I wouldn't have thought that's the case. So if you do have those concerns, I'll be very keen to hear about it and do some specific work on it. That's not the goal of the changes. It's really to move to more stable funding. We're also focused on cutting paperwork for some of these programs, and that has been successful, cutting the acquittal paperwork, for example, by 25 to 50%. And that was something that the sector was really clear about.
Okay. Can I go to the 10 arts boards that have been created through Create New South Wales, and you've got them divided up into different art forms? What are the processes going to be around assessing those grants? My understanding is they've been put in place to assist you in making a decision around grant funding. Can you talk us through that assessment process that the arts boards will go through, particularly around how conflicts of interest will be managed? Because in the past, in the film and television space, artists that are on the board have given money to movies and TV that they're going to star in, and smaller projects have missed out. So I'm interested in how this assessment process is going to avoid things like that.
Yeah, look, it's a really good question. These are relatively well set because they're the art form boards established under the previous government, and the conflict of interest arrangements are really clear in relation to this. If someone's on the board and either has an interest or knows the person at a conflict of interest level, they've got to step out of the decision making. So I'm reasonably comfortable that those arrangements are robust. We have made, and the idea, the principle that it's not the government choosing who gets funding, it's not even necessarily Create, it's actually your peers in the art forms selecting who gets the funding, I think is a good one. We have made some changes, including making them a little bit more flexible. They had tended to be very permanent art form boards, so I've made it more about the assessment, and people are pulled in for the assessments as required. But we're largely working within the former framework.
You're not concerned that artists or people in the industry deciding could become a bit cliquey or a bit nepotistic?
Yeah, look, one of the changes we've made is to make them slightly bigger to deal with that. So rather than just have, for example, 10 people who are there for a permanent amount of time, we're moving to, say, 15 to 20, and they'll be pulled in groups to deal with exactly that perception. So, look, I think we can always improve things, but by and large, we're working with the existing framework, and it seems to have been successful.
Okay. And any of these board members remunerated in any way, or an honorarium, or are their costs or their expenses been able to reconciled?
Yeah, so the previous government's arrangements were to remunerate them according to the Public Service, the Public Sector Commission's recommendation. I've stepped that back a little bit so they'll get less remuneration. They'll actually be paid for what they're assessing as members of the panel, for example. So we've kept the existing arrangements, although I've stepped them back a little bit. Can I give you an answer on the multicultural issue? I do have one from the library, if that's
that'd be good. Yeah,
great. So you're correct that the previous holder of the multicultural consultant position retired last year after more than 25 years. The role has been reviewed to make sure it still works. The position will be recruited shortly. There's a team of 5 state library staff members contributing to delivering the program overall. So that's probably the latest update. on that one.
Okay, thank you. Just coming back to the art boards, I know one of the categories talks about classical music, opera, choral, ensemble, but doesn't necessarily encompass pre-18th century music like Baroque music.
Oh, shame.
Shame that I know. Where do they sit? It's still obviously widely practiced and has an audience. Where do they sit in terms of applying for funding under this scheme?
When I said that we've been able to boost funding for some of the other art forms, that's a great example. So there was a contemporary music art form board taking funding out of this pool. We've pulled them out because of the other contemporary music support, leaving more money in the pool for the other art forms, including those sorts of music. Your question about Baroque music is a very insightful one. I would have hoped that they're covered in that pool, but if they're not, so let's find out in the session if that is the case. If they're not, that would be of concern.
Okay, thank you. What's your government doing in the space of AI usage across the arts and music industry to protect artists? We know, probably the last writers' strike in the US was solely based around this issue of protecting intellectual property rights for artists. What's your government doing in this space? Because I could jump on a website right now and whip up a country song about budget estimates in probably about 5 minutes, and it'd be pretty bloody good.
Yeah.
But obviously that's a concern for struggling artists that make their living out of this, that they're going to be taken over by AI.
Look, it's a really important question, and one that is moving apace. It will be part of we're doing the strategies at the moment for the various sectors. It will feature in the official government response. There's two policy concerns, one action. It's probably the best way I can rapidly describe it. We're concerned about the inputs into music or screen or literature being stolen. What is the return that goes to the people on which these, for example, the large language models are built? And also the outputs being licensed in the long term in ways that are inappropriate. So people being told we'll only pay you if you sign away your rights for a long period of time about what this is used for. Both of those are of concern. I'm already seeing examples, for example, in the screen sector, where some of the big international firms are starting to ask this for the first time of Australian-based operators, and it is of real concern. The action that I would start to flag is, look, this should be of policy concern to all of us as a parliament, and certainly as a government. And of course the government will have a view about what's appropriate and not appropriate. Of course those things will inform how we fund in future.
Are there any discussions happening between your government and the federal government around where this may intersect, that they might have to step in and take some action as well, given that it's not just a state-based problem? And obviously if we're dealing with international companies that are putting these requests on our artists, they're probably going to have to step in as a case of, it might intersect with trade agreements and stuff like that.
Yeah, look, in a big wild world as this is unfolding fast, it'd be better if this is done nationally, but it doesn't mean that the state has no obligations here, and that's why I draw attention to the funding lever particularly. If we are funding, it's appropriate for us to ask, look, what are the AI arrangements? What are the licensing and intellectual property arrangements here? Are we comfortable with them? So the federal government's doing some good work. I think the challenge for all of us, the Parliament, the federal and state governments, is how quickly this is changing. Can I just assure you too, Mr Banasiak, that Baroque music is covered? Your advocacy for it is, as ensured, it is actually covered in that panel.
The Baroque shooters of the world will be pleased.
What's your favourite?
Baroque song? That's niche. Okay,
thank you.
Ms.
Thank
Ward,
you, Chair.
Just one question.
Thank you, Minister. Can I come back to jobs? How do you define a job as Jobs Minister?
I tend to take the traditional definition of someone being employed. I note the complexities around this when it comes to the issues around unemployment, underemployment that you were drawing attention to earlier. So that's obviously a...
so, sorry, you define it as someone being employed. Is that
Yes,
your answer?
yeah.
Okay.
Someone
and
being
how
in
does
paid
the Jobs
employment.
Plus program define a job?
Look, I'm sure we could get
Sorry,
the...
okay.
I'm sure I would be happy to table the guidelines for
Just
the
the
jobs.
definition would
No,
be-
no.
would
Well,
be
I'd be
helpful.
happy to table the guidelines, which contain all that detail, including any of the relevant definitions for
No
you.
definition.
Thank you, Minister. Can, in the minute we have, I will hear the themes from the music festivals
great.
review now.
Yeah, no, so Chair, what I can tell you is here are some emerging themes from the review. It's yet to be released, but this gives you some sense of what has been found, not by myself, but by the agencies as they've started to work on this. Firstly, safety operations and practices have improved at higher risk music festivals since the Act was introduced. Although other states and territories have regulatory frameworks for festivals, music festivals in New South Wales are the most highly regulated. While safety management plans have been an effective tool to manage risk, it has evolved away from the Act's initial focus on medical and harm reduction matters. There is duplication in the regulatory framework, with some agencies having multiple touchpoints in the planning and approval process. The government decision-making processes under the regulatory framework need to be more supportive, transparent and consistent. And finally, that the framework has resulted in significantly higher costs to operate festivals in New South Wales as opposed to other states and territories. So that gives you some sense of where the review is heading. Obviously, there's a lot more detail, and the government will be indicating its response to those initial directions.
Thanks so much, appreciate it. We will... does the government have questions? No. That means we will break now and for morning tea, and we'll be back at 11:15.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good, thank you so much. Okay, all right, so before we get back into questions, we will ask Ms Mildwater and Ms Lamb to do the swearing in process. So starting with you, Ms Lamb.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Caroline Lamb, and I'm the Chair of the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Mildwater.
Elizabeth Mildwater, Secretary of the Department of Creative Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. We'll proceed straight to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Welcome back. Minister, is it the government's intention to two-way toll the Harbour Bridge and tunnel?
Look, the government's position on this is very clear. We've received the...
So is it yes or no?
The government's position on this is very clear. We've received the report from the independent reviewers for the toll review. The government's yet to release the government response. The Premier's been really clear publicly that the government's yet to make a decision about that, as the former government was.
So yes or no?
Well, the government's yet to make a decision about that.
So you can't guarantee that you won't two-way toll the Harbour Bridge?
Look, I've spoken about this extensively publicly. The review, 2 reviews now have found that the old system, where motorists in Western Sydney are charged in 2 directions and their tolls go up every year or every quarter, is in contrast to the harbour crossings, where motorists are charged in 1 direction and their tolls did not go up for 14 years. The point the reviewers made, and this is their point, not the government's point, is that if you were going to rebuild a network toll, it'd be very difficult to do it on those old principles where there's very much 2 contrasting systems. The government's yet to respond to that review.
Thank you. All right, when will the response be made public?
Look, I'm not setting out the specific time for that, but it will certainly be
this year?
before. Yeah, it will certainly be this year that we're expecting the government to respond.
Thank you.
And that some of the other deadlines are well known.
All right, thank you. So will you guarantee the revenue from the Harbour Bridge and Tunnel won't be sent over to Transurban to pay for toll reform?
Look, I think that's an extremely hypothetical question, so I don't think that's in prospect. In the way you're describing, but it's very much a hypothetical at the moment, so I'm not quite sure what you indicate. The government did make an election commitment.
That's no.
The government made an election commitment prior to the election that any of that revenue from the harbour crossings would be dedicated towards toll relief. We had some commitments in that space, yeah.
All right, so will the tolls raised go to Transurban or not?
Look, I'm not going to... I should say where we're up to in the process, and I think this will be of use to members. The government has now initiated a direct dealing process with Transurban and the concessionaires in order to act on the recommendations of the review.
I have limited time and I'm aware of the process, so I will move on. So your election commitment was to not toll both ways, that's correct, isn't it?
Well, firstly, just on your previous question, if you were aware of the process, you'd be clear why I can't, why there's some things I can't
Minister,
comment on while that direct deal process
I'm asking you the question. That was not my question. What I'm asking you is what
sorry,
you will...
Ms Ward, I am responding to your previous question. If
that wasn't my question, Minister.
If you're aware of the direct dealing process, you'd be aware that there are now some things I can't comment on in relation to that.
But Minister, that wasn't my question. My question was, do you intend to two-way toll it? And if not, can you answer that? When you will guarantee the funding for that won't go to Transurban? There hasn't been an answer on either of those, but I'll move on because it just doesn't seem to be an answer. So where can I find the government's response to the interim report of the toll review?
The government will respond to both the interim report and to the final report of the toll reviewers together, and that report will be released publicly.
Yep.
That was the government response that you were just asking about previously, and I'd indicated will be by the end of the year, but I won't be more specific about the timing.
Okay. Which organisation did the modelling for the Fells review?
The modelling for the independent toll review.
The traffic modelling.
Yeah. I'll refer the specifics about the modelling to the agency. Obviously,
I'm just interested in which organisation did that modelling.
No, I understand the question. I'll just make this point and then I'll hand to the agency to answer that question. There's obviously been significant support from Transport and Treasury, and then there's been a number of specific consultants. That's all available publicly, by the way, but I'll refer to the agency either
Well,
to
I
the
have
Secretary
time in the
or-
afternoon. I just want the specific company that's doing the traffic modelling.
Great. So I'm happy to either refer now or in the afternoon. It's all public, but if you'd like us to confirm it now, we can.
Yep. You're happy for me to, yeah, so it was publicly disclosed on the 13th of November. Clarity Consulting undertook that work.
Yep. What's the background of Clarity Consulting? Have they been used by the New South Wales Government before?
I would have to check on that. Yep.
Minister, Mr Murray, does anyone know? Have you used Clarity Consult before?
I'm not aware of their background, but we can take that on notice.
Minister, you're not familiar with them?
I'm not familiar with their particular background. I wasn't involved in the selection process for it. So.
Okay. Can we get that answer today, as Mayor's Mr Murray?
Well, we'll take it on notice, and if we can supply something helpfully today, we'd be happy to do it, but we're taking it on notice at this point.
So no one knows who they are. No one knows if we've used them before. Do you have confidence in their modelling?
Well, can I just stress, any of these consultants went through a formal government procurement process. So, as you know, as a former minister, those are rigorous. If you've got any questions about that procurement process or any concerns about it, I'd certainly be keen to hear.
But Minister, you're the minister in charge. This is your landmark reform. You went to the election with it. You've got people doing traffic modelling for you, and no one can seem to know who they are, whether they've been used before. I'm asking you yes or no.
Well,
do you have confidence in
if
them?
the suggestion is that the minister should be choosing the traffic consultant, I think that's totally inappropriate.
I think you'd want to know, though, wouldn't you?
That is not the role of
All right.
a minister. These are government procurement processes. We're happy to get you the information.
Sure.
I mean,
All
it's
right.
publicly available. I just stress that again.
You've said that a few
But
times. Thank you. I'll move on. I'm just limited for
I
time,
make the
Minister,
point.
if I may.
I believe
I'll move on.
it'd be inappropriate for me to take the path you're choosing.
I think, though, you should be able to have confidence in the organisation that is doing pretty important work for you. Mr Murray, do you have experience with this organisation?
No, I don't, Ms Ward.
Okay. Ms Drover, do you have experience with this organisation?
No, I don't.
Okay. Ms Mayers, do you have any experience with this organisation?
Through the toll review,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Okay. The first time you've used them?
I said I would check where they've been used before, but they, as the Minister stated, we did go through a full procurement
Sure,
process.
but I'm just asking, have
That
you
would
dealt with them
looked at their
before? Yep.
background. Not other.
No? Okay, so no one has experience with these people. Minister, will you release the traffic modelling that underpins the Fells tolling report?
Look, the independent reviewers have released a great deal of detail in those two reports. I hope you've read them, Ms Ward, but if you have...
It's not about me, Minister, it's your estimates.
I hope
will you
you'll,
release the traffic modelling?
I hope you'll realise how much detail is already in those reports.
Sure. Will you release the traffic modelling?
I'm happy to consider that. Obviously, at this moment, that'd be a totally inappropriate thing to do. You'd be compromising these
It's not
states.
confidential, Minister. The modelling is not confidential. It informs the report. I would have thought that it's a yes or no. Will you release it or not?
Ms Ward, we're in a direct deal negotiation with a publicly listed company. The idea that the government would release all the information it holds about the particular traffic model publicly without appropriately having regard to that
But I'm
consultation
not asking for all of the
is
information.
totally
I'm asking about the
inappropriate.
traffic modelling.
We
that
certainly
informs
won't
those
be
facts.
doing that. We certainly won't be
You will not.
compromising the state's
Why not?
interests while that negotiation's ongoing.
Well, what are you hiding in that traffic modelling, Minister?
Well, we're protecting the state's commercial interests, the interests of taxpayers who've been left paying $195 billion worth of tolls.
And surely those
under the
drivers
contract-
deserve to know what the
under
modelling
the
is.
contracts your government
Surely
signed.
those drivers deserve to know.
Yeah, and that's why I say I'm open to considering releasing that information down the track, but it's exactly the wrong time to ask that question.
Minister, are you personally involved in the negotiations with Transurban?
No, the direct deal negotiations that have been established involve a negotiator on behalf of the government.
Who's that?
that process for selecting that negotiator is underway. I can ask the officials to update on precisely where we're up to, but that
All right.
person will be selected
So have
shortly.
you met with Transurban personally on it?
I'm just answering your previous question at the moment. So there will be a negotiator who's driving that negotiation.
Yep, said that.
In the consultation structures around it, obviously ministers in the government do have a role there to set the negotiating parameters.
Sure, but I'm asking
and
you
the
about your
negotiation.
involvement, not other ministers. So can you clarify, have you met with them? Because I want to know who in this room can I talk to about toll reform? Is it you or is it someone else?
I'll just finish making that point. I am formally involved in that direct negotiation process, not in the negotiation, but through the advisory processes to it, in order to set the parameters and set the policy frameworks.
All right, so if
I certainly, I'm coming to your question. I would, of course, I certainly have met with Transurban along the way. And discussed toll reform with them up to this point.
Sure, but just
I
to
won't
clarify,
be meeting with them to discuss matters that are in the direct deal while the direct deal is negotiating, and they're the normal
all right,
arrangements.
so you're not in the
apply.
room, that's correct. Someone else is. So what is the policy framework that you're talking about?
Look, that's being established by government at the moment. I think you're referring specifically here to the negotiation principles that we might apply in that direct deal. That's being set by the government at the moment. Obviously, that'll be discussed in the direct deal itself. So I'm happy to... I think what we should do is take that on notice so that I can tell you as much as I can tell you without tripping over the very strict confidentiality arrangements that apply.
All right, let's move
to
on
this.
to what
And there's a
we
real
can
balance
talk about
there.
today, given we've got very limited time, so let's talk about what we can. So in relation to Mr Fell's report, is it the government's intention to follow either of the two models proposed in the report by Mr Fells or follow the Transurban proposal?
I'll just make the point I was making was there is a real balance here to be struck about what we can say publicly so as not to compromise the public interest in the negotiation. In relation to the models, there's three public positions that have been advocated for. The reviewers put out two models, to what they described as bookmarks, to the a potential toll reform intervention, and then Transurban and the concessionaires have advocated publicly.
Minister, I'm sorry, I do have limited time. I know that there's three. I've asked you which one the government intends to follow. It's a yes/no. Either you don't know or you're not going to say, but I don't need the reiteration about what the reports are. Will you follow Mr Fell's recommendation or the Transurban proposal?
Well, Ms Ward, firstly, this is one of the most complex reform processes that the government is involved in. With respect, it is not a yes/no answer.
Okay.
The idea that you
no.
could answer yes or no to the complexities of toll reform...
I'm just asking which one you're pursuing.
Yeah,
is it
and
Mr Fell's recommendation or is it the Transurban? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and I'm very happy to answer it, but you cannot ask me to answer yes or no to a toll reform question given the complexity. I'm very happy to run through the government's approach, though, on these matters.
I'm just asking about the two models by Mr Fells or the Transurban, and it doesn't seem... All right, I'll move on.
No, can I be clear? I'm very happy to answer what the government's position is on those, if you'd like me to.
Sure, which one?
Yeah, so what we've said is they are both on the table. We will look at the reform model, and we're also open to the concessionaires putting a model on the table which is more focused on corridors. Both of those, the government's indicated publicly, will be part of the negotiation.
Okay.
The government's clear preference is to have a negotiation if possible, given that the concessionaires have now come forward and said they believe it might be possible to reach an in-principle agreement by the end of the year. If that's the case, I think the government should certainly be open to that.
To the Transurban proposal?
Well, I think it's inaccurate to describe it as the Transurban proposal. It's advocated for by Transurban and the concessionaires.
Okay, I'll move on. You previously stated, Minister, and I quote, drivers will absolutely be better off under toll reform. Otherwise, we won't be proceeding with the particular recommendation. That's your words. Can I ask you this? Will all Western Sydney drivers benefit from toll reform?
Yeah, well, I think that I support you'll be surprised to hear I support my previous comments. We wouldn't proceed with toll reform if we couldn't show a benefit, and I think no one believed it was possible to reform tolls. But the review has found it's possible. Now the concessionaires are saying it's possible.
But will all Western Sydney drivers benefit from toll reform?
The focus for the... drivers will benefit. Western Sydney drivers will benefit.
All of them?
If we can reform tolls. The Premier's been even more specific than that about who we're trying to help. And that is particularly people who are driving long distances, driving often, don't have access to public transport, and that's who we're looking to tip the system in favour of. Okay. Both the reviewers and the concessionaires now say that's possible. That's good news.
That's a no. The network toll restructure proposal by Mr Fells shows that drivers along the M7 corridor would be worse off under Mr Fells' proposal. Would that be an acceptable outcome in future toll reform?
Yeah, I think the Mr Fells, Professor Fells and Dr Cousins have both been clear that those bookmarks are really important markers so that the public can see how a reform might take, but there's further modelling that needs to be done to finalise the arrangements. So I think it's unlikely that, and this is Professor Fells' view, you're not going to land in either of those specific positions. But
Minister, with respect, these are specific questions in relation to that these communities are concerned about. Are drivers going to be worse off on the M7? And if they are, is that a good outcome?
Look, I think I've been as clear as I can be about that modelling which you're asking about. That modelling specifically, this is what Professor Fells says, won't be adopted. It's a very good guide to how we might start to tip the system. It's not the final answer. It won't be the final landing.
Mm-hmm. Page 348 of the Fells report shows that drivers in Liverpool and Fairfield LGA pay the most relative to other areas in Sydney under the current environment. Under one of the proposals by Mr Fells, they would pay more. Why would government look to increase tolls on the people who already pay the most?
Yeah, I think you're referring to one of the bookmarks where, for example, there's no government intervention in the way there is at the moment with any money available to supply to assist drivers with tolls. Again, that's an unlikely outcome. That's not the government's view. That's Professor Fells' view. But it is in the report to describe... it's helpful guidance as to what happens without tipping any taxpayer money into the deal and scrapping all toll relief. I think that I would describe that as... I won't put words in Professor Fells' mouth.
No,
however, that's a very unlikely outcome.
That's what he thinks. Okay, so Mr Fells' proposal of the network toll restructure and reduction proposal includes over $650 million annual expenditure to deliver. Is that quantum of annual funding on the table for the government?
Again, I'll direct you to Professor Fells' view on this, but again, that's a very unlikely landing, but it is a really powerful guide as to how much toll reform could shape prices in Sydney and what happens. These are bookmarks. Fells himself made the sensible point that you'll land somewhere in the middle. So, no, that amount is not available, but neither is it being sought by the independent reviewers as they put their position publicly.
All right, well, if that's not on the table, do you have a cap of annual funding that the government is prepared to utilise, or is that up in the air?
Well, I think it would be inappropriate to disclose that in the middle of a direct deal negotiation with concessionaires and Transurban, and I won't be doing that.
Okay. Is Mr Fells still involved in the toll reform process?
Mr Fells was, just as I sat down to take your first question, was calling me on my phone and I very rudely ignored him. We're certainly in close communication.
Is he still involved, Minister? I've got 2 minutes, less than.
Yes, it's the government's intention that Professor Fells and David Cousins continue to be engaged in some way in the toll reform.
All right, is he still being paid by taxpayers?
Not as we sit here today.
But it's the intention to continue his engagement.
We haven't settled the terms.
Sure, but your intention
engagement.
is, I think it's not a trick. You've just said he will continue to be involved. Presumably, that's on a paid basis.
No, I don't think you should make that assumption. But we're yet to settle I have briefed the agency. Mr. Fells has just called. We're yet to settle any terms. But
presumably he's not doing it for free.
I'm not. I don't think you should have any assumptions
Is it a bookmark as well? The Treasurer has previously
I'm not
ruled
certain
out
how to
concession
answer that.
extensions. The Treasurer has previously ruled out concession extensions in your toll reform. Under Labor, are concession extensions on or off the table for toll reform?
Well, look, the government response, as I've indicated, hasn't been published. I thought the review report discussion around this was, I thought really...
Just on or off, Minister. I'm sorry, we have 30 seconds left. Concession extensions, are they on or off the table?
Well, I think it's very difficult to summarise a complex reform in on or off, yes or no. I direct you to the review. Its observations about when concession extensions might play a role was, I think, a really important set of principles.
Will you privatise future toll revenue to support toll reform?
Sorry, you'll have to put that question to
Will
me
you
again.
privatise future toll revenue to support toll reform?
Ms Ward, I'm not sure I understand where you're heading with this question. However, it'd be inappropriate of me
Via
to
concession
disclose...
extensions is what I mean.
It'd be inappropriate of me to disclose any of the government's bargaining parameters in public.
You won't answer
Order,
any questions
order,
on the topic
order.
at all.
You get
You're not
your
answering
turn
anything.
soon, Ms Ward, again, but it's the crossbenchers' time. Minister, are there any plans to convert the Museum of Sydney into an Indigenous cultural centre?
Well, there certainly have been plans, and we've discussed them here, plans under the former government where after the, and I think these are well canvassed in public, that after the attempts to do that elsewhere had failed, there had been a direction that the Museum of Sydney should become the place where this occurs. I have taken a different approach in government. I'm keen to see the Museum of Sydney recognise the important Indigenous heritage of the city, but I think it would be too much of a burden to have it be the only place that happened. That's both true because of its size, but it's also true given its history. It was not the right place to...
So are you looking for a new site for a dedicated cultural centre in terms of Aboriginal cultural heritage?
Yeah, we've established that as a goal in the government's 10-year creative industries policy. We've said, look, there is a real gap in Sydney. We do want it filled. So that is the government's long-term aspiration. We'll update about how we want to tackle that soon. But it certainly is something where we'd like it to be more accessible to people who live here or people who visit, to be able to accept the generous offer of First Nations people to share their knowledge.
So that's a 10-year plan. You said that the site, for a site to be chosen, or a 10-year plan for the whole idea of a dedicated Indigenous cultural space to be agreed upon by the government, what exactly are you going to commit to in that 10-year plan?
Yeah. Look, that'll obviously be the subject of close consultation with First Nations communities, so I don't want to set out a government view about how to get there. Here's you've drawn attention...
I think, Minister, to be fair, it's agreed by First Nations people, the traditional custodians of this land, that a dedicated cultural space is warranted. I think that can be agreed on.
And that's why it's in the policy.
Okay, but it's in the policy, the question was, it's in the policy that a site will be chosen or that it will be agreed to and built? That New South Wales should have such a centre. So it's an aspiration in a 10-year policy at this point?
Look, it is from a... You might come to that conclusion publicly, but the government will be setting out a path over the next period of time about how we intend to get there. We certainly won't be waiting till the 10 years. The challenges, to put them briefly, are space, the one you've just drawn attention to. Should it be in a particular place, and where should that be? And should it just be in one place? And also the capacity to be able to program such a space. And we'll be looking at both those as part of a plan to fulfil that goal that's set out in the policy. We'll be setting out a plan to do that.
So even under the coalition, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but the coalition had plans, as you are well aware, for a dedicated cultural centre. They've had a number of plans and were saying that they were going to do it, but you're sitting here after being in government for 18 months and can't even commit to saying, yes, we're going to build, we're committed to a Indigenous cultural centre, and we will begin that process of finding a site.
No, I don't accept your characterisation, and I don't regard the current answer as acceptable. That's part of the hurdle here, and I'd be surprised if you did. I just think it's an inappropriate place to the former government's plan, well-intentioned as it was, and I respect exactly why it was chosen, was just the wrong place. I think given the history of colonial settlement, to have the Museum of Sydney be the place that people came to visit this story is the wrong place to solely bear the obligation to do that. That's not to say they shouldn't change their programming, that's well underway, but it was the wrong place. We'll be setting out our plan to reach that goal, but it's an important goal. I think it is a real problem in Sydney that there's not an easy place to learn about the oldest continuous living culture in the world.
Thank you. Minister, you've committed in the past, I think in opposition before the state election, that New South Wales Labor government will release the kind of secret plans, the details that the former coalition government didn't release in relation to the Powerhouse Museum, the Ultimo and Parramatta sites, the secret business cases and the designs that haven't been released, the design briefs for Powerhouse Ultimo. That hasn't been released now by your government. Why not?
Well, we have released important details and documents. We're open to doing more.
For Ultimo?
For Ultimo, yeah. Look, I'm very open to doing more. I'm happy for you might want to do this afternoon, but I encourage you to ask the Powerhouse what additional things could be released. One of the frustrations I have had in trying to work with the community groups who have an interest in this is some of the documents that are being asked for do not exist. So we obviously can't release those, but I'm very open to releasing whatever we can about designs, about plans, and I encourage you to ask some of those questions this afternoon.
So I'm asking the officials whether they can release certain documents. Is that what?
If you want to put specific documents to either me or to the Powerhouse directly that you'd like released, I'm happy to consider that. But I indicate to you the government's view. Our starting point is we're very open to those being released.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to just turn back to actually. With the Tamworth Country Music Festival, are you aware whether that festival has to pay for a police presence?
As I understand it, the Tamworth Country Music Festival does not have to pay for all of its police presence because it is a hallmark festival.
What does a hallmark festival mean?
The information about the way the government deals with major events is available publicly, but some events are classified as hallmark events and are therefore able to achieve either a 100% or a 50% discount for some of the user pay charges that they receive.
So Tamworth Country Music Festival, this was this year, police operation. General Duties officers from Oxley Police District and across Western Region will be assisted by specialist police from the Operation Support Group, Dog Unit, Licensing Police, Bicycle Unit and Traffic and Highway Patrol Command throughout the operation across 10 days. Why does Tamworth Country Music Festival get the special treatment, for example, and be called Hallmark and Blues Fest doesn't?
Look, they're the settings as we've come into government. They're questions best directed to the Premier's Department, which administers that hallmark event status. Certainly I'm aware of the policy and taking a keen interest in it.
Why does the Premier, I'm confused, why does the Premier have something to do with the hallmark event when you're the Minister for all the arts and cultural and music things?
Look, that is historically where it's
And
always
tourism.
sat, in the Department of Premier and Cabinet, now in the Premier's department, and there's an events unit in there that's, or a community unit in there that's responsible for the hallmark policy.
So,
So I can tell you what the setting is.
do you think
as
Blues Fest should be a hallmark event?
as to the history, you'd need to ask.
Do you think
the
Blues
Premier's
Fest? I mean,
department.
is there a reason why Tamworth Country Music Festival is more a hallmark event than Blues Fest in your mind as music minister?
Well, I love them both. I have to.
But this is seriously though, Minister. Blues Fest it's at its last year. Look, it's not in terms of Blues Fest situation. I acknowledge it's not the cost of policing. However, Tamworth Country Music Festival clearly has got a very good deal and is treated in a certain way by this government. Why are they getting special treatment? Something like Blues Fest, our biggest festival, huge on the festival calendar. Why isn't it treated the same?
Well, it's not a matter of it being treated differently by this government. That's the long-term setting we've inherited. It's a good question about those hallmark policies.
Long-term settings, you inherited, and in the meantime, festivals are just dropping like flies around you, including Blues Fest. So you inherited it, but it's 18 months now. You inherited it. You could have overturned it in a month after taking office. Why didn't you?
Well, the question about that policy you've got to direct to the Premier's department. However, I can confirm we've certainly been talking to Blues Fest. We're open to continuing those discussions and keen to assist them, if it's possible to do so, within the normal processes of government.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Benazir.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just join in on the questions around the Powerhouse Museum. Minister, in the operating budget for 2023-2024 was revised from 26.147 million to 33.782 million. Why did we see an increase of 7.6 million for only 7 months of operation, given that those sites were closed in early February?
Look, I would direct that to Lisa Havilar on that specific operational detail. Lisa is here, so if you'd like, I'm happy to either do that now,
No,
Mr. Benazir.
let's do it now. While
Great. So, come on up.
Thank you for that question. The overall operating budget for the powerhouse is $127 million for the 23-24 for this financial year, and that includes us. It supports us to deliver our. Thank you. It supports us to deliver our responsibilities under preparing the museum for the heritage revitalisation. It also includes staffing to program and operate powerhouse sites. It's investment into 6 large-scale exhibitions for the opening of Powerhouse Parramatta in terms of preparation. It includes the delivery of learning programs, events and festivals, including Sydney Science Festival and Sydney Design Week. And it includes the ongoing conservation of the Powerhouse collection. And there are 2 capital items in that, which include the development of solar at Castle Hill and Sydney Observatory heritage restoration.
Okay, thank you. Minister, the President of the Board of the Museum of Applied Arts and Science, Mr. Peter Collins, had his term extended for 6 months to the end of 30th of June this year. Has a new President been appointed to that board, or has Mr. Collins continued in that role?
Mr. Collins, you're correct in observing that his term was extended essentially till the end of the year. We haven't yet selected...
30th of June was my understanding.
Oh, no, his term was extended by, my recollection, but I'm happy to be corrected, is his term was extended by 6 months to the end of the year. I've been grateful for the assistance of Peter Collins and the Trust. I've certainly found his engagement very helpful. There will be a new chair of the Trust after that. That's yet to be selected. And I can indicate that certainly Peter Collins is a former arts minister and a former leader of a parliamentary party in New South Wales, is someone I expect to continue to be relying on for advice in future.
even if he's not in that,
although not in that specific role.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anything preclude him remaining on the board in another role? Are there maximum terms for this board?
Look, there are maximum terms, and look, and while we haven't gone through this process yet, look, there will be a new chair of the Powerhouse Trust, but I have found Peter's advice very, very useful, and I'll be working with him to work out. I won't go into details about that further, but I expect to continue to receive his advice.
Okay. Can I just go to the issue around floor space? The EIS shows a fairly significant reduction in floor space from around 21,000 square metres to probably around 5,100 if you don't include the theatre, which is I think 900 square metres. Can you help explain to people why we're seeing such a dramatic reduction in floor space, given I can't imagine we're getting rid of items? We probably might be acquiring more as history progresses.
You're referring to Ultimo? Yeah. I'll direct the specifics on the floor space to Lisa, but I don't believe those figures are correct. But I might ask Lisa to put the figures to you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, so the current exhibition floor space at Ultimo is 6,850 square metres. After the completion of the heritage revitalisation, the square metre exhibition space will increase to 7,500 square metres.
Okay, does that include the theatre? Potential theatre as part of that exhibition space? Or is that separate?
I'll have to take that on notice and check that for you, but I can come back to you.
Thank you. I might just switch tact for a minute, Minister. Do you have any update for us on the Memorial Drive bypass proposal for an extension down there?
I'm certain we could give you an update. I'll direct to the Secretary just so we get the right official to give you the update.
Ask Ms Mayers to comment on that.
No, could you just repeat that question? Balmoral Drive?
The Memorial Drive,
Memorial
Drive Bulli bypass, the proposal to extend Memorial Drive either to the foot of where Bulli Pass starts or shortly just before that.
Sorry, I don't think I have that information with me. We'll take that on notice if we could.
But we should be able to update in the afternoon.
I might pursue that.
Yeah, good. Yeah, but there is work ongoing. I just want to be able to give you the most recent update. So I think if we do that this afternoon,
Sure. If I go back to yours and Minister Atchinson's announcement in April around the increase in mobile speed camera, I think you're going to increase it to 2,700 new sites, but it's not going to actually increase the number of enforcement hours. How did you come up with those additional 2,700 sites? I'm not asking, obviously, for where those sites are.
Yep.
We'll work that out in due course when we drive past them. But how did you come up with those sites?
Yeah, so just a quick word on the overall settings, and then I might ask Bernard on the detail of site selection, which is quite rigorous. So, firstly, the number of hours is capped at 21,000 hours of enforcement per month on average. That isn't changing. What is changing is where that enforcement happens.
Why is it capped?
Well, that's the current setting for the state, and we're not changing that. What we are changing is where that enforcement happens and spreading it around the state more effectively. What that'll do is mean it can be in some places that probably we're now more concerned about. It'll also mean that some of those concerns about inappropriate site selection at the moment, communities might see that eased where they're uncomfortable about a particular site as we spread it out. But that's the principle. The same amount of enforcement over more locations. The site selection is rigorous. I'll ask Bernard to update.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. The methodology is actually around getting the randomisation of the enforcement activity, and so maximising the number of sites on which you're actually spending about 21,000 hours of enforcement actually provides a stronger deterrent to people as well. And we have had feedback from the community that individual sites they were seeing enforcement activity more regularly than they thought was necessary at individual sites, and so the expansion is actually to achieve that outcome of more randomised. Over the first 3 months, May, July 2024, we've reviewed. We do have a contract in place which was disclosed. We have 500 new sites that have been identified of the 2,700 enforcement sites. They've been focused principally on the northern region of New South Wales to start with. Site selection is expected to conclude in April 2025, and of course we'll publish those sites as we do currently on our website in terms of the locations where enforcement's happening.
Okay. And when you obviously got feedback around the inappropriateness of some of these sites, or they're not being randomised enough, was there any explanation from the contractors as to why they were focusing heavily on particular sites?
So this is simply a matter of not having sufficient sites to actually randomise and to move the enforcement around the state, and so you see more frequency than what we would suggest is actually optimising the program, and so that's why the 2,700 additional sites have been recommended and announced by government. And so this is simply about having more locations that we can rotate the enforcement around.
Okay. And how are you going to track whether these new locations are actually effective in reducing crashes and fatalities? Like, because there's a phenomenon where people see a police officer or a speed camera and they'll slow down, and then once they pass that they resort to old habits. So how are you tracking in and around those locations whether it's actually effective?
Yeah, so at a program-wide level, there's actually an evaluation which is being initiated to actually evaluate the effectiveness of the overall program. Principally, this program, mobile speed cameras, is about getting deterrence across the whole of the road network, not at necessarily at individual sites. So it's meant to provide a deterrent effect 24/7 across the whole of a network to reduce people's speeding behaviour. And there will be a formal evaluation which will be conducted to assess the effectiveness of the program.
Okay, thank you. Go to the opposition, Ms Carter.
Can
Minister,
I, before you do that, Ms Carter, I might just indicate I can give you those specific job numbers that I was referring to. If you'd like me to do that, I'm happy to provide it.
Maybe do that in government time at the end.
We have that in government time, if that's okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Is your government ruling out acquiring the Roxy Theatre from the owner?
Sorry, just repeat the question, Ms Carter, so I can...
Is your government ruling out acquiring the Roxy Theatre from the owner?
No.
So do you have an idea of what the acquisition cost would be if you are going to acquire it?
Yes.
Can you share a rough idea with us, please?
Well, once again, I'm not going to compromise the public interest by confirming to the opposition in open session what a government valuation is.
Okay.
You're just asking us to give out money to private interests with your line of questioning, both on tolls.
We are asking you to fulfil your commitments to arts and cultural space in Parramatta. But with respect to
and
that...
that's an entirely reasonable set of questions as you head down that
With
path.
respect to that, will you be introducing heritage planning laws to including heritage airspace rights to encourage art and cultural uses for the Roxy?
The way I'd answer that for you, Ms Carter, is we're committed to that heritage air rights or heritage floor space scheme, as you know, is a really interesting proposition, and we are committed to exploring taking that outside of the City of Sydney where it exists. That
with respect to the Roxy?
That could include to Parramatta, and if it went to Parramatta, then it could start to become operative for
so I understand
a site such as the one you're drawing attention to.
I understand you said that the business case was complete. How can the business case be complete if you haven't considered the heritage air rights issue?
Well, I haven't said that we haven't considered it. In fact, of course, I've been briefed on that issue, and there's work underway on both those fronts.
Okay. Can I just take you back to the Vivid figures, and you were indicating how popular Vivid was this year. It's true, isn't it, that we have to go all the way back to 2018 to find fewer visitors to Vivid than we saw in 2024, and that there were more than 750,000 fewer people attending Vivid this year than there were last year?
Well, we've just never had as many people turn up on the first night. It's never happened. The most popular ever first night, even when...
Minister, thank you, the first night was popular, but then 850,000 fewer people over the life of Vivid. It indicates that you are either charging too much or that there's a major issue with Vivid. It wasn't actually working for the families of New South Wales.
Well, I don't know if you recall the fact it rained just a little bit, including extremely heavily during the latter part of Vivid. And that did have an impact.
Since 2018 it would have rained during Vivid,
I encourage you to ask the team about the amount of rain that fell on one of those Vivid nights. It was... I think a May or June record, but quiz the team on the details.
It's a winter festival designed to get people out.
Third most popular ever, and I'm not sure why you're trying to talk it down.
I'm not trying to talk it down. I'm trying to work out why it isn't working and whether it's what you're charging families in a cost of living crisis or some other issues. But
well, I categorically reject that it's not working, because talk to the businesses who did get a boost out of it. Talk to the people who did. Talk to the 1.7 million people who came and enjoyed it this time round. Talk to the creatives who were involved. I take your point about involving more, but look, third most popular ever, biggest opening night ever. I don't accept the premise of your question.
Quickly on to some questions in relation to the Electoral Commission. Dr. Phillips testified that because 3 of the 4 submissions that the New South Wales Electoral Commission put in for funding in the current budget were rejected, that he will be forced to, quote, exit staff, he will have less robust cyber security and may have to revert to manual processes for counting. Mr. Graham, what steps are you taking right now to assure the people of New South Wales that their elections will actually be safe and secure?
Yeah, well, firstly, I want to thank Mr. Phillips and the Electoral Commission team for the work they've been doing, and I'm certainly aware of his concerns. I will make sure that you've been directed to the Treasurer's comments in budget estimates, because they were quite important about the budget process that we're going through. The Treasurer's also written to the Electoral Commission, but also, I believe, to the Parliament now, to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, setting out the government's thinking. The concerns with the budget bid, the best way to put it is the concerns with the government with the budget bid from the Electoral Commission were not so much about the bid and the merits of the bid, but about the government's fiscal circumstances. And it's been clear that the Commission will be invited back into a future budget process to assess that. That's very important, given the concerns that you're identifying in the Electoral Commission.
So I understand you to say that you are concerned about the fiscal position of the government, so you just don't have enough money to ensure that there will be adequate cyber security at the New South Wales Electoral Commission. Is that right?
No. Well, I think that's specifically very wrong, because the cyber security part of the budget bid was included. The budget, as you know, includes $15.8 million for over the next 4 years for cyber security enhancements.
But you would be aware of the testimony from Dr. Phillips, where he said because your government rejected 3 out of the 4 of his budget submissions, he will have to exit staff. He will have less robust cyber security and may have to revert to manual processes. This is evidence from your own New South Wales Electoral Commissioner, and that he has been underfunded. So can you assure the people of New South Wales that their elections will be safe?
Yeah, Ms Carter, as if I direct you to some of the spectacular evidence we've had over time from the Electoral Commission and the former Electoral Commission, there are issues here. I'm on record as making that clear. They're long-standing issues and they're yet to be addressed. I acknowledge all of that. The Treasurer set out in writing the government's current position. We will. The Treasurer's made that clear, that the Commission will be invited back to a future budget process. He was careful not to specify exactly when that will be, because there are some deadlines in relation to the staff that I'm well aware of from talking to the Commission. And the point this acting Commissioner and the former Commissioner's made over time is one of the issues is about the number of staff under the current financial model that they're required to keep as
Minister,
temporary.
with respect, you're not really answering the question. I'll put it very simply. As the Minister in charge, will you take responsibility if an election delivery failure occurs at the next election?
Yeah, look, we will address those issues through the budget process. I recognise today that there are significant issues to address, and I direct you to the Treasurer's letter, which is very informative on this matter.
So the Treasurer or you are responsible, Minister?
Well, the government's responsible. The Electoral Commission reports to both the Premier and myself, and the Treasurer is obviously responsible along with the Finance Minister for the budget, but the Cabinet's responsible overall.
Minister,
I'm sorry, Chair, I'm seconding the call. No, it's not your
Order,
turn. Wes.
order,
It's not your turn.
order.
No, it's not your turn. No, it
Order.
has not.
Order. Mr.
Wes?
Fang will go to Ms. Ward. Order. Mr. Fang, I'm giving it to Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I had estimates on Tuesday with the Transport Minister. I was asking about the missing $3 billion.
So point of order is being
You are
taken.
wasting everyone's time, Wes.
Where's Sam?
You are wasting
Order,
my time.
order. Mr. Fang, you are going to speak through me. And just remember, excuse me, I'm addressing this point of order. You are not down on this agenda to even be here today, so I'm being quite tolerant of you wanting to even take a point of order. So what is your point of order?
The point of order is, Chair, that the opposition has allocated time. Now, my understanding is the leadership between the Nationals and the Liberals have
Oh,
agreed
please,
to
that
time.
is not agreed. You know it. Stop wasting my
It is
time.
agreed.
Chair, I ask that
It is
I
agreed.
be able to resume questions. Absolutely not, Wes.
I won't uphold the point of order. Ms. Ward has the call.
Thank you. Minister.
Oh, no, sorry. Okay, Mr. Diaz.
All taking up my time, and I actually have questions about the budget. Someone here has some budget questions.
Ms. Ward, remember what I said earlier today about not shouting.
Listed as a participating member in this proceedings, and therefore has no right to actually be heard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Diadem. Yes, I mean, I'll uphold your point of order similar to my just before that I threw to Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, at estimates on Tuesday with the Transport Minister, Mr. Murray was there at that time. I was asking about the missing $3 billion in this financial year. Do you know anything about that?
You'll just be specific about the part of the budget you're referring to there.
Yeah, sure. There was $20 billion allocated in the last budget. You've had two of them. The 23-24 allocated $20 billion. The budget this year, 24-25, allocates 17. There's a difference of $3 billion. Where's it gone?
So I think you're referring to the total transport capital allocation
CapEx.
for the state. Yeah.
Transport capex, $3 billion gone, 17 this year. Where is it?
Yeah, so I'd make 3 points about that. Firstly, look, this is about what you were spending when it came to your budgets. If you rewind, for example, to 21-22, 18.6,
Minister, I've
16.7 the year before, 16.6, 14.7. In fact, it's higher than much
Where's
of
the
your...
three? What's it gone on?
Well, I'm just indicating, firstly, it's higher than a lot of what you were spending in recent years. Secondly, and I invite you to...
Minister, you can take it on notice if you like. There's a difference of 3. It's a very straightforward question. We'd just like some clarity on where that's gone.
It is a very straightforward question. I'm giving you a very straightforward answer. The second thing I'd direct you to, but you will want to quiz the officials on this, is one of the things impacting this year is a range of transfers between the transport agencies. So if you look at the figures on an eliminated view for the budget, then what you actually see is an increase in the capital expenditure from last year to this year. That's as a result of transfers between the general government sector and the public non-financial corporations. But I invite you to quiz the... I won't attempt to
Minister
explain.
Halen or Mr Murray said. They said it was because projects had come online, Gateway and WestConnex and others, but that doesn't account for $3 billion. We asked for clarity and we're asking you. Does anyone know where this money's gone? Does anyone know where the missing $3 billion is in the budget?
I'm glad you asked me. I'm providing you this information, although I do concur with the answers that the Secretary and the other
I'm going into
officials
bat
gave.
for you, Minister. It's your money for your projects. Where's it gone?
Well, and the final point I'll make, not only is this higher than often the expenditure had been, not only on an eliminated basis is higher, it's generally funding's higher. Road expenditure's up, road capital expenditure's up, funding in Western Sydney is up, road safety funding's up, the amount of federal funding we have in the pipeline is up.
That doesn't
and of
align
course the
with
capital
20 and 17.
expenditure for the budget overall is higher than in any of the coalition budgets. So, but I'd like to refer to
I can deal with Mr Murray in the
just
afternoon.
to
I've got very
confirm
limited
his-
time, Minister, with you and the pleasure of your company. So have any roads projects not currently under contract been reprofiled or have they changed delivery timeline since the last estimate session?
Yes.
Which ones?
That's obviously, we're now moving into a great deal of detail, so...
It's estimates.
Yeah, no, exactly. Why don't you tell me, is there something specific you're interested in?
Yes, I'm interested in whether any roads projects not currently under contract have been reprofiled.
Not currently under contract,
Yep. I'm asking you, Minister, you've got the budget, you're responsible,
Yep.
you're the Minister, this is estimates, you know how it rolls. Have any roads projects not currently under contract been reprofiled or changed delivery timeline since the last estimate session?
Yes.
Which ones?
A range of them. There's obviously that sort of reprofiling or timeline change happens routinely. Some of that's within the published timeframes, sometimes it's not. Obviously that's even more the case for projects that aren't under contract. They're more likely to be, for example, in the planning or design phase, and they're most subject to movement.
That's all hypothesis, and that's great, and that may or may not be. I'm asking you, can you name which projects have changed?
Yeah, I think I will refer the detail of that to the agency, and I'm happy for you to...
Can you name one?
Yes, I certainly could, but I'm referring that to the Secretary.
Ms Ward, with dozens of projects coming into delivery to your category of non-signed contracts, there would be a number of movements within that portfolio. It would be difficult for us to run
Can you name one that
those
has
off the top
changed? Can you get the answer from the agency and provide that today?
I will take it on
You've
notice.
had 48 hours. We asked 2 days ago. It's not a surprise. I would have thought you said, yep, she's going to ask this again. There's some projects there. Have they been reprofiled? Which projects changed timelines?
Well, we do a number of reprofiling during the year based on what comes up through the planning works and the analysis of getting ready for contracting.
Well, the Minister's agreed that it has happened. Are you able to get those details for us today?
Yes, we'll take it on notice.
And I'll make
Will you
this
be able
point,
to
it
provide
happens
that
all the
today?
time in a complex capital program like this. Of course, there's, particularly for the projects you're drawing attention to, there's regular reprofiling or timing shifts. That's
But
not
what's
unusual.
to hide, Minister? There's a range of projects. They're good projects. We want to see them done. If they've changed timelines, what's the great secrecy? What are we hiding here? There's a
if
changed
you've got-
timeline. Let everybody know what's
Well,
going
there's
on.
no secret here, but you're asking a very general question about a $62 billion
I'm asking
capital
you to be
pipeline.
specific.
You'll need to be more specific
All
if
right.
you want to know
I will be.
about a project. That's the issue here. Is it's difficult to provide either a yes or no answer.
No, the leadership have sent your message. You need to acknowledge
Minister, how many
Minister,
projects
well-
with full delivery funding are ready to
Natalie.
go for to tender?
Natalie.
Order,
Rights have
Mr.
indicated-
Mr. Fang, if you
Well,
are
there's been an
substituting
agreement.
into
You can
this
get some
committee,
kind of-
you will
No,
need
no.
to send
There is-
order, Mr. Fang,
This is not
through
agreed.
me. If
This
you're,
is
if
agreed.
Mr.
You need
Fang,
to check.
order, Mr. Fang,
You'll get thrown
I
out.
call you to order for the first time in terms of that behaviour. And if you want to substitute onto this committee, you know the
Well, that-
process.
that
You need
has
to
occurred.
email the committee, and I need to see the email. I continue, Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Minister. How many projects with full delivery funding are ready to go to tender for roads projects in Greater Sydney in this financial year?
I'll just get you to put the question again, just
How
so
many
we get a chance.
projects
How many projects?
with full delivery funding are ready to go to tender for roads projects in Greater Sydney in this financial year? What roads projects have you
Yeah,
got?
well, look,
Ready to
I
go?
can think of 20 off the, or so off the we've been talking about recently, including with the market. One of the things we've been doing is updating the industry about the pipeline. So, for instance, all the ministers were together, along with the agency, convened by the Secretary, with all of the team there to brief on exactly that question. What are we going to tender with? I want to acknowledge that we're building on the practice of the former government in doing that, but it is a really useful process.
Sure. Minister, okay,
We could
I'll
give you
try it
those-
this way.
We could give
Why
you
not try it
those.
this way?
We could give you those details
Again
about
on
the
notice?
industry.
Again at some time in the future, that'd be great. If we could get that today, that would be helpful. Then I
Those
can ask in
matters-
the afternoon.
Those matters were put online with the in-motion pipeline event at the end of July when we took
So
that to
how
the
many,
market.
which
Yeah,
projects
so we
will go
could
to...
direct. They're all
Minister,
public. We can direct you to the.
Well,
but it's a great example.
Which projects with full funding will go to tender this year, this financial year? Can you name them?
We've briefed publicly to industry on these, so we
Order.
certainly could provide that. We certainly could provide that.
Mr. Fang, I'll call you to order for the second time.
Can Ms Drover help? Ms Drover,
Good luck.
how many projects with full delivery funding are ready to go to tender for those roads projects in this financial year?
There are quite a number, so I'll have to take that on notice to get you the exact number. But
Thank you,
the
Ms
Epping
Mayor.
Bridge Road, for example, is the EOI is going out today.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over all of the chatter. I'm very
There's going to be a
interested.
lot of chatter, I suspect.
Sorry, Ms Drover,
I
do you mind saying
I
that?
take that on notice because there are quite a few.
Okay.
But I did want to note that the Epping Bridge
Epping
Road
Bridge.
project is going out today. The EOI is released
Excellent. That's
Today?
pleasing news. Wonderful. There you go. You learned
Just
something.
today.
See, estimates
Well, we
is very
briefed-
useful.
We
Thank you.
briefed at the
There we go, Epping
session
Road.
about it to the industry, and then just
they're
today.
So we'll get that back
trying to run my
today.
election,
Is
but
that
it ain't gonna
possible,
help them.
Mr Murray, to get that some of those projects today, or an indication? There's lots of people, I'm sure, watching who are keen to tell
Yes,
everybody what your projects are.
given members of this panel here were present at that, I know we produced a lot of documents around those available projects that were coming to market with full funding, and we'll see what we can get back to you.
They think this is going to help
sorry,
speak
can I just
them,
get
but
clarity
nothing's
on
going to
that?
stay
Go, Ms Wood.
Are you able to get that today, or will you take that on notice and provide that within the 21
I'll
days?
take it on notice, but as I always try to do, I'll get something
Thank
back.
you, and we do appreciate it
if
when you do get answers back today, and the Minister's been very helpful doing that today, so I appreciate that.
Speaking of
All right,
helpful-
were any new projects funded in this budget that does not include federal funding of those projects? Any of those state funding only?
If the question is, are there projects in the capital program in this budget that are state funded only, the answer is yes.
Yep. Okay, and can you get those to us on notice as well, please?
They'll be included in the former list that you asked for, which is what is ready
Terrific.
to come to market.
Great. You're doing good things, building good roads. Let's know all about them. And if their timelines have changed, let's know. I'm interested, though, in new projects for this year. Can you include or name any new roads projects, Minister, for this year?
Yeah, look, two of the biggest ones on my radar are really what we've been able to do in putting extra funding into Elizabeth Drive. We've taken that from a $200 million project to an $800 million project. And Mamre Road Stage 2, Mamre Road Stage 1 well underway, but Mamre Road Stage 2 is a $1 billion project that'll unlock a whole lot of information. Both of those, I'll note, have been delivered with Commonwealth assistance, but it's meant the state putting in extra funding in the budget. They're big roads priorities.
You're kidding with 5 seconds.
Order, Mr. Fang. I'm going to call you to order for the third time. So what that means under our new committee rules, because your behaviour has been untenable, frankly, that I'm sorry to do this to you, Minister, and the officials. In fact, I'm sure you're fine with it. But we have to go into a deliberative now.
Okay.
So if all of the members, this is a private committee meeting. I'm sorry to do this. However, these are the new rules for disorderly conduct in committees. If you could please, as quickly as possible, and hopefully you will be back reasonably soon. Any member of the committee who is not a substantive member of the committee also needs to leave the room. Okay, thank you for your patience. The committee has resolved to remove the Honourable Wes Fang until 2 p.m. today. So we will proceed with questions from crossbench. Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you, Minister. I wanted to start by asking you about motorised mobility devices on our footpaths, which I understand falls within your portfolio responsibilities. New South Wales is a bit of an outlier on this, in that we're only allowing these MMDs up to an unladen mass limit of 110 kilograms, whereas the Austroad, Standards Australia and National Transport Commission all think it should be 170 kilograms, because these wheelchairs are getting so much more sophisticated, more people are using them. There's this kind of disconnect now between our outdated road regulations or New South Wales road rules and the reality for many people living with disability in our state. Will you revise those rules?
Yeah, look, I think I'm certainly aware of the issues, and I've had both advocates raise it, and it has been discussed in some of the national forums as well, I'm aware. It is a complex interaction of the ministerial responsibilities. So Minister Halen's leading on some aspects of this. I have some responsibilities under the Roads Act, is my understanding. So might be, and Minister Halen leads at the ITM process, although we all, that's the national transport ministers, but we all obviously coordinate across the transport team. It might be best if we get the agency to update you in the first instance, either this afternoon if you want to do it then or now.
Yeah, I'll do it this afternoon.
Yeah, good. So let's refer that to the officials this afternoon. But yeah, I recognise the issue you're raising.
And the other one that we're an outlier on is that we require users of these devices to register them or get a licence, and I think we're only just one of 2 states that do that. The argument made, which I think is a really good one, is that it's quite discriminatory when other footpath users don't have to register to use a footpath, but effectively these people do simply because they're in a wheelchair. Is that something you would also look into? Yeah, look, I'm certainly happy to consider that further. I think I suggest you talk to the officials this afternoon. I'll pay close attention to the dialogue afterwards, but I'm happy to look some more at the issue, given you're raising it here. Thank you. I asked a question on notice in relation to the works on the route between the 2 buildings of the Art Gallery of New South Wales now, and part of that upgrade of that facility has resulted in there being a loss of accessibility and a really long path that people have to take in order to get from one area to the other without stairs. I asked about this and I got an answer back that was a little bit disappointing, because it didn't refer to people with accessibility needs, but rather just spoke generally about public access to that path. Has it been completed yet? It was supposed to be completed a year ago. When will we get accessibility at the new art gallery?
Yeah, if I am correctly answering for the area you're asking about, it is still ongoing. I agree that's not on the timeline that had originally been discussed, but this is quite an exciting project that will really complete the 2 galleries, and best not rushed. However, we are expecting that to be this year. I might direct you to Michael Brand, the director, who's here this afternoon, and he could give you some more specific details.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, look, again, I acknowledge the issue you're raising. That's the timeline that we're expecting. That's the most recent briefing I've received.
Because it would be good to, I guess, if, I understand that, there is, I think it's Jonathan Jones who's doing that work, and I understand the importance of that. But at the moment, the route to sort of create any form of accessibility is actually a little bit absurd.
Yes, understood.
There could perhaps be other solutions put in place, but my understanding is that's not been considered. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, I encourage you to ask Michael Brand. I'll formally take on notice the question about is there an interim solution we could use in the meantime, and we'll come back to you formally on that. And that's the timing that we're expecting, and that should lead to a more permanent answer.
Thank you. In relation to, I'm sure you've been following the reporting on the sort of systemic sexual harassment and gendered violence in the sort of nightclub space and these sort of both restaurants and bars, but also clubs where a huge number of people are now reporting that their experiences of sexual assault and harassment are not being dealt with, and there is a particularly an environment where you're told that the customer is always right, that a lot of these complaints from people are going uninvestigated. Given that's partially within your portfolio responsibilities, what are you doing as Minister to clean that up?
Yeah, look, firstly, I'm really concerned about the reports, as anyone would be looking at this. I'll make a couple of points. Firstly, we're about to relaunch I'll make this point. In the same way that people have got a right to a safe night out in the city, if you're working in hospitality or entertainment or working after dark, you've got a right to a safe workplace. I think that's the principle from a government point of view, and I am aware that safe work is involved now in some of these matters, but that should be the expectation. We will drive that into the broad policy approach of the government as we refresh the nighttime economy strategy shortly. It'll have a big turn to add nighttime workers into the focus of that strategy, and part of that is about the safety issues for workers at night, including these sorts of issues. People being harassed, people being assaulted. It's not acceptable, and it should be a key focus of government's policy. Thirdly, it's obviously been the subject of briefings and action by the government. One of those actions is the Nighttime Commissioner has convened a range of the hospitality groups, and I'm sure Mike would be interested to give you more detail in the afternoon or now, but to really talk about what we can do given the nature of these allegations. My expectation is that industry does have a collective role to play to make sure that nighttime workers are safe, and the government expects them to step up to the plate to do that.
Thank you. I'll come back in the afternoon for some more details, but I'll pass back to my colleague.
Okay, great. Thank you. Minister, I just wanted to turn to, you mentioned the nighttime economy and reforms around that, and the relationship between businesses and the police, particularly the licensing police. Is there like a round table or an all-of-government group that where you are able to work with police around the new changes, around encouraging, businesses to be able to stay open late, the fact that you've set this agenda within government and you want more businesses to open late and put more offerings on? Are you communicating with the police, the licensing police, about that, and how?
Yeah, look, in the first round of vibrancy reforms that the government brought through last year, and we've said we'll come to the Parliament again by the end of the year, so we'll be looking for help and support to drive further changes. It is complex. There's about 10 agencies involved in government. It's a really complex coordination process. I can confirm police are at the table. I want to thank in particular the Commissioner for taking a personal interest in this, along with the Police Minister. We wouldn't be able to make the changes we have made so far, or the changes we're intending to make, and bring them to the Parliament if that hadn't been the case. So they're certainly actively involved in those changes.
Okay, I just wanted to just bring to your attention an individual situation which I'm told is not a unique situation, with a business in King's Cross trying to get an event up. I've been contacted by the management of Club 77 in William Street, King's Cross, who have had an event proposal called Sundays at 77. They have had quite a few problems. They say harassment, essentially, by King's Cross Police Licensing Division over quite some time. They've given me quite an extensive list of interactions with the licensing division, King's Cross Licensing Division, including one conversation with one of the officers who phoned the owner at 7:25 a.m. on a Monday after this event on the Sunday, which goes all night, which is an interesting choice, who said to him at that time, questioned him on why they were doing an event like this, and said that it's not worth it and why are we wasting our time on it, actively discouraging Club 77 in terms of doing that. Do you think that's reasonable?
Look, I'm broadly aware that there have been issues there recently, but I don't know the details, and I haven't been...
or allegations of issues, do you mean? Or
yeah, I'm aware that they had struck some trouble recently, but I'm not aware of the details, and I haven't been briefed on it, so I'm a little bit hesitant to comment on the specific details. But look, it's...
Would you commit to, at least you or your office, engaging with Club 77 to find out what is going on with King's Cross Licensing? Because I do... I've spoken with this venue multiple times, been there myself, and it does seem as though they are being harassed by King's Cross Police.
Yeah, I'd certainly be happy to receive more details. I'd ask the Commissioner to investigate this matter and see what we can do to help. We can't afford to lose more venues. Certainly over the years, this has been a good venue. I can't comment about what they're up to very recently, but I'm certainly happy to hear some more. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Minister, the National Art School master plan for renovations hasn't been funded in this budget, as I understand it. Why not?
Look, we can get you some detail on the National Art School and their funding. We can't... there's so many good projects in the cultural space. We can't fund them all. Is perhaps one way to sum it up. But there's some exciting plans underway at the National Art School. But they're working through the process of being able to work out a way to properly fund them all and stage them. So really, that process is still ongoing. You could definitely ask Create to give you the next level of detail below that, though.
Okay, all right, we'll come back to that. So kind of in the similar vein, the Australian Museum Stage 3 Master Plan, is that to be funded?
Look, we haven't. We have announced in this budget some additional capital funding for the Australian Museum. We haven't announced funding for that ambitious project. The museum has again got some big plans, some very exciting plans, but I would direct you to the agency if you want to know precisely where those are up to in the process.
Well, yes, because I do want to know whether it's been funded, and then if it hasn't, I'll come back to you, Minister, on the politics of it in terms of why hasn't it been funded?
Yeah, no, I don't believe we funded the Stage 3 in the budget. We did fund the Spirit House proposal. You'll see that in the budget papers, but I might refer that to the Secretary in the first instance.
Yeah, that's right. So we have funded some work on a business case for off-site storage, which is a precondition to completing the master plan. So we're doing the business case. We've funded some business case work this year.
So the business case is just for off-site storage?
Off-site storage for the wet collections, First Nations collections and Pacifica collections. They have them spread over a few sites, and we need to find a solution for where each of those would go first before any broader changes can be made to the museum footprint.
Right. Is that because if the business case, if it suggests that it's too difficult, then
It's not about
confusing why a master plan wouldn't be done at the same time.
It's not about it being too difficult. There's a few choices as to how that storage is done, whether it all goes to one place. They're using some facilities out at Ryde, whether that moves first. There's a few choices in there to do first.
Okay, thank you. I might come back with some of the other questions around funding and everything later. Minister, the Power Up Festival at White Bay Power Station, do you know whether that is planned to become a regular feature, or in your view was it a one-off?
Firstly, my engagement is very much to ensure that we keep this site for cultural use. That's the government's intention, and it's very exciting to have this incredible site right where a metro is going to be for cultural use, and we're in the phase where we're experimenting with a range of things to see what works.
Does that include, so in terms of cultural use, are you thinking also a potential art gallery, cultural space as well? I know that some in the local community are very keen for that as well.
Yeah, look, I think the philosophy at the moment is to experiment and see what works. That's going to involve a wide range of uses, and then we'll see what actually brings people in, what works well in the space. The key principle, though, is we want this space to be a new cultural space for the city, and that's very exciting. This is bigger than the Tate Modern, the actual shell. A range of challenges getting access to it, but in relation to the specifics, the Power Up Festival, I'm not the minister responsible for that because this sits, I think, with Minister Scully. So you'd need to ask him about that. Obviously, I'm closely engaged in the site, though, so I'm aware of the festival.
Right, the Power Up Festival sits with the planning minister.
Because it's placemaking, they're taking the lead on it, but it is an interaction between create and placemaking.
Okay,
yeah.
but the ongoing...
But I can't answer your specific question.
Thank you. But the ongoing use of White Bay Power Station sits within your...
It's a cooperation between Create and placemaking. It sits in the placemaking portfolio. Create's heavily engaged in the in supporting, and a range of government agencies are at the table assisting the government's goal, which is to have this be a creative and cultural space.
So we have some potential art galleries, cultural spaces sitting within placemaking, and some within cultural arts and creative industries. How is that worked out? How is that defined?
Look, I wouldn't. This is really just a product of where White Bay has sat as it's being redeveloped. So we're not in a stage of settling the permanent plan yet. So that might then we'd try and align it with other institutions. So yeah, I think it's a specific issue, not a general problem. Is the way I'd answer your question.
Are there other location venues?
No, I think
that are within placemaking alongside White Bay Power Station, or is this
look, the Cutaway, I guess, is an example which is really a placemaking space, but is a key creative space for the city too. So look, they're probably.
You find it quite confusing, I assume, with these kind of hallmark events with the premiers and this placemaking places with the Minister for Planning, and you're left with others?
It's why we're running a whole of government strategy. It does take a fair bit of energy to bring it all together, but that's okay. Minister, is there anything planned? Do you have any plans to see the restoration and reuse of the Glebe Island Bridge? I'll refer that to the Secretary, mainly because I think... It has been in kind of the government plans for the precinct for some time. Yeah, and look, I can confirm there's been government discussions about it. Really sits a little bit more with Minister Halen, given the nature of it. But I might refer to the Secretary just to give you the latest that we can officially say on it.
Yeah, I don't think I could provide any latest information except to say that it is part of the ongoing consideration of the Bays precinct and activating the long-term future of that, which is the subject of a separate government piece of work.
All right, thank you. Minister, is anything being done? We obviously had the Rozelle interchange inquiry, heard from members of the community once again about the fact that the exhaust stacks for WestConnex in Rozelle aren't being filtered. Is there any move, any commitment from your government to filter those stacks at some point in this term of government?
Look, I want to recognise the community concerns. The information from the chief scientist formerly, that work that had been done was really clear that there's not a health risk and it wasn't required. But I am aware that there have been community concerns. That's why we asked for that additional work to be done. I'm advised that that should be complete by the end of the year. We're committed to making sure the public are aware of what the conclusions of that new work are, and that'll guide any government decision making from there.
Thank you, Minister. One last question. The Rozelle Interchange Inquiry, of course, found that because of design decisions that increased traffic congestion, there was a lack of transparency and accountability in those design decisions. What action have you taken as Minister to find out exactly who was responsible for those design decisions?
Well, I want to thank the committee for its work. It's the appropriate division between the governments is we can't go back and rewind and see the information that briefed a former government. That's an important protection in the Westminster system. So I'm deeply grateful to the Parliamentary Committee's work for peering behind the curtain and revealing the financial fix that went in.
Didn't open very far, I tell you.
That has really impacted on people around Rozelle. We're doing the best we can with the circumstances we've been left in. Work's continuing, particularly in Drummoyne.
Thank you very much, Minister. That's the end of our time. Is there any government questions?
No questions.
No? All right.
Some answers, Chair, perhaps that the Minister was trying to helpfully proffer earlier. Did you want to do those now?
Yes. I'm happy to. I'm happy to briefly touch on some examples. Just on that jobs, I said I would give you just some specific examples so you had a sense of what the Jobs Plus funding had been going to. Here's a couple of examples of firms that have received funding. DNEG, for example, it's classed as digital and cyber security, but working in the PDV sector, committed to 123 jobs being delivered. Reinforced concrete pipes, Australia had a project where they were funded and committed to 11. Cochlear had a significant project committing to 80. They're the sorts of nanosonic in the medtech and health biomedical sciences area committed to 73. Those, the guidelines are publicly available. However, we're happy to, I've committed to tabling them and we will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Minister. That's the end of your time with us today. We will now break for lunch and we'll see all of the rest of you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. How are we going? Good. Okay, welcome back. Before we commence, I'd just like to make a short statement. Earlier, I called the Honourable Wes Fang to order 3 times for disorderly conduct during today's PC6 budget estimates hearing for Special Minister of State, Roads, Arts, Music and the Nighttime Economy, Jobs and Tourism. I would like to put on the record as Chair my reasons for doing so, as this is the first time a member has been removed under the sessional order since it was adopted by the House on the 15th of August 2024. The repeated disruptions of Mr Fang were disrespectful to the member to whom question time had been allocated. It was also disrespectful to the committee and witnesses present. Mr Fang's conduct in persisting with those disruptions, despite multiple warnings and being called to order for a first and second time, made the continuation of the hearing untenable. As such, I called Mr Fang to order for a 3rd time, which ultimately led the committee to resolve that he be removed from the hearing until 2 p.m. Under the sessional order, the committee will make a special report so that this is drawn to the House's attention. So we'll now resume the afternoon session with questions from the opposition. Ms Carter.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Ms Havilah, would it be convenient to ask you some questions about the operations of the Powerhouse? Thank you. I just want to follow up with some questions further from those of my colleague, the Honourable Mark Benaziac, this morning. So we understand that the Powerhouse Museum at Ultimo is not currently operational. The Parramatta site's not currently operational, yet we see from the budget papers that the operating expenses have increased by more than 22%, and you gave some indication that that was to do with ongoing conservation work and things like that. If it's costing 20% plus more not to run a museum, what do you expect the operating costs to be when the museum is actually open again at both of those sites?
So if it's helpful, I can go into a little bit more detail about the budget as it stands in terms of what our responsibilities are. Because
it's not so much, I understand you have responsibilities, but you see my confusion. No operations, operating expenses more than 20% higher. Once Parramatta's open, once Ultimo can open its doors again, what will the operating expenses of the Powerhouse be then as a percentage compared to what it is now?
So it does appear a little askew because there are very significant responsibilities in terms of the decanting of the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo to prepare for the heritage revitalisation works. That being said, I'll now go on and answer your question. So once you don't include that amount of money, in terms of what we have in the forward estimates, that was all evaluated as part of a business case for both Powerhouse Parramatta and for the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo. And the total, both OPEX and CAPEX, is $83.4 million for the first year of operation.
And so what will the OPEX be for the first year of operation compared to what the OPEX is in the current budget?
It will be less than the current budget because it doesn't include the amount that we've had to expend on the preparation for the museum to be ready for the heritage and revitalisation work. So there's a significant amount in there that we won't require going forward in terms of that work.
And can I ask you a question about the CAPEX? Budget paper number 2 shows that capital expenditure has dropped by a bit over 60%. If renovations are underway, why has CAPEX dropped by that significant amount?
So the capital budget sits within not within our budgets, it sits within Infrastructure New South Wales, and so the overall budget for the revitalisation in Ultimo is $250 million, plus $50 million, which is our philanthropy target.
Sorry, I still don't understand why capital expenditure drops if you're renovating.
Because the Powerhouse itself isn't doing any reactive maintenance because the work is undergoing capital
Okay, so somebody
development.
else is paying for it. It's coming out
Correct.
of another budget.
Yes.
Thank you. And the 50 million philanthropy target, how are you going with achieving that?
So I'm really happy to report that we have raised $10 million through a partnership with the University of Technology Sydney, and we are moving forward with our campaign to raise the remainder of the 40 million.
And what's your target date for achieving that?
We've given ourselves a period of 24 months.
So 24 months. Okay, so 2 years.
Yes.
Okay. So how long did it take to raise the first 10?
That commitment from UTS was at the very front end of the project, and so that was announced earlier this year.
Right.
And yeah, we're really thrilled with that partnership because it also includes a whole range of other programming partnerships and benefits, including internships and pathways for young people into tertiary programs. So it's not only just the capital, but it's other types of research and education partnerships.
And those research partnerships and those internships, are they counted in that $10 million?
There's a small component that is.
How much?
Let me just try and find that for you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was incorrect. It's actually all towards the capital, and those partnership programs is a co-investment in terms of
Thank you.
how we work together.
Great,
Apologies.
thank you. When do we expect Parramatta to open its doors?
So Infrastructure New South Wales are working with Lendlease on the finalisation of the base build, which we expect will be completed at the end of next year.
Okay, and the base build will be completed
Is the construction.
then? Yeah, but then,
Yep.
then how long till the museum can operate?
So there is no date set for that.
Okay.
The museum will require a period of fit out because we're working on the development of major exhibitions for the opening.
Okay, so the building will be ready end of 2025, but we don't have a date yet for when the building will be fitted out.
That's correct.
Okay. When can we expect that date to be determined?
We're working closely with Infrastructure New South Wales to work towards finalising that date.
But you can't give us an indication of when that's
I think
going?
as we get closer towards the completion of the base build.
Do you have any concern that the base build won't meet its target?
No, I feel very confident with the amount of progress that's been achieved over the last 24 months. There has been some, rain impacts, but Lendlease have been able to work through those.
I guess I'm struggling to understand how you can plan for major exhibitions if you don't have a date for opening.
So as we get closer to that date, we'll get closer to announcing a date for the opening, but at this point in time, there isn't a plan to do that.
Okay, all right. I note that your employee expenses 2023-24 were nearly $10 million higher than the budget. What was the reason for that blowout?
I'll have to take that on notice, but I'll get an answer for you.
Okay, thank you. Then, well, I noticed that the current budget only allocates a little over $46 million for employee expenses when the actual was $54 million. Are you confident that that figure will not be similarly exceeded by $10 million?
Yes,
Because?
I'm confident. We're just working through the actuals for the 23-24 financial year, but they're actually revised. The actual will be less than the revised budget.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And in line with the 24-25 budget.
Thank you. I note that the sale of goods and services is expected to increase by over $4 million. What programs are in place to meet this additional target?
So that target includes sponsorship for Powerhouse Parramatta exhibitions that will be part of the opening. It also includes other types of...
Sorry, when would that sponsorship be received if we don't even have an opening date for the museum at Parramatta?
We're in the process of finalising partnerships for those exhibitions now, and they're realised now, even though we're working towards exhibitions that will open in the future.
So you will be accounting now for income that's to sponsor an exhibition at some unspecified date in a year or so.
We're expending budget now on the development of those exhibitions, and some of the
But this is
expenditure-
income. This is $4 million additional income from sale of goods or services. So you're accounting for that income now, and you'll be receiving that now, even though the exhibition to be sponsored is at some unascertainable future date?
Because they're in development now. So we're expending resources on the development of those projects.
Okay. And so all of your goods and services budget then is sponsorship?
No, it's not all sponsorship. I can give you a breakdown.
Well, I'm just wondering, if the Ultimo site is closed and Parramatta's not yet open, from what site are the goods and services being sold?
So we also operate Sydney Observatory
Mhm.
and Castle Hill, and so we do things like night tours. We have events and programs that work across both of those sites.
So this is essentially all the observatory in Castle Hill?
We also have programs that occur across Parramatta and Western Sydney, which are really focused on community engagement and audience development leading up to the opening of the museum in Parramatta.
Okay. When you say audience development, what's an example of one of those projects?
For example, we work in partnership with TAFE New South Wales to deliver a whole range of holiday programs that are focused on creative industry and technology skills that we present in Parramatta. We're also working closely with Parramatta Council to deliver programs, and they co-invest in those programs with us.
Okay, great. Thank you. I note from budget paper number 2 that funding from the department has increased by 42% in this budget. Why do you need 42% more?
So the key increase is to deliver on our responsibilities to prepare the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo for the heritage revitalisation. So within the museum...
Sorry, so the operating expenses have increased to prepare for that, and the funding from the department has also increased to fund that?
I'm talking about our overall OPEX.
Well, I'm looking at budget paper number 2 at 8.20, shows that funding from the department has increased by 42% in this budget. I'm just wondering what the reason for that 42% increase is.
I believe it's the OPEX to prepare for the revitalisation of Ultimo, which is the decanting of 3,000 objects and 142 very large objects.
So, just logically following through, so what was the number of objects you said you were decanting?
Let me just double check.
Sorry, just the figure you gave me there.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Rough figure's fine. I just didn't want to misspeak.
No, that's okay. There's 3,000 altogether.
3,000.
Yep.
Look, logically, if it's costing you that much to decant 3,000 objects, when they're reinstalled in place, won't you want the same budget to do that?
Yes, there is budget allocated for the recanting of
Yes,
those objects.
I wasn't sure whether that was the word or not. Yes.
Back into the museum in preparation for its reopening post the revitalisation.
Okay. And where are they all being stored?
So the majority of objects are being stored in Castle Hill.
Mm-hmm.
There is one object, the Catalina, which we have worked with Haas in Albion Park, and the Catalina will be on display at Haas in Albion Park for the period of the revitalisation.
With respect to the Catalina, where it's being stored, does that meet international museum standards for environmental conditions?
So our collections team worked very closely with Haas to assess the environmental conditions to ensure that it was, safe and secure and appropriate for the presentation of the Catalina, and their assessment is that it is.
So your team's assessment is that it meets appropriate standards?
That's correct.
Okay. And there's 24-hour security on that site?
I would have to take that on notice, but I believe that there is.
Okay, if you could take that on notice, that would be great. I understand that, is the Catalina currently at Haas or it's still at Ultimo?
It's at Haas.
Okay. So I understand that there was a period of time when the Catalina was removed from suspension on the ceiling and was sitting on the ground level at the Ultimo site. Is that right?
So the Catalina last year was lowered for a period of time, and the purpose of that was for it to support an exhibition about the history of PJ Taylor in relation to the Catalina. So the exhibition included other material that the family donated, but it also gave our audiences an incredible opportunity to connect with that very special object in a new way.
Was any damage done to the Catalina when it was part of that exhibition, when it was lowered to the ground?
No.
How many times was the Catalina touched by visitors during that exhibition?
I would have to take that on notice, but we have a process where we have staff protecting that object, but also our collection staff assess any type of interactions and make adjustments accordingly.
So would you be surprised to know that, as I have been informed, that the Catalina was touched over 1,000 times?
I would have to take that on notice.
Would that concern you when you think about the fragility of that very important artefact?
Well, yes, but we, of course, the protection of the Powerhouse collection is the utmost priority for the museum, and that's why we have such an incredibly skilled collection team that work with us to manage the collection and how it's presented.
Once all of the sites are operational, do you expect your budget to remain the same, or do you expect it to increase? Your OPEX?
The OPEX does increase, yes.
It does increase by how much?
I'd have to
What's a percentage?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. It's interesting actually because you're effectively, or you're acquiring a new site, so we could colloquially say you're doubling in size, and your OPEX is increasing.
Yes.
The art gallery doubled in size, and they lost funding. So why is the Powerhouse being treated so specially in funding?
I can't comment on the art gallery.
Okay, it is interesting. So when you're decanting the objects, what's happening to the interactive exhibitions and the display cases?
So the display cases and the exhibition furniture and display material that was in the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo, it was a combination of some things were retained and preserved for use in the future, but there was also some exhibition furniture that the museum assessed that it didn't need into the future. And so we developed a program to make that material accessible to regional museums and regional organisations, including schools.
And so there'll be no need to reacquire any of that?
No, the material that is useful for the future for the museum was retained, and the material that was assessed as not useful for the future was what was...
and you'll still be able to display, the intention is to display all of the items that have been decanted again?
So we'll create a series of exhibitions that will feature the Powerhouse collection, and the three key iconic objects, the Bolton and Watt, the Catalina and Locomotive No. 1 will be on permanent display, and we will move collections and exhibitions through the exhibition spaces.
So if you're gaining an extra site, effectively doubling, why will less of the collection be on display at any one time?
Oh no, there will be more. There'll be...
Sorry, I just understood you to say that you would be exhibiting certain parts of the collection at certain times. Loco No. 1, Watt and Catalina would be on permanent display.
Yes.
Will everything else be on permanent display?
No.
Why not?
There'll be... well, with Parramatta, the exhibitions will change more so than at Ultimo. The collection will be on long-term display, but we'll continue to update exhibitions and update collections, because one of the things that we're really committed to is we have 500,000 objects, and we want to provide as much access to those objects as possible. So it's really important not only to rest those objects, but to tell new stories all the time.
How many of those objects are on permanent display now?
Well, there were 3,000 objects that we decanted.
And how many will be on permanent display under the new iteration of the
There'll be
museum?
more than 3,000 objects that will come back into the museum.
On permanent display?
Not on permanent display.
How many will be on permanent display?
3 will be on permanent display.
So we're going from 3,000 objects on permanent display to 3 objects on permanent display.
So what we will do was we'll...
Oh no, I understand
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
what's
yeah,
happening.
yeah.
Thank you. I'm concerned about it, but I understand.
Mhm.
The floor for loco number 1, will that be strong enough so it can be exhibited exactly in its present form?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so there'll be no need to move any part of it, or the entirety of everything associated with loco number 1 will be able to be displayed?
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. So, STEM opportunities for girls, how important is that as a role for the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences?
It's incredibly important, and at Powerhouse Parramatta we're establishing the Lang Walker Family Academy, which is 60-bed accommodation that will deliver an immersive program that will be focused on providing opportunities for young people across Western Sydney and regional New South Wales. We're developing that partnership. We're developing that program in partnership with the New South Wales Department of Education, and there are elements of that program that are focused on women in STEM, and we're expanding those partnerships into industry as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carlin, I just want to get some information, if I can, about speed cameras and the road death tolls. There was the change, of course, to speed cameras and the warning signs that were put back in place. Has the government commissioned research or got evidence before it to show whether those warning signs, what impact those warning signs have on the speed, on people speeding and on the death toll? Have you been able to draw a correlation there?
So there is an evaluation of our automated enforcement strategy, which has commenced, and so there will be an evaluation of the impacts of the whole strategy as well as individual programs. In terms of a timing, we'd have to take that on notice for when all that will be available. We normally would do, based on the Auditor General's previous advice around speed cameras and those policy changes, a 5-year sort of analysis in order to determine whether or not and the degree to which any particular policy change had an impact on trauma reduction. And so that's basically the way in which that is happening. Certainly, in terms of the road trauma on our roads, we saw last year a significant increase in the fatalities, and certainly so far this year we have seen that moderate to a degree. So in February we had around 95 more deaths than the previous 12-month rolling average. By the end of August, on the 27th of August, that had moderated to be 26 deaths compared to the previous 12 months. So we're starting to see that increase moderate. As of today, we're 227 fatalities compared to 225 for the same period last year, which is 2 more fatalities. I suppose I should have prefaced this with clearly the impact of the loss of loved ones and the serious injuries incurred by individuals is tragic in these preventable crashes. But look, I think that there is a moderation of that increase that we've seen in the number of fatalities on our roads. And we're hoping that the measures that have continue to be implemented as part of the Road Safety Action Plan will continue to drive that down over the next 4 months, so that we see us under the amount of fatalities that we had last year by the end of this year.
Thank you. So that the 227 figure you just gave is sorry, was that for the previous 12 months from today?
No, the 12-month rolling figure for as of yesterday, the latest figures is 342 deaths for the 12-month period. When we compare that though with the, we're back at about 2019 levels in terms of a 12-month period. So although
so
we saw
2019 levels, high or low, or not low, but so comparatively to the last, so 12-month rolling figure, do you have the previous 2 years 12-month rolling figure before
so
this year?
in terms of the average, so the 3-year average, we're currently 53 for the 12-month rolling figure, 53 more fatalities. Now that's taking into account that in 2021 and 2022 there were two of the lowest number of fatalities that we'd experienced in almost 100 years. So we have had significantly low numbers of fatalities in the last 5 years in terms of our rolling average. But last year saw a significant increase in the number, and as a result of the forum and other actions in the plan, we're continuing to implement actions to again address that trauma on our roads.
Thank you. So the last 12 months rolling, 12 months, 342. So
Yes.
the previous 12 months to that 12 months, and then the previous 12 months, just the figure each time?
Yep, so 342 compared to 324, which is 18 more.
This year, as in the last 12 months?
For that 12-month period, compared to where we were in February, which was the 95 more than the previous 12 months. So you can see that increase that we've experienced is starting to moderate.
But still not dropping when you're saying the increase. I think you're suggesting this kind of average of like a peak, or is starting to average out, but it's still increasing.
It's not continuing to increase, it's moderating. And yes, certainly in terms of the comparison between this year and the previous 12 months, we're still 18 fatalities more for that rolling 12-month period.
Are we, New South Wales, is New South Wales unique in the country for its warning signs before speed cameras? Yes, so we're the only jurisdiction that has warning signs prior and post the cameras. ACT do have cameras on the rooftops, as we do have in New South Wales as well. On the rooftops?
Yeah, so there's a sign which is placed 250 metres on average prior to the camera enforcement, 50 metres prior, one which is on the rooftop of the vehicle, and another sign which is 50 metres past.
Oh, I see. So, hang on. So, you're saying in Victoria they'll just have one on the car?
No, the ACT is the only other jurisdiction that has signage on located at the camera enforcement.
But at the point of the car and not beforehand in terms of warning?
On the rooftop of the car in the ACT, yes.
Yes, okay. And so nothing has been done within the policy, your kind of policy area, Mr. Cullen, in terms of road safety that suggests that potentially, because New South Wales, as a portion of deaths on our roads, has more than most of the other states and territories. Is that fair to say?
So last year there was an increase in 3 jurisdictions, Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia. In terms of the rate per population, New South Wales is around the equivalent of Victoria. In terms of the population size, yes, New South Wales has more fatalities and trauma based on just raw numbers compared to the other jurisdictions, other than in some years. So 2022, we were the lowest rate of fatalities in the country, even compared to the Northern Territory and ACT. It was the lowest on record, and saw New South Wales ranked 11th in the OECD countries in terms of the rate of fatalities. We achieved a significant reduction in that year.
And so doesn't it make sense then for the department, for your unit, to be looking at now, not in 5 years, but now, what the correlation is between the presence of those warning signs and speeding? I mean, I did speak out against this when the legislation was before the Parliament, having grown up in Queensland and learned to drive there. I mean, I think it's well known on Reddit forums and everywhere else that New South Wales tends to have, and in Sydney particularly, tends to have the drivers that speed, 15, that seems to be the standard, 10 or 15 kilometres over the limit until they see those signs, and then they slow down and then speed up after those signs. I mean, it does seem, not that anybody should do that, but it does seem obvious to, as one way of looking at whether we can reduce the road toll, is to really, really thoroughly investigate whether those signs are working or whether they're allowing speeding to take place where the cameras are in place.
So look, we are monitoring speeding across the network in relation to that question, and of course we have a whole series of enforcement cameras, including mobile speed cameras and fixed speed cameras and red light speed cameras and average speed cameras. I'd note that in the forum that was conducted in February, that there was an action for us to examine the benefits and challenges of using average speed cameras to enforce light vehicles. We've been doing work on that front as well. And certainly we've been working with police around their operations as well, enhanced enforcement program around, in particular, the increase.
I'll just one last question. So is it a dedicated? Have you been asked by the minister to determine whether the speed cameras work in terms of reducing deaths or not? Have you been actually doing that body of work now?
So what I would point
to... the warning signs, not the cameras.
Yeah. What I'd point to is that, look, there's already information on the public record that was tabled as part of the parliamentary inquiry associated with the speed camera changes, and modelling which is on our website that indicates the efficacy of the programs as they operate in Queensland, Victoria and New South Wales. So look, I think that information is already readily and publicly available, as is the information around other speed camera systems that and the rates at which they prevent trauma.
Thank you. I'll go to questions by Mr. You right?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Benazia.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, just through you, I might direct some follow-up questions to Ms. Havilah around the Powerhouse Museum. Ms. Havilah, earlier I asked about the floor space and you came back with a figure of 7,800.
Yeah.
Am I correct in saying, though, in 1988 the floor space was around 21,000 square metres? And it remained that until I think you came in 2014 as CEO?
Thank you for that question. There were, following the museum opening in 1988, there were significant changes that were made.
Do you want to just pull your microphone a bit closer?
Sorry.
It's automatic, it doesn't pick up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So, following 1988, over the period of 34 years that the museum's operated on the site, there have been significant changes that have happened within the museum in terms of orientation. There's been new lifts, there's been new spaces consolidated and changed. So there's been none of that change happened in the last 5 years during my period there. But that is the assessment of the exhibition space as it currently stands. It doesn't include things like hallways and other spaces. We're only counting the exhibition space.
Okay. So are you saying there's been no change in exhibition space since you became CEO, or there has been?
No, there hasn't been any significant change in exhibition space.
Significant?
I think we have restored in the boiler hall, we took the carpet up and restored the concrete floor, but there hasn't been any square meterage changes.
At all? Are you perhaps on notice? Are you able to take on notice?
I'll take it on notice, but I don't believe so.
From 2014 till now, whether there's been any fluctuations up and down?
Very happy to, yeah.
Thank you. We spoke about the funding, and I think you came back and said that 2023-2024 was 127 million, and you gave a good outline as to what that covers. Have you got what the funding will be for 2024-2025, or is that yet to be determined?
Oh, no, that is 24-25.
That is 24-25.
Yes, I'm sorry. That's,
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
No.
I just misspoke at the beginning of.
No,
answer.
that's all good. I just wanted to double check. Okay. I might just jump over. Miss Mares, have we got any feedback on Bulli bypass and?
Yes.
Yep.
So in the Regional Roads Fund, that's why we didn't have it at hand, there is $20 million in the budget papers for investigation of extension of Memorial Drive to provide potential bypass.
Okay. Have we done, I'm just looking at what the early investigations will involve. Have we done any of these early investigation steps? Have we identified have we started to identify a feasible location or footprint?
I don't have a lot of information on the Regional Roads Fund. I don't know if Ms Drover's got any update on that.
Is Wollongong classed as regional now?
It is in that portfolio.
Yeah.
That's
Keeps changing.
okay.
It's hard to keep track.
We'll come back hopefully as soon as we can.
Okay. Well, I might pursue that on Monday if it's
Okay.
more a regional thing. That's fine. Mr. Cullen, we were talking about the minister's press release with Minister Aitchison. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things that they suggested you were going to do. One was around exploring ways with corrective services to enhance behaviour change programs for high-risk drink driving and drug offenders. Where are we up to with that, and what does that actually look like?
Thanks for the question. Yes, so we do have some behavioural programs that have been operating for several years, which have been evaluated. In particular, the Sober Driver program, which is conducted by our corrective services colleagues, and this is about investigating the potential expansion of that to high-risk offenders in other categories. Drug driving and other high-risk offences. And so the work on that is afoot. We have engaged with corrective services, and we are looking at the development of those programs in response to the Law Reform Commission's recommendations around additional educational programs and mandatory programs for high-risk offenders.
Okay. And the second part of that talks about implementing stronger post-crash driver and alcohol testing after serious crashes. Excuse my ignorance, one would think that, as soon as there was a serious crash, police on the scene would automatically test. Obviously, if they could, if the person was seriously injured and taken to hospital, I imagine the test would happen there, but this sort of implies that there hasn't been strong post-crash testing for alcohol and drugs.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that so the legislation currently requires mandatory testing associated with drivers involved in fatal crashes. Currently, that doesn't apply to crashes involving grievous bodily harm. As part of the Road Safety Action Plan, it was one of the programs which is to be investigated, which a significant amount of work has been done with both justice and police because of this, and health. And so we have been working with those organisations in consideration of a potential for mandatory testing associated with grievous bodily harm related crashes.
Okay, so at the moment it seems like it's up to the discretion of the police whether they test or not outside of the fatal. So you saying that it's going to become more prescribed in saying that if it's serious grievous bodily harm, or are we looking at even going further back in terms of the scale of a serious incident, if an ambulance is called? Does that then trigger a test?
So the legislation of this as essentially a change to the legislation which would enable police to have those tests done as part of the mandatory process when there's a grievous bodily harm incident. It's a little complex in that it needs to be assessed clearly in consultation with the admission that the individual has with the hospital as well.
Okay. Right. So it. Okay.
The work is progressing, and we're progressing that advice for government about how that could be implemented.
Okay. Do you have a date as to when we might have a clear answer, or when we might see legislative change?
Again,
in that space,
matter for government, but we are preparing the information in collaboration with those other agencies currently.
Mr. Benaziac, I do have a little bit more information on Bulli, if it's worthwhile now, ahead of Monday.
Yep.
So, as my colleagues have mentioned, 20 million has been set aside. Early planning work on the bypass includes commencing the registration of the project with Infrastructure New South Wales, collecting traffic survey data, which has been done on numerous occasions, most recently in April 2024, commencing Aboriginal heritage and environmental impact studies in the surrounding area, commencing strategic transport modelling to estimate future travel patterns, and exploring the alignment options and the resulting impacts on the surrounding road network using latest population and employment data. That's where we're at the moment for Memorial Drive.
Okay. It says on your website that you received input from community specifically to this project in February and March of this year, and that there'd be a consultation summary report published. Is that somewhere that can be found publicly, or
I don't believe
looked on
we
the
have
website,
that.
it doesn't seem to be there.
I don't believe we have the summary yet, but we will check that, and if it's available again before Monday, we can provide that.
Yep, thank you. I'm happy with that.
Okay. I will go to a question about Mr. Rodriguez. I'd like to the Centennial Park, the potential for Centennial Park to be used as a little bit more for music festivals, for music events has been limited due to the restrictions. Have you been doing any work on looking at what Centennial Park and other spaces, green spaces around Sydney, how we get more festivals, more events into some of those places that traditionally they've had restrictions in place. I think Centennial Park actually is probably the only one that has that restriction. I know a number of festivals are quite keen to see Centennial Park able to be a venue for more events such as music festivals.
Thanks for the question. I'm aware of discussion around Centennial Park. I don't want to frustrate the committee. It doesn't fall under our area. I think that's Greater Sydney Parklands Trust. But in respect of the festivals community generally, or music promoters generally, of course, given the discussion around festivals and changes to market dynamics, some of the issues which have been canvassed today, I know that will come up again. Discussions around uses of other spaces, including things like sports stadia, streets, is something that I guess we are aware of, and where we are able to, working with other agencies and or trying to facilitate discussions. An example of that would be through our local council program, where as you know, through the vibrancy reforms, there's a greater desire to use streets for entertainment, shut streets, etc. So that is partly where some of the activity that we've been involved is.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask about the M6 Stage 1, Mr. Murray? What's the new delivery date for the M6 Stage 1?
We're currently assessing with the contractor the impacts on the program after the incidents of earlier this year.
And what does that mean? What's the sort of timing once you've assessed the impacts?
We don't have an updated timing as yet, but we are doing, in collaboration with CGU, the project proponent, we are doing the assessment of methodologies and the current scenarios, and we hope to have an update from that process soon.
Will there be delays?
We anticipate there will be delays to that project, but we haven't quantified that at this stage.
Yeah. It's not. It's obvious, but we're just trying to ascertain what the thinking, what the timing is, perhaps on that. Do you have a?
We don't even have a ballpark yet. We're working through. There will no doubt be various methodologies that come back from the constructor, and we'll need to look at those.
So the constructor's looking at those coming back to you. Are you working with them, or they're doing that work and they put something to you?
We're working with them, but Safe Work is still involved in that section of the site that was impacted.
Yeah. Understand these things happen. That is what it is. But do you anticipate it could be months or years potentially?
I'm afraid I wouldn't even have. Ms. Drover, would you have any further advice on that?
Yeah, so those investigations continue, as does the revised design. We are hoping to restart the tunnelling in that section, next year. It's 244 metres, which was subject to the subsidence. The rest of the tunnelling continues. In fact, 86% of tunnelling for the whole of the M6 is complete. And the other works, tunnel lining, tunnel pavements, mechalec fit out, that's well progressed. But around that 244 metres, tunnelling is halted, and that's in alignment with the Safe Work prohibition on tunnelling in that area.
Okay, and
the rest of
so
the
there may be
project
a
proceeds.
So I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
The rest of the project proceeds.
Okay, and so there may be a redesign involved.
Yes, there's definitely a redesign, and then that will determine, depending on what design is confirmed, that will obviously inform the program and therefore what the delay might be.
Okay, and what are the cost implications of those delays in redesign?
That's a subject of quite complicated legal, commercial and insurance processes at the moment, so I'm not able to comment on that any further.
Okay, so is the thinking that will go to a sort of an assessment, or what are we sort of looking at in terms of time and who's doing that work in that process?
So obviously the insurance processes are underway, as are discussions, but it will be a function of the investigation and the way forward more generally.
All right, so who, on that project then, who took that construction risk on the contract?
Look, given the process in place, and some of them are legal and privileged, I'm not able to talk to that in this forum.
All right, will the taxpayers be on the hook for more money?
Again, we're working through the commercial processes. We couldn't really detail that here.
All right, so when is a likely milestone that the public will become aware of the next steps, given the possible delay?
When we've confirmed the approach and the design to recommence the tunnelling in that area, we will obviously have to engage with community. There'll be a whole raft of stakeholders that will be involved in that, and we'll need to get our necessary approvals in place. And of course we'll need the approval of WorkSafe to lift that prohibition and recommence. So as I said, we're hoping to do that next year. But there is quite a complex process to work through. No one is going to recommence tunnelling in that area until we are satisfied that it is safe.
Yep, understand. So you've got WorkSafe, you've got the insurers, you've got the risk, you've got redesign, you've got planning approval cost.
Well, there's community, the local
community
council.
Consultation.
It's obviously, there are roads above, that precinct, etc. So there's some complexity to be worked through.
It's $1 billion project. I'm just sort of after some detail about when and what the implications are of a large and complex project, appreciating that it is complex, but the sort of timing about when we might know. So it would be safe to say that probably isn't going to open in 2026. That's a fair assessment with all of those steps involved. Would that be accurate?
We're looking at what aspects of the project could open in on to the original schedule. For example, the active transport connections are well advanced. We've got the new bridge in place over President's Avenue. There's 5 kilometres of active transport paths, shared paths, etc. We're just assessing what components could be opened. Obviously, we're not going to open a partial tunnel.
Yeah, the tunnel obviously won't open, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
But there might be some other community benefit that can be delivered to the original program.
But that's the surface level community benefit, which is good, but any tunnel, you can't open part of a tunnel with a sinkhole. So.
And in fact, the surface works are due to complete, the surface road works are due to complete next year.
So President Avenue will be tidied up and back in place next year?
That's the current program.
First
We'll
half,
obviously assess
second?
that when we look at the overall program to recommence tunnelling.
Okay, and is that looking at the first half next year potentially, or is it more likely later?
I think it's later in 25.
Okay, understandably. All right, and so, excuse me, just moving on. So, what roads are included? Actually, I'll come back to that, I think. Southwest Sydney Roads Planning, there's a budget line item for that one, Southwest Sydney Roads Planning. You intend to spend $65 million, Mr Murray. Which roads are within the business case for that one?
Yes, I'm going to ask Ms Mayers to talk to Southwest Sydney Roads, as it's been significant focus over recent times, including with the federal government.
Thank you. So Southwest Sydney Roads Planning, the $65 million is for four pieces of planning: Menangle Road, Camden Valley Way, Cow Pasture Road and the Hume Highway.
Okay, and when will the strategic business case be complete for that?
I would have to just check the dates for those, but we've just received money in this budget for that, so we've just commenced works.
Okay, is that likely to be this year?
I will have to check. I wouldn't want to give you the incorrect answer.
Okay, and then when will the understanding that and the complication of that, but when will the final business case anticipated to be complete or scheduled?
Again, we'll check all the milestone dates and be able to provide those to you. Yep.
Okay, so does that funding that you mentioned, does that cover both the strategic business case and the final business case?
Can I just check that? I should be able to come back to you this afternoon.
Okay,
but I'll
thank
just
you.
check that.
Yep, that'd be very helpful. Yep. So then, if the budget, in the budget it says you intend to spend $276.3 million for Garfield Road over the next 4 years, is that correct?
That's right.
Yep. So the contract is only expected to be awarded in that one in Q3 2028, that's right, isn't it?
Just check that, Mr. Over.
Construction procurement expected to commence in 2027.
So is that contract award?
No, that's the commencement of the construction procurement. So
Yeah. So when is the contract expected to be awarded though?
I need to check whether it will still be within 27 or fall into 28, early 28.
Yeah. Because, that's interesting because the Infrastructure New South Wales says that it will be awarded in Q3 2028. So I'm just wondering which one it is.
Well, it may be 28, but commencing in 27, the procurement process is many months.
Mm-hmm. All right. Perhaps you might reconcile those, just they seem quite definite on their website that that's when it will be awarded. So if it is, it then falls into, if it's 2028, it will then fall into the 2028-29 budget. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, yes, post-award, there will be monies in the future years for the delivery.
But why is it in the budget now then? If it can't be awarded until the 2028-29 budget, why is it in the budget now if it can't be spent?
Well, we're still spending money on it. So, for example, we'll be awarding the detailed design shortly. So with the EOI for that closed in July this year. So we're still developing the project ready for that construction procurement.
So detailed design this year?
Yes. So the contract should be awarded in early next year, early 25. That detailed design will therefore proceed. There's the further planning works, property acquisition, pre-construction activities, etc.
Mm-hmm. So they will all happen, in 2025?
And 26.
And 26. All right. Well then, so how are you going to spend the $276.3 million in the 3 years prior to the delivery of the project? because that's not in until the final financial year of the forward estimates.
Well, I need to have a look at the forecast that you've got in front of you, unless you can share that with me now.
Yeah, well, it's got the Garfield Road on the Infrastructure New South Wales website. So it has the spend, and it's got the Garfield Road Upgrade East, and that tender is Q4 2028. So I can't reconcile how you can spend the 276 in the 3 years prior to delivery of the project.
Happy to take that on notice and just confirm.
Sure. So just in relation to 15th Avenue, Mr Murray, when will the election commitment of this government to upgrade 15th Avenue start construction?
Yeah, happy to give an update on that, thank you. So 50 million was provided in the budget for 15th Avenue. We have got planning for the full alignment being undertaken with that funding, but we are also looking at early safety and improvement works. That funding will also be used for partial delivery.
Sure, I get that, but when is it going to start construction? That is planning.
We expect to be able to start some work on safety works next year.
So safety works?
Yep.
Is that construction of the actual road, or is that preliminary safety works?
Preliminary works, we're
Size?
just working through final scope for that.
Okay, this is the upgrade commitment. This is the election commitment
The
to upgrade,
commitment
not
was
just
to
do the
plan for the upgrade of the full alignment, that's correct.
Yeah. So any upgrade works actually commencing?
Yeah, so we're doing some safety and access works towards the Cowpasture Road end of 15th Avenue. The original return to you, I think, after last estimates was that it was planning work. So we've actually been able to include some delivery works as well.
Okay, but that's not actually an upgrade, that's just preliminary work. That's not going to be actual construction work to deliver on the upgrade of the road, which
It
is
will
what
go
drivers
towards
will
it will
expect.
go towards the upgrade works, the works that we're undertaking.
All right. Have you had any advice to suggest that construction won't start until 2030?
On what? Sorry?
Well, is it correct that the project won't start construction work? So there's preliminary, there's planning, there's safety, but the construction works for the actual upgrade, the full upgrade, won't start until 2030.
So we have not timelined that. The planning work for the full alignment is just being undertaken now. So we do not have the time frame for future investment decision, final business case and the upgrade works.
Yeah, that's kind of my point though, isn't it? Because it's the full upgrade. So so you haven't had any advice to suggest that construction work won't start until 2030?
So
Is that
the
my
commitment
understanding?
was to look at what the plan would be for the upgrade. So we have not got dates for construction.
Okay.
For the full works.
All right. And does that safety work include inserting new lanes to 15th Avenue?
I will just have to have a look at what we are doing for the safety and access works exactly and come back to you.
But safety works doesn't include inserting new lanes?
It wouldn't be widening, no.
No. So you would actually need more funding to actually upgrade 15th Avenue, to do the widening, to do the upgrade. You would actually need further funding according to this current budget.
Yeah, so the 50 million was for planning.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So I come back to it can't be that will start construction in this time frame. That's right, isn't it?
It would be subject to investment decisions and the assurance processes if that was to occur.
Okay. Mamre, some say Mamre, some say Mamre.
Mamre?
Tomato, tomato. When will the delivery of Mamre Road Stage 2 start construction?
Just to Mr. Over for an update on that.
We're still in the planning phase for that. We are obviously constructing stage 1.
Yep.
I'll just get the exact date for you.
I'm just only interested in stage 2.
If you can come
So
back to me.
I can give you a little bit more information. So there was obviously new funding in this budget for Memory Stage 2. We are looking at the staging and sequencing of those works, and we have not finalised timeline for contract award or delivery yet.
Okay. What does that funding cover then?
So it's for full delivery, the funding.
The portal, the INSW portal doesn't have the pipeline for the timeline of the project. That's not publicly available. So do you have any forward idea of when that might be?
Yeah, just still working through that with INSW, the registration and putting it through that process. So
When
it's
do
in
you
that
anticipate
design
that
phase.
might be available?
I wouldn't guesstimate for you, but we have certainly got a lot of attention on it at the moment to progress that work. So as soon as we get decisions, we'll be able to release the timelines.
Okay, all right. Perhaps while you're getting some of that information, I might sort of try it this way. Can you perhaps take on notice the delivery dates for each of those projects in the budget? I can sit here and we can go through each of them excruciatingly for everybody that's not being asked a question, or I think we did this last time. Are you able to take on notice the delivery dates for each of those?
Sure.
They're in the budget, that's great. There's some funding there, but delivery is obviously critical. That would be helpful, thank you. So, all right, I might move on then. So the INSW website talks about the Elizabeth Drive upgrades. The budget talks about that. So that sets out $661 million over the next 4 years on Elizabeth Drive. When will the contract be awarded for that project?
So Elizabeth Drive's got two lots of work being done. First, there was the $200 million for safety and access works again, but that
from the
that work's
Fund.
underway.
Yep.
And then the additional funding that's been provided is being sectioned into upgrade staging.
Yep. M7 to Badgerys Creek.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, and then Elizabeth Drive to the Northern Road to Badgerys Creek. Yep.
Correct.
So when do we anticipate the contract will be awarded for that project?
Have you got a date for that?
No, because we're still in the planning.
Still planning. Yeah.
Phase. So
Same answer as memory.
So there's
no working through the staging and sequencing, and we would have to come back when we've been through those assurance processes with a contract date.
Okay, so there's no funding as yet, or no anticipated date for award of the project, and would you have to come back for that one as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that funding for that project Elizabeth Drive West or East?
The 661.
Mm-hmm. It was divided into the two.
Yeah, that's the full section.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right.
Yep, both sections.
Can I just flag, I will be asking again these questions at February estimates. It might be helpful if we are able to proactively bring them each time we seem to do this. It would just be very helpful if we could.
So those answers for Elizabeth and Memray are complete because we don't have a construction date to give you because it's not ready yet while it's still in planning and being sequenced.
Yep.
So that one, I think we've answered in full.
All right. If you're able to bring those for each project listed in the budget.
That has got delivery and a contract
that will have a
award
delivery
date
and a contract award date.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it will be subject to planning processes, property acquisition,
Yep.
assurance, etc.
Yeah, thank you. Understand that. That's helpful. Just in the time I've got left, I might jump to another one. Mr. Murray, on the e-tender website, there's a contract posted in regard to the heavy vehicle rebate and a cost associated with that of $36 million. That's since been taken down. Why was that contract taken down?
I'd have to check that for you. It's not something that I've got information on to hand, but we'll certainly take that on notice.
Okay, can someone try and check that this afternoon perhaps?
We will try, yeah. I've got a couple to come back on.
A couple of hours, yep, thank you. I'm just wondering why taxpayers needed to spend $36 million on that project.
We'll ascertain the rationale around that coming off the website.
All right, but Transport spent $36 million on the heavy vehicle rebate scheme. I'm trying to understand what that's for and why that was.
Yeah, I'll get some more detail for you. I'm sure we can come back on that one.
Okay, does that ring a bell to anyone? Heavy vehicle rebate, 36 million? No one? Beulah? Ms. Wang?
It doesn't ring a bell at the moment. We'll take that on notice. The only thing I say is possibly in the regional space.
Sorry, if you can speak into the microphone, we can't hear you.
Apologies. No, we'll take it on notice. Could possibly be sitting in the regional transport space, so we'll look into that.
Yeah. No. Ms. Mayers? Ms.
No,
Driver?
I'm sorry, I
No?
don't. We'll
No one?
have a look at that.
Okay. All right. I'm also interested in what the total cost to taxpayers is including implementation costs for the heavy vehicle rebate. If you could provide that one as well, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, I just want to turn to the requirement for you to report every year to the Parliament in terms of the under Section 163A of the Liquor Act, and there's been two. This is in relation to the nighttime economy reforms. There's reports that are provided to the Parliament in terms of how they're going. You're aware of what I'm talking about?
I understand that there's a report under the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner Act. I'm not familiar with the report under the Liquor Act that I'm responsible for, but I'm happy to be guided.
Actually, this may be liquor and gaming, just in terms of how many, maybe liquor and gaming. Just tell me if it is, in terms of how many venues have applied and received the late night trading.
That would be a question for Mr. Baccarat.
Yeah.
Mr. Barakat.
Okay, no worries. Actually, that's my entire... That was for them as well. Okay. The special entertainment precincts,
Yes.
in terms of Enmore, how's it going with others? We still only have Enmore, is that correct?
That is correct. We have run an expression of interest process for councils interested in applying for special entertainment precincts. I believe there's been 21 expressions of interest in that model. I understand also that guidelines which have also been developed in consultation with councils for the implementation of special entertainment precincts are now out on exhibition. I think it's fair to say there are some councils who publicly resolved to implement special entertainment precincts or consider them, most notably the Inner West, as you're probably aware.
Yeah.
So that's where the process is currently.
Yeah, so the time frame for it, if you're saying guidelines they've been released, is that correct?
Yeah, they're on consultation, that's my understanding.
So is it there an expectation that there may be additional special entertainment precincts in place before summer? Is it going to be longer than that?
I may need to take it on notice, but I don't believe it would happen before summer.
Right.
It's a new process under the legislation. Our office is concierging it essentially, but making sure through consultation that what we end up with is fit for purpose. So as part of that, we will also then assist councils who, after the guidelines are approved, to complete the process that they need to, which will involve application to the Planning Minister.
Okay, and in relation to the kind of vibrancy reforms in general, and I asked the question of the Minister earlier around the problems that some of our nighttime venues are still experiencing. Club 77 was that example. What more needs to happen from your point of view? Because they're not finished, I'm aware of that, but if we're still having allegations and anecdotal evidence, I should say, of the King's Cross Police not being very encouraging to those venues who do want to stay open later and offer, late events. What needs to happen, and why isn't this the grouping that has the police on it, which I don't know what that, in terms of all of the departments that have to work together, is there firstly a body where the police are, where you are? Is it a committee? Firstly, help me out with that.
Yeah, sure.
And then I can ask
do you want me to give you
Yes.
a bit of guidance? And I can
Sure.
understand the sort of broader set of issues beyond just one venue, if that's helpful to
Yeah,
you. So
It's not isolated, according to my discussions with some of the King's Cross club owners.
Yeah, so I guess the vibrancy reform agenda has been a multi-agency program. It's a continuing program of government. The first round of it has a imaginatively named steering committee that I co-chair with the Cabinet Office, that includes police, health, planning, a number of relevant agencies. And so that's one mechanism really around the regulatory review and then cabinet process leading to legislation.
And is somebody on that from police?
Correct.
And
Yes, absolutely.
what's that position? Who's on the steering committee? Can you remember? or
Yeah,
recall?
the position is currently filled by Mr. Paul Dunstan. It was previously Mr. Lanyon prior to his departure.
And his position is?
I don't want to get his title
Okay.
incorrect, but I think he's a superintendent in the New South Wales Police, but
Yeah.
maybe we can clarify that.
If you could yes, thank you.
But think about that as the front end process, if I can call it that. The legislation was passed, new systems are being implemented around things like later trading, special entertainment precincts. Concurrent with that, I guess, has been a process of, how can I describe it, as familiarising the working police force with the vibrancy agenda. So my team and I have gone and briefed all the licensing commanders across the state and spent some time with them. You'll appreciate, I think, that there's over 80 area commands across the state, and the decision making around individual licences, and I should also say I'm not New South Wales Police, and so I'm giving you my best understanding of it, but licensing decisions are often determined at area command level for the most part. So in the context, and I am aware of the Club 77 situation,
Have you met with them?
I have not in respect to this particular instance, but as part of our ongoing work, we engage with venues broadly, and Club 77 is, familiar to me, and the operator is familiar to me, and I think that to try to get to both the specific and the general, while we have made improvements in some regards, for venues there is still a relatively fragmented approach to trading, because you still need a development consent, or you still need a license, and then modifications can sometimes, and interpretations are still not concrete. Where issues arise, and I would think about this is why we need to continue to work on this, and I think that the government's been pretty clear about setting this as a core part of its agenda. Where issues arise, again, as is the case at Club 77, and we are notified, we will engage with others in government, in particular liquor and gaming and the hospitality concierge, if there is a licence issue, for example. We don't control that, but we at least ensure information flow. In this instance, we've also reached out to the City of Sydney, because there was a City of Sydney issue raised as well. And it's, I think that's currently where it's at, and you'll be aware that and I'm aware that the Commissioner and Mr. Thurtell took a question on notice around this, either in the committee that you were in or another committee that was part of this estimates hearing. So I also would just add that I did get a direction just now from the Minister in his questioning to follow up with the Commissioner, which I'll do next week when I see her.
About the licensing issue. Excellent.
Specifically about this this issue.
That's very good. It's very good to have a responsive minister in that way. I will say that now and put that on the record. Thanks for letting me know. 55 seconds left. Wildlife, a little completely different issue. Roads and wildlife kills. The Minister mentioned the Wildlife Symposium. I'm not sure who I'm directing this question.
Ms. Webb.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. The Minister mentioned the Wildlife Symposium, which was very good. What additional measures or new measures is the government considering or researching in terms of assisting with the kind of terrible wildlife kill rate that we have in this state, and are you actively looking and considering more under and overpasses across the state at some of those sites that desperately need them?
So, Chair, I will just speak about some of the general systems we have around. And then Ms. Mayers can take some of the specifics around some of those projects. As part of the symposium, we looked at a number of systems that will be systems essentially animal deterrent systems that will warn animals about entering the road corridor. And some of those might be technology, some of those might be physical barriers or design. We also looked at a range of improved driver awareness systems, and so they may use AI and vehicle technology to warn drivers to slow down, those are probably the most promising. But as part of the symposium, what we'll be doing is we've got a review of all the experts and the reports that were presented at that symposium, and there'll also be a literature review. So we're expecting that report to come through towards the end of September. The other piece we do, though, is when we design roads and we know that physical barriers are typically the most effective to restrict animals on the corridor, and we have significant success in designing some of those road barriers for example, on the Pacific Highway, and we put that infrastructure design. We put that into the infrastructure design of the road construction. So I'll hand to you about Appin Road and some of those areas.
Did you want some further
Yes,
information?
and also while you're doing that, also Heathcote Road is another one that I've been contacted about, that where a promise to fence I don't think has been realised yet.
Yeah, there's two lots of fence.
Yeah.
I'll start with Heathcote then.
Thank you.
So Heathcote, we did the bridge widening over Warrenora, and there is koala fencing there for those sections.
When was that put in place?
I'll get the date for you. I might have
Was
it
that
here.
Recently? Or?
Yes, it was open last year.
Last year, when it was open to traffic.
Okay.
And we have been tracking koala movements, and they are using that to kind of traverse and use the little mini bridge under the bridge to get to the other side, so that's been quite successful. And then, about Picton Road, we had put the fencing there, that's been successful as well. There is additional fencing being undertaken for Heathcote Road. I will double check, but I think that will commence next year.
Right, that's the one I think that I'm being asked about, yes.
Heathcote's next year. And then Appin Road, the 4Ks of temporary works are in. We've had that unfortunate incident with it coming down. They're working to put concrete blocks and actually reinstate that by Monday.
Okay.
So they're working on that now. And then when we hope to get a date very soon where they will put the permanent fencing works, start commencing those, and do the 2 underpasses for Appin Road. Yeah. And that'll go Ambervale right up to the Mount Gilead development.
What's the, thank you, that's very useful. What's the timeline? So those 2 underpasses, they haven't commenced yet, have they?
No, they haven't. So the approval under the addendum REF was that they had to put the temporary fencing in, which has been completed for the 4 kilometres, and they are getting ready to commence construction on the fencing and the underpasses. So I did ask for a timeline. I don't have that with me today, but we'll follow them up.
Okay. Yeah. Preempted my next question. Ms. Webb, in relation to you talked about barriers, which that's right. In some quite a big section of the main highways, that's what we need to do, but in certain parts that are critical wildlife corridors, and I recognise that underpasses and overpasses and every corridor is probably not realistic, but there are, I know there's a couple of great overpasses, as I'm sure we're all aware, on the Pacific Highway, the North Coast. Is the government considering wildlife overpasses like that in other parts of the state where there are significant wildlife fatalities, where it is a significant crossing, as well as just the barriers that you mentioned?
So certainly when we're designing new stretches of road, and as part of that corridor design, as part of the design of those new works, we will look at the impact on the environment of that development, and look at overpasses, underpasses and other wildlife protection factors, including fencing and potentially putting koala fodder along the alignment, well, sort of away from the road, to encourage, to redirect the wildlife. But in terms of active interventions on a particular piece of road, I think Ms Mayers has spoken to those existing precincts, Picton, Appin Road, Bell's Line of Road, etc. But I'm not aware of other
assessments on existing roads, I think, is your question, Chair.
Yes.
I might take that on notice if I could, and see if there's any works being undertaken on existing roads. We rely on the data that would come from the Department of Environment and Climate Change on where there are koala habitats or wildlife interventions that we would need to look at.
Okay. Thank you. I think I may have asked something quite similar at the previous estimates as well. So
you asked me about signage.
It does, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the one before. Anyway, actually, no, it was regional transport. I did ask this. The Warringah Freeway upgrade in Western Harbour Tunnel is, Mr. Murray, are you confident that the opening of that tunnel, based on, we've been through the Rozelle Interchange inquiry, and the inquiry has reported, and I think one of the recommendations was to try to ensure that this didn't happen again with this one. But are you confident that we will avoid the mess that the Rozelle Interchange opening created, and if so, why are you confident?
Thank you for that question. And as we discussed and are now preparing our report for the parliamentary inquiry, we are taking into account all the learnings of Rozelle and also further traffic modelling and studies for that northern part of the harbour, so that we can take into account not only what we saw through traffic movement through the inner west, but also the impact of deleting the Beaches Link tunnel and some of the other changes that we think the network performance might require at that point on the bridge and the Warringah Expressway.
So with the removal of the Beaches Link, recognising that the environmental impact assessment and all of that was undertaken with the Beaches Link in place, as well as the traffic modelling, has anything happened since the Rozelle Interchange inquiry? Any more traffic modelling, revised traffic modelling been undertaken as a result of that Beaches Link no longer being a part of this project?
Yeah, that's the piece of work that we've begun now. It is a network mapping as to where the traffic will move, what we've learnt since, but also with some slight scope and design changes that flow from the Beaches Link change and the progress that we've made with construction to date. We want to make sure that we take the freshest possible look at the configuration of all of those lanes there.
If I can also clarify too,
yes,
the EIS for the Western Harbour Tunnel and Warringah Freeway, it did look at both a with and without case for Beaches Link, because it was done as a standalone EIS, and at that time the Beaches Link project hadn't received investment decision, so it was done separately. Okay.
So Ms Drover, with the fact that the Beaches Link project isn't going ahead, are the like tunnel stubs, if you like, are they being built for Western Harbour Tunnel, Warringah Freeway? Are they being built for a potential, if a future government does choose to do Beaches Link, whether it's public transport or roads, are they being built in a way that could enable that connection to be made?
Yeah, it was a decision of the government last year to continue with the contracted works for the Warringah Freeway, which future-proofed for a future Beaches Link. So, for example, if you drive along the Warringah Freeway today, you'll see that the The Beaches Link on-ramp southbound is largely complete. Having said that, though, we did look at reducing some of that scope. So, for example, we did slightly reduce the length of stubs for Beaches Link, given that could come back and be done at a later time, and that was a sensible decision.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I've got 25 seconds, but I'll go to the opposition now.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Ms. Havilah, do you have a
3:30
figure
done.
for the standalone budget of the cost of the decanting of all of the objects?
Thank you for that question. We're still working through, we haven't quite finalised the decant, and so there's still some items that we're resolving, but we estimate that the budget will be between $5 and $6 million.
Between $5 and $6 million. And do you have a budgeted amount to recant the objects back?
It will depend on the exhibitions that get developed over the next couple of years, and we'll work within the budgets that we're given by government.
They've been decanted into storage, and you'll bring them out for a specific exhibition and then put them back in again. Okay, thank you. So there's no budget for that?
There's not a budget. We're working on the parameters of that at the moment.
And the Catalina, how much did that cost to decant?
The total cost of the Catalina 2 Haas was $285,250.
Oh, thank you. And to recant the Catalina, how much will that
I imagine
cost?
it will be a similar cost.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. And I understand that you have both Powerhouse Associates and Creative Residents as part of your program?
That's correct.
And as a Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, how many of the creative residents are working in an applied science field?
I'll just find my notes.
Yeah, you can take that on notice if you like.
Okay.
And also if you could tell me how many are working, of the Powerhouse Associates are working in an applied science field?
I can take that on notice. We have 6 associates. I believe 2 are applied science.
It's 2 out of the 6.
Yeah,
and
but
the other
I'll
4
get the exact details. Are applied arts.
Okay, so
Yep.
4 applied arts, 2 applied sciences.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
and does that balance change over as the participants in the program change?
Yes, the program changes every year in terms of the associates, and we really try to get a balance between applied arts and applied sciences in terms
So
of that
we could
program.
expect next year it would be 4 in the sciences and 2 in the arts?
That would be our hope, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do creative residents receive fees or funding from the museum at any point?
I would have to take that notice on detail, but the
Thank you.
overall approach to that program is that we provide subsidy to a rental fee, and in exchange for that rental, then the organisation or the individual works with the museum on a range of different programs. They might be education programs, they might be research programs, it might be an exhibition program, but the idea is to support and sustain their practice, but also embed their practice into the programs of the museum.
Okay. And so that work that they do for the museum, does that attract funding on top of the subsidy that they receive for the rent?
I don't believe so, but I will, if it does, I will detail that information for you.
And how much rent in total have you received from creative residents in the past financial year?
Let me just check that for you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Benazir.
Yeah, can I just ask a quick follow-up based on your questions, the questions from Ms. Carter, Ms. Havilah? You talked about that parts of the stuff that was in the Powerhouse will come in and out depending on exhibits. Am I assuming from that there won't be any permanent exhibits? They really want me to shut up. That there won't be any permanent exhibits in the new revitalised Powerhouse. Is that the thing? That'll be just a rolling.
Thank you for that question, because I think there is a bit of a misperception here. So there will be long-term exhibitions that will feature the Powerhouse collection. The commitment to the 3 permanent objects, which is the Loco number 1, the Catalina, the Bolton and Watt, will stay there permanently.
Yep.
But what's really important, and the advice that I've received from our collection team, is that it's really important not to have collection objects on display for 30, 40, 50 years. It's really important that those objects get rested, but also it's really important in terms of the amount of collection, the different stories that we can tell. We want to be able to connect more of our collection with more of the community. So it's long term, but it is changing. But it's not changing every 6 months. It's changing every 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
And it's not every object.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, well, thank you. The Secretariat is desperate for us to go on a break, and so we will break and we'll be back at 3:45. Thank you. All right, it's like the lucky draw, isn't it?
The winner is.
So there's a few. There's 5 or so. I'll start from the bottom. Ms. Darwell, we thank you for making yourself available, but we no longer needed. Thank you, Ms. No, you're. Thank you.
Well done. Great answers.
Ms. Havilar, thank you very much for coming. Mr. Hare, thank you. Mr. Moran, thank you very much. And Mr. Knotts, thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Okay. All right. We will commence now with questions. Ms. Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all of those people that were here all day. And we may have supplementary questions for you, so stay tuned. We hope so. Thank you. Mr. Murray, you may direct this. I think it's probably Mr. Cullen.
Just before we do, can we just maybe, is it possible to have now those who are sitting down there to come to the table might just, I think that...
Can we just stop the clock on my time, please?
Could be facilitated. Look, I'm sure you'll be able to grab a few minutes of my time at some point later. No,
all good. Sorry, yeah, I shouldn't stress.
But, no. Just if there is space, might as well be amongst it. Okay. Sorry, Nat, go.
No, all good, all good. Thank you. While you're getting settled, I think Mr. Cullen, but through you, Mr. Murray,
Sure.
If you'd like to take us swing first. Forest Way at Belrose and Frenchs Forest. Transport advises at the intersection of Forest Way, Glen Street, Weirden Road and Bambara Road that you're seeking funding opportunities through state and federal road safety programs for the design and delivery of pedestrian fencing along a section of the Forest Way. Do you want me to repeat that?
Yeah, that's okay.
You're okay with that? Thank you. So on that work, that intersection and the delivery of pedestrian fencing along the section of Forest Way, do you have an update on where that work and that application is up to?
I think that would be the Wakehurst Public School potential school safety works. Bernard, do you have anything further?
Bang on.
Yep. So, I should say the residents have raised concerns regarding pedestrian safety, seeking sort of a review of the 40K
Sorry, Mr. Cullen, I might get you just to pull the mic forward. I'm just struggling a bit.
The 40K school zone. So crash history has been reviewed and carried out for that past 5 years on the Forest Way between Weirden Street and Glen Street. There have been 7 reported crashes, including 1 pedestrian crash. So we're aware of the additional pedestrian crash that occurred this year as well, and working on the review of that. So we've been working with Northern Beaches Council, actively seeking funding through our state and federal programs for that program to upgrade the road surface to a high friction asphalt. We're assessing the site for any pedestrian facility and additional pedestrian infrastructure that would separate the vehicle and pedestrian traffic in that area, and we're also doing the review of the school zone area as well.
All right, so in terms of where that application is up to for the other funding opportunities, where is that at?
So I'd have to take that on notice and just double check in terms of there are a number of programs which are currently being reviewed, and I can give you
which ones?
An update of those school
ones?
infrastructure programs as well as our Safer Roads program.
Okay, so Safer Roads, school infrastructure, federal funds?
And federal funding, yes.
Yep, do you know which ones?
So no, I'd have to take it on notice and give you the details as where those processes are up to.
Okay, I'm trying to help you here, Mr. Cullen, to get some funding in. All right, and so in relation to that pedestrian obviously not identifying them, but do you have an indication of the age of that pedestrian? And I'll put that in the context of the school that is nearby.
No, I don't have those details to hand.
All right, so if you could perhaps take that on notice, whether
Yes,
it was
take
a
that on
school
notice,
age
yep.
student or not. Clearly there's concerns from the community in relation to that because primary school students from the Wakehurst Public School cross that busy road on a daily basis, and there's cars and trucks obviously travelling there at 70 kilometres an hour. We heard earlier about the ratio of fatality and serious injury depending on the kilometre per hour rate of the vehicle travelling. They're travelling at 70 kilometres because it's not in a school zone. Are you aware of that?
Not familiar exactly with those local streets in that particular school zone, but a review is being conducted around the potential extension of the school zone.
Right, so where is that potential extension?
Again, I take that on notice and reply.
Yeah, and there's obviously concern because there are school students crossing there. It's a very, not only a busy road, but it's a high-speed zone with trucks. And so can you give us an indication of, what the urgency might be around that review?
Yes, certainly. And look, I think there is another program which came out of the forum where we are actually looking to look at a range of different areas across school and travel to school.
Yep.
We know that between 4 to 6 times more crashes during those school zone periods actually happen not within the school zones but on the routes to school. And so there is a review that's taking place which we're going to prioritise a range of locations in the metropolitan and regional areas. And we could consider, we'll take this on notice of course, but consider this area for participating in that review, which is a broader scale review of safe routes to school.
Sure. Could you confirm on notice whether this
we
particular
can come back
spot
on
is
notice
included
to
in that?
give you advice, yes.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be helpful. And so, given that primary school students are involved, there is some urgency, I would have thought, to that. We'd be grateful for your consideration of that. Can you provide to this committee the number of incidents and accidents along Forest Way in the last financial year?
Again, can take that on notice. We do publish all of the data associated with crashes on local roads, and that would be up to date for 2023 on our website, but we can give you an update with this year's data as well.
Yeah.
And
Does that identify Forest Way?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, and then just staying on the Forest Way and graffiti at the intersection of Warringah Road. Is Transport satisfied that the work undertaken by Connect Sydney, the body that does the graffiti clean-up, satisfied that work to put up barriers is sufficient to stop graffiti at that location?
Happy to have a look into that. That is obviously part of that maintenance contract, that it falls under one of those responsibilities. But if the committee has concerns that intersection, which is obviously much larger than it has always been over the years.
Yes.
If that has some new vulnerabilities, we're happy to have a look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And I please, you identify that has expanded. But I understand despite those barriers, there is still graffiti on that intersection, and it has cost so far over $100,000 to remove that graffiti at the intersection in the last 2 years. So if you could come back to us on the implications of that one.
We'll take that on notice.
All right, and what it might take for the graffiti to stop and stop that taxpayer funding of the clean-up and rather get the barriers in place. That would be helpful. Can I ask how Transport's monitoring that intersection for graffiti?
Again, I think we'll take that on notice in terms of the graffiti elements. We obviously monitor it from a traffic point of view, but I couldn't speak here to how much we can see into the areas that might be hidden from view.
Yeah, maybe the recurrence after the clean-up and recurrence might be something of interest to drive initiatives for funding. All right, and what's the current shortage of, sorry, I don't know the technical term, but the lollipop people for school zones?
school crossing supervisors. Ms. Webb or
affectionately
Ms.
known as
Garland?
Lollipop.
That's right.
So I'd have to take the exact number that we have in the program at the moment. It's a very enthusiastic cohort. The age of participants ranges from 18 right up to people in their 80s. Last calculation, I believe we were about between 1,350 and 1,400 positions. So short about 100 positions, 150 positions.
Yeah, sorry, 1,400 is about how many people are in those roles, and you believe it's short approximately?
I believe it's short about 100 positions.
100. Sorry, 100 short. Okay.
I can confirm that number
Thank you,
during the course of today.
Thank you, that'd be helpful. Maybe that could be part of the jobs program as an implementation. And how many 30 kilometres speed zones are enforced in New South Wales?
Yeah, we do have that information. If I could return to it shortly, so I can just find out how many there are.
Come back to
Yes,
that
we
one.
can come back to that one.
All right, fantastic. All right, the M7 and M12 interchange, how is that progressing, and the M7 widening project progressing?
Yes, I'll ask Ms. Drover to talk to that project.
Look, we are in the early stages of well, there's three projects actually. There's the M7 widening, there's the M7 M12 interchange, and then there's the the eastern package of the M12. So we're in the early stages of construction on those three different segments of work. There have been some challenges. You will have seen in the press that there's been some impacts given the ETU PIA. But to date, we've been mitigating those delays, working very closely with the contractor to reschedule work and work around that.
What is the delay so far?
Look, at this stage, we're still planning on meeting the public commitment dates to open those three stages. But obviously, we'll need to continue to assess that depending on what happens in that PIA space.
In the what space?
With the protected industrial action.
Oh, right, yes. That was the technical
But
term.
other than that, the projects are progressing well.
All right, yes, which is good. But the funding hasn't been restored from the Commonwealth for that interchange. That's correct, isn't it?
We have the full funding for the project.
Okay, and the federal funding, is that included?
The federal government didn't fund the M7 M12 interchange, but we have state funding to cover
To
that.
cover it? Okay. And so the Commonwealth isn't kicking in, but the state's stepping up to get that happening. All right. And is the protected industrial action threatening the opening date of those?
Look, not at this stage. As I say, that a lot of work has been done to work around those cutovers that have been cancelled to date. But as I said earlier, it will depend on how long the PIA activity persists.
Okay. And with that new funding from the state to cover the Commonwealth gap, was that new funding for the project?
Well, the state funding was in place before we awarded a contract. We don't award contracts without having the full funding in place.
All right, but the Commonwealth was kicking in, it's not anymore. So the gap that was filled by the Commonwealth, was that new funding from the state? Or reallocation, or was it a reallocation of funds from something else, or was it new money?
I think that's a question for Brenda. For me, it was funding.
It's new funding.
New funding from the state? Okay. And what was the quantum of that?
I believe it was 100.
Sorry, I just can't hear you at all.
110.7 million. 110.7 million, I believe.
Okay. So 110.7 new money? Okay. Thank you. Can we just come back to the M5 cashback and tolling? Just a few leftover questions. So will that M5 cashback stay under the toll reform, Mr Murray?
I might ask Ms Mayers to talk to any detailed questions around the tolling review, except to say that we are, of course, midway through preparation with the government of the response materials, and so all of those elements have been spoken to by the Premier, Treasurer and Minister.
Certainly.
Yeah, that is the position. We are assisting with the government response to the review. I think the Premier's made public statements that M5 cashback will remain.
Yeah.
But we have not finalised they have not finalised the government response yet.
All right, so is it present understanding that it will stay, but that is subject to that final tolling review reform proposal?
The government, as the Minister mentioned, hasn't finalised that response.
Okay. All right, and then under... All right, I might go to the bridge. So in relation to, what's the current revenue for the Sydney Harbour Bridge toll?
Don't think I have that with me unless Miss Wong has it. Like I've had it every estimates before now.
I used to know it off the top of my head, but it might have changed.
Yeah.
I don't have that information at the moment, but I'm happy to get it to you shortly.
Yeah, can someone get that? I think it's a line item somewhere in the briefing note. You had it under me when I was Minister, so I have a ballpark, but it might have gone up since you put not you, but the Minister put the fee up.
We'll come back shortly.
Okay, if you could come back today, that would be good. So, and what's the current revenue for the Sydney Harbour Tunnel?
Yeah. Same, we'll have to get both.
All right. What's the maintenance cost for the previous financial year for the Sydney Harbour Bridge?
Again, I think we'll take that on notice, and if we can get that figure back in from the team today.
You used to know it. It used to be in my hot sheet notes. Come on, team. Really? All right. And all right, I might come back to that. That's a bit more fun. Just back to major projects. On the Roselle Interchange, one of our particular favourites, how's the traffic study for the Drummoyne community going following the opening of the interchange? We had some discussions about that in the inquiry. When will that be complete, or has it been completed?
Thank you. I'm happy to talk to that. Ironically, the last question on the Sydney Harbour Bridge and this question were the two gentlemen that left in the last break. We knew that would happen.
I knew we shouldn't have. Sorry.
So you stuck with me on this one, I'm afraid.
They are needed.
The work with the Drummoyne community is continuing. We are in discussions with both the City of Canada Bay and residents in regards to that, and that is progressing well in terms of traffic modelling work. I think it's fair to say that we're still seeing an element of rat running down the Drummoyne Peninsula. However, the traffic conditions in general have abated, and in fact at the end of last week the traffic timing from that part of Sydney to the Anzac Bridge was 1 minute faster than it was before the opening.
You've been out there driving, Mr. Murray, in your car, checking out how fast it is.
No, but certainly we got the updates. At March this year it was the same, which was 25 minutes.
Yep.
It is now faster than it was prior to the opening of the Roselle Interchange. And we expect that the community of Drummoyne is now going to receive some significant further benefits with the opening of Gateway.
Sure.
We are currently showing less than 10-minute runs from the airport precinct to Drummoyne using the new links to the motorway.
Great. Okay, but on the traffic study,
I can add some
only if it's on the
information
traffic study. If you don't mind. I don't want to talk about Gateway. We're good with that.
I can add some. Can't see you.
Yeah, I can't see
with
it.
the traffic study. So the Drummoyne Local Access Issues Study that Transport undertook.
Thank you.
We just went out to council with that and the community with a Have Your Say. So that just closed a couple of days ago on the 2nd of September. So we're obviously working through all of that feedback. Canada Bay Council's also developing their own traffic study, and we're sharing data between ourselves and the council. So that's worked very well. I could give you a long list of all the engagements. There's been lots of meetings.
That's all right. I just want to know when it will be complete.
Yep. So we have to look at the feedback from the community, and then we'll look at the interventions, some of which were right-hand turn bans onto Lyons Road and things like that. So
okay, but do we have an indication of when that traffic study will be complete?
No, we're working through it as quickly as possible.
This year?
Don't have an exact date. As soon as possible. The interventions aren't difficult ones, so as soon as we look at the feedback, I think we could move on that quite quickly.
All right. So what outcomes are currently available to Transport then, if that's going to be, we don't know when that will be, what are the current outcomes that could be utilised?
Mr. Knutz had the information on the current works that have been undertaken.
Sorry, the two that have gone, yeah. All right. When will the business case be complete for Victoria Road and Parramatta Road?
Yeah, so they're progressing well. We are obviously for Victoria Road working through one of the main options in there was to have dedicated bus lane for Victoria Road and look at other options including active transport links. So that's progressing well. Parramatta Road,
when will it be
probably
complete?
more complex, and we're working through that. Again, don't have the date right in front of me, but can take that on notice or try and get it for you now.
Either or, thank you, would be helpful.
Okay.
I do have our speed zones available if you'd like that information.
Sorry?
I do have the numbers on the speed zones that you requested.
Yeah, we
earlier.
might have that in government time if you don't mind. I've got 49 seconds left, so if we could take that on notice and get it back today.
Yes,
does either of those business cases include road widening?
So we're still working through the options, and there will be a number of options on
Is
ways
road
to use the
widening one
corridor.
of the options?
We would look at all options.
Okay, is increasing capacity one of the options?
So capacity depends if we're talking about public transport or private vehicle use. Obviously, the corridors are both very constrained. So the options would include, reducing capacity for private vehicle use, increasing it for public transport. There could be widening options. We will have a range of options available.
Does it include, I get that there's a range of options, but does it include increasing capacity for private vehicles?
That would be an option. There will be a number of options there.
Yep. We'll go to questions from the cross bench. Ms Abigail Boyd.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon again to all of you. I've come back to re-ask the two questions I was asking earlier. I might start with you, Commissioner Rodriguez, around what's being done in those reports of systemic gendered abuse in the hospitality industry.
Yes, thanks for the question. I'll pick up from where the Minister had left off and just also just say, I think for the record, that those allegations are concerning and being taken seriously. The different agencies have different roles to play, so liquor and gaming, safe work and police from a regulatory standpoint. As Commissioner, a lot of our work is industry engagement with the sector, particularly hospitality groups and the peak bodies. So in the last week and following these allegations, I've convened all the peak bodies, Restaurants and Catering, AHA, Clubs New South Wales, Independent Bars, Nighttime Industries Association and Business New South Wales as well to ask these two questions. Are your systems and processes in place across the sector? And if so, are they working? And I think it's an open question given the allegations, and also I think some recognition from the sector. And you may have seen the statement from the Nighttime Industries Association, which I can pass through the Secretariat to the committee if necessary, but it's clear that there are issues here and they need to be addressed. So as it currently stands, I understand that those peak bodies, between them, are convening an industry task force. I'll be engaging with them as part of our work. I've also been in touch with the Commissioner for Women's Safety, Hannah Tonkin, who you might know, and I guess even through just the lens of looking at those peak bodies, they don't necessarily cover the full range of hospitality venues in the state, and one has to ask the question about how you can ensure that these incidents or incidents that are being alleged don't happen, and are the mechanisms in place for people to feel free to come forward and explain if they are feeling threatened, which is that's the job that needs to be done, I'd suggest.
Thank you. Are you working with the United Workers Union as well around this?
I haven't as yet personally reached out to the United Workers Union. We have been engaging with them, as the Minister alluded to earlier, in the context of worker safety. The original 24-hour economy strategy, I guess in the history really it's come from has been about patron safety more so, but I think, how can you have a safe nighttime economy if it's not safe for workers? And that's all nighttime workers, I should say, including those working in transport and other aspects of the nighttime economy. So, as part of that, we had done some work in connecting Safe Work as an organisation to other industry bodies already, but I haven't spoken specifically to United Workers about this as yet, but happy to, and also happy to take any advice and guidance from any of the committee around these issues.
It strikes me that there are two sort of distinct parts of this, which I guess makes it a pretty interesting environment to grapple with these issues around. So we have workers being subjected to sexual assault and gendered abuse from colleagues, from bosses, in that sort of work context. But then also there is that's embedded within a culture of perhaps clients of an establishment thinking that they're entitled to treat staff in a particular way, particularly in a nightclub with alcohol, and then you've got the people who want to make a profit out of that establishment saying, the customer's always right. So it's become, I think, a little bit of a toxic workplace for both of those reasons. Will you also be looking at that sort of consumer side when it comes to putting in place stricter regulations or stricter requirements even on employers to ensure that customers aren't abusing staff as well?
I can't answer specifically around all those policy issues, and I'm not sure I fully understand the set of facts you're putting forward there. But what I imagine is that we've spent quite a bit of time thinking about the behaviours of patrons, and the strategy and the work of our office has been about diversifying the offering, making it normal for people to be doing things other than drinking as part of nightlife, and therefore places like Carlton Street, Lakemba and other parts of Sydney have been talked about as nightlife experience in a way that is, I think, positive. When it comes to the licensed space, obviously for regulators, liquor and gaming and police and others tend to deal with the legalities of behaviour. So from our perspective, I guess it's about making sure that safety is paramount on both sides of the bar, and playing a role in coordination as needed. So
I'm just trying to clarify what I'm trying to say here. So there's been sort of high-profile allegations about workers in these establishments experiencing harassment or assault from fellow workers and bosses. But then there's also that, which is perhaps a even more complicated space in some ways, where we have people feeling an expectation to allow harassment or abuse to occur from customers because that's good for the business, and that, to put it bluntly. And so there is, when you've got casual workers who have precarious employment, there needs to be very strict requirements on employers to keep a safe workplace to overcome that sort of culture of we get profit at whatever cost. So I'm just wondering if from your perspective you're dealing with both sides of that, or if I need to go separately to Safe Work and speak with them to ensure that they're regulating
Well, I think in the circumstances I would encourage speaking to both sides, and we will be speaking to our colleagues at Safe Work as well as we will be speaking to the industry. And I think as to your observations on, I guess, the culture around commercialisation of nightlife, if you want to put it that way. I think, and this is to be clear, I'm not making comment on any allegations in the media at the moment, but I would identify that the Nighttime Industries Association has identified that they believe that the culture must be reset. So you have a peak body saying, recognising, I think, what you're articulating there. we will work with them and others to ask the industry, what is your plan and how can we help you to achieve that at a business operations level. And that should not be the end of it if there are other views around other regulatory interventions.
All right. Seems like we're at sort of at the beginning stage anyway. I'm sure I'll be back in future estimates to keep checking on progress.
And, you know, I think it's a significantly important issue. I just don't want to undersell that, and we'll work increasingly closely with the Women's Safety Commissioner because at some level, you know, it's a workplace issue more broadly than hospitality.
Yeah. And someone was going to speak about the roads issue and the disability.
Yes, Ms. Webb.
Wheelchairs. Yeah.
Yes. So under the road rules, a motorised wheelchair that's speed restricted, so it can't travel over 10 kilometres an hour, is categorised as a pedestrian. So as a pedestrian, there's no weight restriction, there's no registration requirement, and there's no licensing requirement. And of course, they can travel on footpaths. But where I think the confusion arises is that under the road rules, which reflects the model road rules, Australian road rules, there is a weight restriction on motorised wheelchairs of 110 kilos, but those devices. And that rule only applies to motorised wheelchairs that are not speed limited. So if it's over 110 and it's not speed restricted, then it actually can't travel on roads or paths. So there's a nuance there under the road rules in relation to certain wheelchairs, but in terms of certain motorised devices, but it's not readily applicable because the general rule is that a motorised wheelchair that's speed restricted to 10 kilometres an hour has no restrictions on it, because it's categorised as essentially as a pedestrian. So we've recently engaged with the CEO of Assistive Technology Suppliers Australia on this issue, and if you are dealing with another member of the disability community, we're very happy to engage with them to work through this rule and its practical applications.
Yeah, because the rule is quite different in other states and territories. So Victoria has a similar rule to us in that it's 110 kilograms, but they don't have a licensing regime. And then we have 170 in some of the other states and territories. My understanding from the disability advocacy groups here is that most of those motorised wheelchairs are now not fitting within that characterisation of being okay to be on a footpath. So, yeah, maybe we need to talk more about this, and I'll put some questions in on.
I think the practical impact is, though, that if it's speed limited to 10 kilometres an hour, no restrictions apply regarding weight or registration or licensing.
Okay. Yeah. How are you aware of how many are actually, I guess, speed restricted versus those that are not?
I'd have to take that on notice. We in the market there may be others that are available, a range that are available, but certainly there's availability for those that are speed limited to be treated as a pedestrian and have all the rights afforded to a pedestrian.
All right, I'll go back and check as well and put some supplementaries in clarifying after I've spoken with them, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lamb, subject festivals. How many festivals, music festivals are on the subject festival list at the moment?
I've got that information for you, Mr. Chairman. In the 23-24 financial year, 14 subject festival determinations were made. The answer's 14.
And that's 20. What was it previous year again?
In 23-24 it was 14. The previous year it was previous year I don't have those statistics, I don't believe.
Sounds less The last financial year sounds less than the previous, doesn't it?
That's quite possibly the case, yes.
Yeah.
As we know, the number of music festivals being mounted is significantly less this
Yes,
year.
that's what you think that reason is. I thought it
I'm
was
speculating.
I feel maybe I'm just saying 28 because it's double the number, and that's. I feel like it was so. Festivals that are being deemed subject now, recognising that the minister's evidence this morning about there's imminent release of the review and potential seem to be signalling a slightly different approach. Would they still be going through the process now? Would they be being advised to hold off for a month or so? Is there any kind of discussion about that? Because when I go to the Liquor and Gaming website, the fact sheet has been removed. The subject festival fact sheet has been taken down, and it actually says the subject festival's fact sheet will be republished when the current review of the Music Festivals Act 2019 is finalised. So there's some kind of message being sent, isn't there, to music festivals to, that this is in a bit of a state of flux right now and things might be changing. What's your view on that?
I don't have a view on it. It's
No.
a matter for government policy, what it chooses to do in relation to the music festivals legislation. Neither can I speak for Liquor and Gaming because we're not part of
Yes,
Liquor and Gaming.
I'm aware.
What I can say is that the industry generally eagerly awaits the release of the government's decisions in relation to the music festivals legislation, as do we, of course, at ILGA.
Okay. I just wanted to go back to the questioning that I was asking the Minister this morning then about the Mode Festival, which has been deemed, I think, by the police as high risk because of the reason that it's on an island. Are you aware of that?
In very general terms, I understand that the Mode Festival was classified as a subject festival in 2022.
That's right.
I was not on the authority at the time.
It's been operating since 2022, to be clear, so since its inception.
Yes. I understand that it's been declared, or it has been classified as subject in the subsequent 2 years by Liquor and Gaming, pursuant to the delegation they have from ILGA.
So would you be aware then of other events on Cockatoo Island from a licensing perspective then? Because there are quite a few events, concerts, family days, other things that happen. The communication that I've seen from the police suggests that the festival is high risk because of the potential for a crowd surge or needing to require a mass evacuation. But from a licensing perspective, a safety perspective, that would happen with quite a few of the events with more than a few thousand people on there, wouldn't it, in terms of that risk being...
I can't really comment on that because we don't look at the specific factors of events other than those that we regulate. So the only ones we regulate are, in fact, the music festivals. Of course, we issue licences for events and Liquor and Gaming issue licences from time to time for various events. But I'm not in a position to compare the circumstances applicable to the Mode Festival by comparison with other events that may take place on Cockatoo Island.
Yes, and hopefully next time you appear at Budget Estimates, Ms Lam, I won't have to ask you about subject festivals and your role in it. So my iPad died before, so I'm now on a phone. Sound New South Wales, Ms Collins. So I just wanted to ask some questions around the board of Sound New South Wales. Firstly, so what's the board makeup? You've got how many on there?
There are 12 members of the Sound New South Wales Advisory Board.
Okay, and how are they selected?
So the first 9 were appointed by the Minister, and the following 3 were appointed through an expression of interest process that was then also selected by the Minister.
Were the first 9, in terms of the selection by the Minister, were there recommendations by a panel or anything before that?
Yes, so Sound New South Wales observing the charter that is supporting the advisory board. It's got several criteria, including regional representation, First Nations, representation from various parts of the industry. So South New South Wales developed a long list of potential candidates for the inaugural board and provided that to the Minister.
So when you say Sound New South Wales developed a list, was that a transparent or a number of people on a panel that produced that list? How did that happen?
So there were 3 internal members from Create New South Wales and Sound New South Wales who developed the list based on advice and industry expertise. So leading experts from associations, key organisations across New South Wales, key artists, people who have been active and vocal in the contemporary music industry.
So applications weren't sought, just to be clear. So it was a list, people were thought of, they were put on that list really in terms of meeting this criteria.
Yeah.
And sent. Okay, and what is the, what's the tenure of the people on the panel and how are they replaced?
So there are...
On the board, sorry.
Yeah, so there are a maximum of 3 terms of a maximum of 3 years per term. So a member could conceivably serve 9 years. However, all board members for the first term for the inaugural board have been appointed for 12 months.
Okay, and was this in legislation? Remind me in terms of the makeup of the how the panel was, how the board was is formulated.
No, so it's not legislated, but there is a charter.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the next round, for example, so there's no requirement for the members of this board to have to put in applications and be selected in a transparent way?
According to the processes of board appointments, there is an allowance for recommendations to be made to the Minister, and that's what was taken for the inaugural board, to make sure that we could get started and get Sound New South Wales up and running, and then we open an expression of interest process to make sure that we were canvassing a broader selection of people.
Just to clarify, that's for the next round when you say open up an expression of
interest
process.
So that was part of the 3. So 9 were appointed, and then an additional 3 were appointed for the first board.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No problem.
Questions from the opposition, Ms. Ward?
Yeah, mostly Mrs. Carter. I understand there's an issue with the Metro, Mr. Murray. I have no issue if you need to go and deal with that.
My latter's advice is it's been resolved and it may relate to a fire alarm at North Sydney, but thank you for the notice.
No issue for me.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Collins, I might continue with some questions.
Sure.
Talking about the Sound New South Wales Advisory Board, how many members are practising musicians?
I believe there is 2 currently.
And what genres do they represent?
One is from a hip-hop background and one is from a electronic music background, a DJ.
I believe there was a commitment made last year to ensure that a country music representative would be appointed. Has that happened?
That commitment was made, I believe, for the at the time there was the previous Arts and Cultural Funding Program, Arts Advisory Boards for the Contemporary Music Board, and since then the Sound New South Wales Board has developed. So there isn't currently no country music.
So there's no intention to honour the spirit of that commitment?
If that's not for my call, it's the ministerially appointed. We provided a long list of options, and there are many genres not represented on the board.
Okay, thank you. Could you just tell me how much money was allocated to Sound New South Wales in the 23-24 budget?
The allocation was 31.227 million.
And how much did you spend?
We spent approximately nearly 18 million.
It's a big shortfall. Why the underspend?
We're a brand new organisation, and we were setting up a lot of programs, many of which were the first time they'd ever been developed. For example, Venues Unlocked, which is a brand new program looking at a more hands-on process supporting venues to apply for money to get acoustic assessments and then to come into the program. And so it just took a lot longer to make sure that we had a robust series of programs.
Mm-hmm. And 31 million last year, what's the allocation in this year's budget?
18.5.
So you've actually been allocated less this year than you were last year?
Yes.
Okay. what percentage of funding delivered in 23-24 was for organisations, events or programs outside of Wollongong, Sydney and Newcastle?
I've got a breakdown that includes Wollongong and Newcastle in the split, but we've got 25% of all the funding that was delivered went to regional areas, which does include Wollongong and Newcastle for this.
So
purpose.
that means 25% went to outside Sydney and 75% went to Sydney. Is that
Oh
correct?
no, also Western Sydney had 7%. So there was.
So 25% to everything outside of Sydney, and the Sydney breakdown is?
Approximately 70%, which is 7% for Western Sydney and 63% for Metro.
Okay, so that's 95%. Where's the other 5%?
There were some applications that were for organisations based outside of New South Wales who were delivering outcomes for New South Wales. For example, we funded Music NT, a state-based music organisation in Northern Territory, who ran the Regional and Remote Music Summit in Darwin to provide bursaries to New South Wales regional and First Nations representatives to attend their conference.
Mhm.
So it was.
So 25%, 75%, 1/4, 3/4. Is that the population breakdown between Sydney and everything that's not Sydney?
My understanding is that it's closer to 33%. So there's obviously some more work for the New South Wales team to do, and we're really committed to supporting regional development. Of a lot of the programs we've run, some of them had closer to 50% representations. For example, the Venues Unlocked program had over 50% regionally based venues, and our touring and travel program had 42% representation from regional areas. So yes, some programs have done a bit better than others, and we're working on making sure that is carried through in our future programs.
Okay. And there's a commitment to doubling live music venues in this term of government. So I understand there are currently 795 live music venues. What's the strategy to ensure that that number's doubled?
My understanding of that commitment was that it was based on the liquor and gaming registration of venues. That was the only available statistic at the time, which I think at the time of the commitment was 133 venues were registered through the liquor and gaming process, which allowed venues to access later trading.
That's a curious footnote on an election promise.
That was the only statistic available at the time. Since the election, South New South Wales, one of the first projects we did was to do a proper count of venues across the state. So we ran a State of the Scene report, which you're quoting the updated figures from that, which is that there are 795 venues across the state who offer some form of live music. There's actually 55 dedicated spaces that are really...
So therefore, the strategy is to get, another 113, not another 795?
I think the strategy is to build as many venues offering live music as possible. There are different types
But
of
you're not
them.
working to a particular target?
Look, I think I'm not going to speak on behalf of the Minister about that commitment, but what we are working towards is trying to double the number of dedicated spaces. I think it's...
So double the 795?
No, the dedicated spaces, there's 55 of those.
So we've only got 55. So you're looking... So if you looked at the liquor and gaming figures, we were looking at an extra 113. If you're looking at actual music venues, you're looking at 795, but the strategy is to just provide another 55 over the life of the government?
Look, I think we're trying to build as many music venues as possible, but as I'm sure you're aware, there are real challenges in the live music ecosystem at the moment. We're trying to make sure that the venues we do have are supported and viable, and our 10-year contemporary music strategy will address ways to support venues, to look at ways to make business easier for venues, and also having strategies around audience development, developing regional touring circuits, making sure that there are ways.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cox, if I could ask you a couple of questions. How many grants were given out by Destination New South Wales 23-24?
There would have been the regional event grants in 23 and 24. That program was open for applications on the 12th of March and 29th.
Sorry, it's a bit hard to hear you, Mr. Cox.
Just see if this is working. Testing. Hello?
Thank you. Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Just give you the exact numbers. 23-24 regional event fund, a total of $917,434 was committed under that, which comprised 27 flagship event streams, so $580,000. One event development stream, $37,500. 10 events with training.
But perhaps if it's okay, you could provide all that detail on notice.
Sure.
That'd be very helpful. I note budget paper number 2 at 8.14 shows that Destination New South Wales spent substantially less than was budgeted in 23-24. What was the reason for that underspend?
I need to go through the exact detail, but we often have fairly significant carry forward amounts between events that are multi-year events. So things such as the aviation, events such as major events, state significant events, aviation attraction fund. So generally those types of variances are an outcome of a movement between years, and that's what results in that.
Okay.
But happy to take on notice the exact differential for you.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Brand, could I ask you a few questions?
Certainly.
Are you in a position to rule out further job cuts at the gallery?
I mean, that would be speculation to say there wouldn't be. We don't have any planned at all.
Okay, and you're confident with the budget numbers that you won't need to look at reducing staff further?
Correct. For this year, we have a budget for FY25, and we don't foresee that requiring any job losses.
Okay, so this year's budget, but you can't say with confidence about next year.
No, like a number of institutions, we have a budget for this year, but not for the forward estimate years yet.
Okay. Do you expect to get a budget for the forward estimate years?
I think it'll come eventually.
Okay. What does eventually look like? Christmas, next Easter?
That would be a question for the Secretary.
Oh, yeah.
In the budget process, I think, as Dr. Brand said, for a lot of our institutions, we got, an uplift or sufficient for this year. They have something in the forward estimates, but we will put in budget bids for more funding in the next process.
And when would institutions like the Art Gallery expect to have that information for their forward planning?
Yeah, so for the usual process, they will know what is being supported on the way into a budget process. Like all of us, we won't have absolute certainty until we come out the other end and the budget is public. But we will we will understand sort of how it's travelling through the budget process.
Okay, thank you very much. And what cuts have been implemented at the gallery to make up for the $9 million shortfall in revenue forecasts?
So before I answer the question directly, I should say again, we are a complex institution with quite a complex budget.
I understand that, yes.
So it's a little bit hard to compare each year by year, particularly since last year was our first full financial year since we completed the Sydney Modern project on time and on budget.
What are the cuts that you're having to implement, Dr.
At the moment, this year, as I said, no further job losses.
Great.
But we have cut some of our operating expenses, like many other institutions.
In what way? What type of operating
really
expenses?
Across the board, but trying to do it across the board in a way where it doesn't have significant impact.
I'm very happy to say. Give me 2 examples.
It could be reductions anywhere. Just in programming, leaving a few positions vacant when someone's left. But I'm pleased to say we have maintained.
So how many positions have you left vacant when somebody has left?
Oh, I couldn't give you exact number. It'd be
Could
very
you take
small.
that on notice, please?
Yes, certainly. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's just trying to keep a sort of a vacancy percentage going as a way of helping.
And is a vacancy percentage not a job loss?
No, because the jobs would be filled, but we might not fill jobs immediately.
And what's the impact on other workers if their co-workers' positions aren't being filled?
Well, that's why what we have to take into account when we make those sort of decisions. If it were to make an unfair or unreasonable impact on other colleagues, we wouldn't do it.
So what is the vacancy percentage the Art Gallery is currently operating at?
I'd have to take that percentage on notice.
Thank you. And how do you determine whether it's unfair or unreasonable? If your staffing levels are appropriate, surely the absence of any staff member puts an increased burden on every other staff member.
I mean, there'll almost always be some delay as you go through a search process. Sometimes someone you hire isn't ready to come in. So it's not a big difference, but it can help.
Okay, thank you. The average ticket price at the Art Gallery, what's the increase from last year to this year?
I think last year to this year, if I'm not mistaken, is the same. We for our major ticketed exhibitions like the Summer International Art Series,
Yes.
the full ticket price is $35. So that's the shows coming up.
And sorry,
at the end
that's
of
an
this year.
increase of how much on previous years?
I believe that's the same as.
Oh, so there's
past
no.
year.
So you have a revenue shortfall. You're running vacancy, but you're not looking at increasing ticket prices for your major exhibitions.
No, because we're trying to keep those exhibitions affordable for as broad an audience as possible.
Thank you. And there's a forecast in the budget that you will be increasing the revenue from sales of goods and services by $16 million. Is that on track?
I'm just working out which number you're looking at.
Sorry, I don't have the
Yeah.
reference in front of me.
Oh, I know. I think I can
apologise.
see where you are.
Mm.
Yeah. So in FY24, goods and sales of goods and services is listed as 21.6 million, and then for this year 36.6.
Mhm.
The thing there, that's mainly as a result of changing where we register certain costs. So if you looked at the next line,
Mhm.
grants and contributions, it goes up and it goes down again. So things like, for example, Destination New South Wales funding is sort of flipped from goods and services to grants and contributions. That's why it's.
Okay, so
it
you're
gets
saying it's
complicated.
the amount is an accounting issue.
The main difference, correct.
Okay. Are you on track to achieve the budgeted figure?
We believe so.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Rodriguez, if I could ask you a quick question. How many special entertainment precincts have been established in New South Wales?
There is one on Enmore Road.
There's, where, sorry?
On Enmore Road.
There's
as,
one
as
on
it currently
Enmore Road?
stands. Correct.
Okay, thank you. And what information resources are there for councils to assist in establishing these precincts?
We've recently published on exhibition, or I think it might be via one of our partner agencies, the guidelines for special entertainment precincts that we've been in consultation with councils in developing since the laws were passed.
Could you provide a copy of those on notice, please?
Yes, surely.
Thank you. And how many small music and arts venues have been established in New South Wales this calendar year? On notice would be great.
Sure, I'll do my best to answer that one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And purple flag precincts, can I ask you about those
Absolutely.
as well? So I believe the Baxter Inn, a Swill House venue, is in a purple flag precinct, and this is what, a government seal of approval for a safe environment. How many venues are approved to be part of this scheme?
So the purple flag relates to a geographical area, and you're correct in stating that the Baxter Inn is contained within the geographical area for YCK, which is an accredited purple flag precinct. I am aware, so the purple flag precinct, the purple flag accreditation is about the precinct's appeal overall.
So it's the precincts, not the institutions within the precinct?
Yeah, it's not an accreditation on any individual venue. It is on the overall.
So, as a consumer, how confident could I be of going to any of the venues in a purple flag precinct?
I think that the purpose of the program Purple Flag is really about the overall appeal and well-being, mobility, lighting.
So the street
around a
outside is
precinct.
safe. Be careful when you cross the threshold.
Yeah, and I think that the current it's not there to replace the current regulatory regime under the Liquor Act, any of the employment obligations.
I apologise, Mr. Rodriguez, but we've got limited time. I want to give my colleagues some time, but thank you for that answer.
Thank you. Much appreciated. The visitor economy, is that you, Mr. Cox?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
When will the revised visitor economy strategy be released?
The recommendations have been completed by the Steerco, and they're with the government for consideration at this moment in time, and then we'll have direction once that consideration is complete.
What's your thinking? 6 months this year?
It's really a matter for the Minister.
All right. How long's the Minister had it?
Very recently, within the last few weeks. Couple
Last
of weeks.
month?
Yeah, a couple of weeks.
Not since May, like the bus report. Okay.
No, certainly not. Very, very recently.
It's a few weeks.
Yeah, it's a few weeks.
It's
just been
one of the
concluded.
Steerco, it's a few weeks.
Terrific. Okay. And all right. So, what measures and initiatives emerged as priorities for stakeholders throughout the consultation period to ensure that New South Wales is positioned as the premier visitor economy of the Asia Pacific by 2030?
Look, I think it's probably best shared at the time when the recommendations are released. I mean, there's an enormous amount of feedback in the process for the visitor economy review. Many hundreds of sort of interactions at round tables. We met with right across the state, all different groups, as well as written submissions also. So I think...
Any themes, any particular commonality?
As you would expect, Ms Ward, it's a very broad... I mean, the visitor economy, we're very pleased to say at the end of, up until March, is now over $50 billion. It's been growing at that plus 6.8% or thereabouts for the last decade. So it is a very broad industry. There is lots of great feedback received, incredibly positive engagement across the board.
All right, thank you. In respect of funding then, will Destination New South Wales have its funding restored to the levels under the previous government?
Our budget this year is absolutely in line with that, and we will wait for the budget process to determine.
The same amount as under the last financial year?
Pardon?
The same amount as the last financial year of the last government?
So if you could just give me one moment. The budget for 24-25 is $324.5 million.
And you say that's the same as under the previous government?
Very close. Last year's was 339, but if you go back in history, it was 192, 172, 141, 200. So it is in line with more recent years. There were some higher numbers, but it's a sufficient budget.
All right. And how does Destination New South Wales budget compare to its counterparts in competing states such as Victoria?
Look, I don't have up-to-date information with relation to that, and it is difficult to ascertain. It's only what's available on public record.
I know, that's why I'm asking.
And each of the individual states have a very different structure.
But you're the head of it. What's your feel? Are we ahead? Are we on par? Are we slightly behind?
I haven't had a look at that in recent times.
So something you could take on notice?
We can do our best to try and determine it, but it is an estimation based upon public information.
Surely, yeah. Okay, but that would be helpful just comparatively to see where we see it. The Victorian Government continues to announce its ongoing incentivisation of key international airlines and routes to lure high-value flights to Melbourne, including Turkish Airlines, Air India and Juneyao Air. Has the New South Wales Government been at all competitive in its negotiations with international airlines such as these?
Well, very much so. We have had the Aviation Attraction Fund, which was $60 million in total, matched funding. So the partners, the airports, matched that amount of funding. So in effect, it was close to $120 million across. We were the first off the blocks within this area, and we've been exceedingly competitive across the board in securing routes into Sydney.
And sorry, you said that's 62 million?
60 million in total.
60.
Thank you. Ms Collins, I just want to come back to the statements by the government recently around doubling live music venues. So there was a media release that was issued on the 27th of March this year, which the Premier and the Minister for Music and the Minister for Gaming and Racing, as well as yourself, put quotes in, and the Premier said, "We made a promise to the people of New South Wales to double the number of live music venues across the state within 4 years, and that is what we are delivering." The doubling, if you recall back to then, the doubling of the live music festivals, what was that based on? Oh, sorry, not music festivals. It's got that in the brain. Music venues.
My understanding is it was based on the liquor and gaming self-identification list. So venues could apply to liquor and gaming for increased trading hours if they were a live music venue. And I think that was the number that was based on.
Right, because this says that since the March 2023 election, 112 pubs, clubs and other live venues have joined the list of establishments that qualify for 2 hours extended trading in return for staging live music and backing live local musicians. So is there a guarantee with this 245 then licensed venues, they can claim the live music incentives, but is there a guarantee really that they are hosting live music?
I would have to defer to my colleagues at Liquor and Gaming about the specifics of the criteria, but it is my understanding that presenting live music is a key part of that incentive.
Some of the venues on the list at the time and still that were used to justify the doubling of live music venues by the government are closed. Like they're just not in existence anymore. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that some venues have closed in recent months, yes.
I think they were closed at the time. So Cambridge Hotel, the Narrabeen RSL, closed, the Red Steer Hotel. I mean, they're still here. Before this claim was made, was a check done to make sure that all of the venues listed on Liquor and Gaming actually were live music venues as claimed?
Again, I'll have to refer to my colleagues at Hospitality and Racing, Liquor and Gaming, because they're the ones who manage that list and the accreditation.
I'm not wanting to throw you in the deep end, Ms. Collins. We've worked very well together on many things, but you were here as the head of Sound New South Wales, backing in these claims. So I'm just wondering the justification for them, because also for that claim. Because also some of the venues were things like Belvoir Street Theatre, the Stables Theatre, NIDA, the Ensemble Theatre. Like, it does almost seem like there's been an attempt to inflate the figures to justify Labor's election promise.
Look, I can't speak to the specifics of that, but what I can say is that from my understanding of the criteria of what gets you onto that list is slightly different to the work that Sound New South Wales has done in terms of defining a live music venue. Through the State of the Scene report, we have 3 different categories of live music venue, one being a dedicated space, which is there as their primary reason for existence. We have live music venues where live music is a core part of their offering, and then there's venues who offer live music. So there are other venues who occasionally, maybe monthly or less, do offer live music, but maybe aren't as regular or as frequent as others.
Yeah, so because you said the 55 dedicated live music venues, and I suppose what we're trying to get to the bottom of is that there's been some changes, obviously, to allow extended trading, but not everybody is taking that up, of course, for quite a few reasons, and trying to work out the actual impact in terms of what is staying open, what more performances are being performances all across the state, importantly, and how many more musicians are kind of getting good, kind of well-paid work. Are you undertaking that type of analysis of the industry?
Yeah, so through the State of the Scene report, which we published at the start of June, which had those figures about the 795 total venues from across the state and the breakdown of different types. For me, that's a benchmark that Sound New South Wales is working to track and our progress over the coming years. Up until that point, we didn't have a robust methodology to really track and count venues. There's no one mechanism within government that says it's not a licence type, it's not any other type of categorisation. So we went through that process to really get a sense of the baseline that we're working from, and that's really what we're using as our benchmark for future work.
So just this claim, because the government, when in opposition, did make a lot of promises to the industry, and they did say that they would double live music venues. They claim in this media release that under the former government, New South Wales lost more than half its music venues, with just 133 registered across the state in March 2023. So 133 registered, they're saying.
Yeah.
And that they lost more than half. The claim in this media release is that, lo and behold, we can say it's doubled to 245 licensed venues on this list that includes a bunch of theatres that actually were in operation, I think, pretty much the same way. I'm pretty sure Belvoir was operating, for example, just the same way under the Coalition as it is under Labor, plus a bunch of those other theatres as well. And there's some venues that, in fact, weren't in existence. So is it really the correct thing to claim that the New South Wales Labor government has established or gained, New South Wales has gained double the number of live music venues since the government came to office? Because that's what this says. It does imply, I think, when reading it, that there has been this huge surge, but I think it's almost a kind of double counting, if you like, or not double counting, but just simply because venues have sought reduction in fees and they could be eligible for extended trading, then somehow they're in here and they're being classified as a live music venue. It's almost not quite accurate. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I think, what I can say is that we didn't have information previously to really understand the full depth and breadth of the live music industry. Through the State of the Scene report, we realise that there's 14,000 workers. It's got an economic output of $5.5 billion, and that we got that total count of the live music venues. I think there is an alternate system being used from a regulatory perspective to allow incentives for venues, or to offer incentives for venues. In some senses, they're serving different purposes. I think with the work of Sound New South Wales, we are really committed to delivering on what is an ambitious goal of doubling venues and continuing to build up the live music sector.
And so is there, in terms of the funding then that Sound New South Wales is spending, just the evaluation of, it was 18.9 or something million, how is that evaluated in terms of what the outcome is, almost the KPIs, if you like, in terms of the actual impact that it's having on the industry? There's still a lot of disquiet in the music industry. They're still feeling incredibly unsupported. And I think, to be honest, I have heard from some people within the industry that releases by the government that claim stuff that they're not actually thinking is going on out there isn't helping. So there's a general call as well, I think, just for more transparency around just really what is happening with the money that's being spent, so that they feel that it's making a big impact on their livelihoods.
Yeah, and in the first year of Sound New South Wales, we delivered soundproofing grants to 21 music venues across the state, over half of which were based in regional areas. And as part of our 10-year contemporary music strategy, which we're working on at the moment, we're looking to find, really definitive ways to support the sector. And it's not going to happen overnight. It is actually a long-term process. Our strategy will be for 10 years. And so, it isn't something that we will reach immediately. And I think, we've got some great ideas about how we can support the sector to grow in a sustainable and viable way. Okay, all right, thank you. To the 24-hour Commissioner, I did just want to just ask about the grants as well, which I think you've taken on notice by Ms. Carter. The question, was that to you? There was a question on that, wasn't there? Yes. I'm particularly interested in the way in which, again, recognising the newness of both of Sound New South Wales and the 24-hour economy office, how the grants are allocated, the process in terms of who is on the committee or whatever it is to look at those grants and assess them, how the final decision is made, and then how they're monitored and evaluated in terms of whether they're the impact of those grants. If I can get as much information, obviously you can take some on notice, but if I could start with you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Sure. And it does vary from program to program. Right. So, but there are department-wide or government-wide guidelines that are followed around these things. And for the programs, the funding programs that we run, typically it's a competitive process. They're independently assessed by a panel of senior government representatives. Recommendations are made, and then there will be a governance mechanism in place for final approval of the funding. They're then monitored over a period, and there's I guess potentially milestone payments and/or reporting requirements, and then acquittal process, and then
what are the main grant programs? Sorry, I was just actually trying to find it on your site.
Sure. We probably have currently live anyway 2 grant funding programs: the Uptown Grant Funding Program and the Live Performance Venues Program, so that they're the 2, and so they go through the process, and then one of the challenges of being young organisations is the overall assessment of the effectiveness of the program can then be done at the conclusion of the program. So generally it will take some time.
Okay, thank you. And with the Sound New South Wales, some of the programs in terms of support, Ms. Collins, aren't made public in terms of the recipients. Is that correct?
I believe no. They should all be published on Grant Finder. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got 4 main programs that we've run in the last 12 months. Venues Unlock Soundproofing grants, the Recording and Promotion grant, a Touring and Travel grant, and strategic funding round. And so there were different processes for each of those grants, but we are, as a new organisation, we're really keen to make sure that the way we spend and the way we invest as a sector development body, that it's meaningful. So we're having our programs evaluated and have a clear process for tracking, whether these programs are having the impact that they're intended to have.
Yeah, and how much? How are they all allocated in terms of selected? Those decisions, how they made.
So Venues Unlocked was the soundproofing grants was assessed by an internal senior New South Wales government panel. The strategic funding was assessed by an internal government. For the Recording and Promotion grant, in which we had over nearly 600 applications. We had 18 independent industry experts to come and help us select the recipients of that grant.
How many do you know offhand? How many recipients out of that 600? How many were successful?
I believe it was 59.
Gosh,
highly competitive.
It really does show the need out there, doesn't
Absolutely. And great demand for programs that really target these areas. And through both the Touring and Travel grant and the Recording and Promotion grant, we were able to support over 800 artists and industry professionals to tour, travel and record music. So it's really exciting for New South Wales, the work we're doing.
Thank you. Just going back to the Purple Flag program, is that also kind of evaluated? Has that evaluation started in terms of the money that's spent on that? What are the outcomes in terms of the community and what KPIs, if you like, that you're basing the Purple Flag program against? I'll probably provide some supplementary questions on this in more detail, but if you just had anything to...
Yeah, just say the flavour of it. Purple Flag, as distinct from some of the other programs, was a pilot program in the first instance, run across 4 precincts. It has been evaluated by external consultants. To be clear, there was no funding provided to recipients. We, through our office, ran the process.
Right.
We can give you some more detail on notice, but essentially the evaluation of that was positive based on the objectives, but has also identified areas for improvement, mainly around processes to make things easier for participants. It's complicated. There's councils, police.
With the evaluation program, because there's also, I assume, the money that it would have cost the government, I'm assuming, to run the program for licensing, accreditation, and I assume the evaluation report will include the costs and benefits, if you like. Is that fair to say?
Well, I might just need to take that particular aspect on notice. But in respect to Purple Flag anyway, on the basis of the evaluation, it's the case that's needed to scale up the program, which is what the intention currently is.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think I am out of questions. Go to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple. I understand the mercy rule better than anyone. Mr. Cox, however, let's make it worth the last run. So back on the visitor economy strategy, so the $60 million fund, is that an incentivisation fund, or what is that
Sorry, could you
intended
repeat that
to?
question? Sorry?
The $60 million fund we were just talking
The
about.
Aviation Attraction Fund.
Yes, so that's an incentivisation fund. How does that work?
We work with the airport. So there are applications made by the airlines against a set of criteria.
Yep.
And there's a strict evaluation done, which is then reviewed to determine the economic benefit of the additional capacity coming into Sydney, and then milestone payments are contracted against the capacity and the road establishment, etc.
Yep. And who's that been successful with? Which airlines?
I'll just check if I've got a list here. It is an extensive list. Aviation Attraction Fund. If you just give me one moment. I would need to take it on notice. It is an extensive list, including
of
international
new
and domestic
airlines.
New airline routes generally, but in some occasions I believe there were some new airlines as well. I mean, the Junaya one that you mentioned before, they were announced the other day here. So there's a variety. Certainly new routes. One of the key ones that comes to my mind is the Bengaluru route from India. The very first time there's been a direct flight into Sydney from India, which is essential to the growth of the visitor economy and the broader economy.
Yeah, is that an Air India route?
That one was a Qantas flight.
Qantas, okay. And so any Air India success?
Again, I'd need to go back and check the notes. From my recollection, no, but that's not so much. That was really about where India is at. As you could appreciate, post-pandemic, the entire aviation industry has had to reset. Also, Air India has placed the largest, I think it was at the time, the largest order of planes ever in the history of Boeing, which need to come through. So there's a number of things that need to flow through.
I think I got in trouble during the pandemic because they asked me if I'd create an Indian travel bubble, and I think I might have agreed with that advice. But nonetheless, all right. And so what's your view on New South Wales being one of the only Australian states and territories to not have... unless you say this is an incentivisation fund, is this the allegation from other states is that there is no incentivisation fund in New South Wales? Are you saying that that is what this fund is?
Well, the Aviation Attraction Fund went for 2 years, so it is now finished. There's some leftover, there is money that is still flowing through that process because obviously this relates to flights.
So there's not presently, so this fund is finished, there's not presently an airline incentivisation fund in New South Wales?
There is not an open new fund at this moment in time. There is still money being expended.
How much is
we
left?
made an announcement just the other day with relation to Newcastle Airport as an example. So there's some money that's being carried over from the previous fund.
How much is that?
But it's not a new fund.
How much is that?
I'll need to just check the exact details of what's been carried forward. Newcastle. Sign the MOU. I've got the value of the routes that we were expecting, but I don't have a dollar value to hand on that. But
all right, if you can take that on notice and let us know what's left. But there presently is, once that's run out, there's presently no incentivisation fund in New South Wales.
There is not a fund available right now for new applications.
And what's your view of that?
Look, I think it'd be wonderful to get back to a position in time. I mean, the aviation industry is a really important industry. I think really this is a matter for the visitor economy review process and the recommendations that come out from that on the other side. Clearly, I want to grow the visitor economy. The opportunity, particularly with international, for flights into Australia is significant. And I think we'll wait for the outcomes of the visitor economy review and
when will that be?
Execution of that. I've answered that earlier in this walk.
Mr. Cox, what's the size of the efficiency dividend that's been applied to your 2024-25 budget?
We don't have an efficiency dividend that has been applied in the 24-25 budget, to my knowledge.
No. Okay. Could you take that on notice and check
I'm
that for me,
pretty certain
please?
that we don't have one, but I'll certainly take it on notice to be 100% sure.
Thank you. Dr. Brand, same question to you. What's the size of the efficiency dividend that's been applied to the Art Gallery budget 2024-25?
The efficiency dividends really come through. The efficiency dividends really come through the department. So maybe
Oh, Ms.
Mildwater
Mildwater,
was
could you
just
answer
pleased.
that?
One answer for everyone, if you like, because there were no
Yeah.
new efficiency dividends applied this year.
No efficiency
No
dividends
new
applied
ones.
this year.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you for. Sorry, no new ones.
No new ones, as in if you're asking a question about this year's budget,
Yes.
there were no new efficiency dividends applied.
So
this
does that
year.
mean existing dividends remain?
There could be, yes.
Okay, are you able to take on notice and tell me if existing efficiency dividends are applied to anybody, Destination New South
Yes,
Wales, Art
cer-
Gallery?
Certainly. I might not be able to give you all the details, but I'll take it on notice. yes.
Okay, and also the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, the State Library of New South Wales, the Museums of History, the Sydney Opera House, and also the Australian Museum. Thank you very much.
Oh, look, I could go line by line through the budget, but I'll.
I mean,
call them
look,
as you
go crazy for 2 minutes.
We could offer some questions in response, if that would be helpful.
I've got plenty I didn't ask. I was trying to be.
One quick
gentle,
question,
but-
Ms. Mildwater, perhaps you can help. How much money was available in each of the last 3 rounds of the arts funding grant program?
As in the ACFP, the Arts
Yes.
Cultural
Yeah.
the last 3 rounds?
Yes.
Just one.
Or take it on notice if you like.
The,
Sorry, Ms.
The last 3 years, is that the
3
question?
rounds, if they were annual, yes, 3 years, or if they were...
So there are multiple rounds in each year.
Well, then the last 3 in that from today working back.
Right. I'd have to take that on notice. I don't
Okay.
have that specific
I've got one quick one,
Thank
if I
you.
may. Mr. Murray, just where is the reduction in senior executive headcount up to?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ward. We are continuing that program as we discussed on Tuesday. We gave some numbers around that. It is progressing well in
Where's it
line
up
with the
to,
whole
though?
of government commitment.
Yep. Is that a percentage, or do you have a number, or?
Yes, the number achieved so far is 6.5% against the target of 15%.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
Excellent. It's 7:14, but let's just give ourselves 1 minute. Yes.
started early.
So thank you very much. That's the end of. Oh, no, it's not. Not unless the government wants 15 minutes.
Oh.
No questions from the government. So that is the end of today's hearing. Thank you all very much
Thank
for
you.
making
Thank
yourselves
you.
available.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray, sounds
Yeah,
like
sorry,
you
but
want
this
to
is-
say
I was just
something.
going to say, Mr. Carlin was just going to put in regards to 30 kilometre speed zones on record. We can take the other
Thank
elements
you.
on notice from today, but
Yep.
did you want to just cover that one?
Yep, so just inconsistent with our placemaking framework that we have in New South Wales. So the 30k zones, we have 40, 20, we have 80 zones, and 10k zones,
Sorry, say that
294.
again. You've got 40, 30
So 40
kilometre
30k zones,
Yep.
20 20 kilometre zones,
Hang
and
on.
294 10 kilometre zones. I'd note that the
Great.
adjacent road to this place has been a 30k zone for a couple of decades in Hospital Road.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yes, that concludes our session, our hearing today. Thank you all very much for attending. The Secretariat will of course be in touch regarding any answers you've taken on, questions you've taken on notice, as well as supplementary questions. So thank you again and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.